he explained to a journalist. You've got a club. When you've got two Irishmen together, you've got a fight. And when you've got two Chinese together, you've got a triad society. You've got a secret society anyway. It was, he concluded, the nature of the animal itself. The connections between older fraternal networks in the Americas and Asia's drug trade are just as murky. By the 1950s, Tong wars in the Western Hemisphere had become a thing of the past. Yet in 1959, investigators in San Francisco arrested 21 individuals, including the president of the local chapter of the Hip Sing Tong, for their involvement in a $100 million heroin ring. Even though the drugs purportedly arrived via Hong Kong, an arresting FBN agent asserted the men were part of a conspiracy hatched in Red China. Harry Anslinger made a point of mentioning the 1959 Hip Sing case during his Senate testimony several years later. Subsequent cases indicated that other Tongs possessed Asian heroin ties. One probe in the 1970s pointed to a joint effort by the Hip Sing and On Leong Tongs to smuggle 165 pounds of heroin from Thailand into the United States. How this conspiracy came about, let alone what became of the investigation, remains unclear. The late 1970s marked an inflection point in Western awareness of Chinese organized crime groups. As drug overdoses and street violence became a daily phenomenon on both sides of the Atlantic, journalists treated readers to a steady stream of sensational works detailing the imminent threat of Chinese gangs. The 1979 book, Triangle of Death, written by an Australian correspondent, Frank Robertson, garnered praise from across the English-speaking world for his global account of the carnage reaped by the triads. With decades of experience reporting from Hong Kong, he warned readers not to see Chinese secret societies as a distant or remote threat. Events in places like Amsterdam, London, and San Francisco revealed that the Tongs were a danger lurking closer to home. Their collective menace was not solely the result of their role in the heroin trade. Stories gleaned from various locales suggested they were sadists and butchers of the worst kind. Of some 6 triad-related murders recorded in Britain and Holland, 1976, Robertson avowed that only some victims died quickly. Many met agonizing ends under the triad penalty of death by 5,000 thunderbolts and the flowing of blood from the body's 5 openings. Anxieties crested further as the tide of migration from Asia to the West rose. The early post-war years featured the resettlement of millions of migrants from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the People's Republic in North America and Europe. Chinese-American communities grew by leaps and bounds, with over 1.5 million Chinese migrants arriving in the United States between 1961 and 1998. Yet, by the 1970s, social strains grew more visible in many American Chinatowns. Youth delinquency, drug dealing, and violence assumed national significance amid a rash of high-profile investigations. Migrant gangs in San Francisco stood accused of at least 45 murders by the mid-1970s. The most notable occurring in 1977, when gunmen opened fire in a crowded restaurant, killing 5 and wounding another 11. Many youth gangs, such as the Flying Dragons and Ghost Shadows, started as martial arts clubs before becoming wrapped up in petty extortion schemes, prostitution, and gambling. The more powerful gangs established ties with historic Tongs, such as the Hip Sing and On Leong, as well as increasingly transnational societies like the 14K. When the chief detective for the New York Police Department testified before the U.S. Senate in 1984, he admitted that he and his officers knew only so much about the state of organized crime among the city's Chinese residents. Practical challenges made any inquiry daunting. The use of various Chinese dialects made gathering information from wiretaps difficult. Few witnesses ever came forward with information. Officers even uncovered individuals with multiple identification documents, thus muddying connections between known suspects and their supposed crimes. Officers remained certain, however, that the Hip Sing and On Leong ruled over the underworld of New York's Chinatown, in conjunction with triads from Hong Kong. Youth gangs were their primary surrogates in extorting legitimate neighborhood businesses, gambling dens, and massage parlors. Officers presented no evidence as to how the triads interacted with the street gangs and old tongs or how the three administered the local drugs trade. Detectives could only say that the triads were an ascendancy and that they conformed to what the Western world would understand to be the traditional family type of organized crime. More worrisome was the fact that officers understood that the triads commanded the loyalty of some 80,000 made men residing in China. It is likely that the authoritative source for this estimate came from William Morgan's research from the late 1950s. The vague impressions New York police officials imparted to the U.S. Senate are instructive as to the prevailing narrative that enveloped the triads following the Second World War. Among the few things that appear clear is that the extent to which triad lodges became more transnational and entrepreneurial. Mass migration from Hong Kong and elsewhere introduced triad societies to a variety of locales abroad. The rapid expansion of the post-war drug trade further incentivized intrepid secret societies to diversify their interests and movements. A far more glaring phenomenon was the shallow depth to which the triads remained understood by the 1980s. The struggles voiced by the New York Police Department were certainly partly to blame. Issues of language, organizational secrecy, and communal suspicion limited the investigative abilities of Western police officials and enterprising journalists. In the absence of new or more concrete revelations, earlier insights gleaned by William Morgan and Alfred McCoy were recycled year after year. The panic induced by rising rates of drug addiction and crime provided oxygen for much of the hysteria associated with the triads. Circumstances elsewhere influenced how many viewed Chinese gangsters. Cases involving the Chinese Mafia appeared to mirror trends in Europe and the Americas, highlighting the subtle differences between the triads. Chu Chow networks and the tongs was less than important. Mexican and French connections, the mafias of the post-war Atlantic world. Harold Happy Meltzer's criminal career was anything but ordinary. At the age of 17, Meltzer enjoyed the distinction of being the youngest person in New Jersey's history ever tried for murder. His acquittal on homicide charges in 1927 was not the last time he escaped conviction. After his arrest in 1958 for stabbing a New Jersey man 25 times with an ice pick, Meltzer bragged to a reporter that he had beaten 3 murder raps in total. At some point in between these 2 cases, he engrossed himself in the mob. Police in Los Angeles first encountered him in the 1940s as one of many East Coast gangsters who had migrated west. The LAPD busted him in the company of 3 other men under suspicion of narcotics trafficking. At the time of his arrest, police uncovered 10 unmounted diamonds in his pocket. He was released, it appears, without charge. Meltzer then began to move up in the world. He briefly served as a chief lieutenant for Jack Dragna's feared rival, the famed Hollywood mobster Mickey Cohen. Later run-ins with the police earned Happy greater media attention and the somewhat buffoonish reputation as one of Cohen's seven dwarfs. Hard time in a federal penitentiary did little to set Happy straight. A 1963 FBN report claimed that he remained tied to the drug trade and had engaged in nefarious ventures in Japan, Hong Kong, and the Philippines. As late as 1969, FBI informants continued to describe Meltzer as the leading Jewish hoodlum within the Los Angeles underworld and a man with links to powerful mob figures outside of California. Happy Meltzer's mysterious life took its most dramatic turn in 1951. That year, FBN agents implicated him in a vast heroin smuggling network that traversed the Atlantic and North America. According to the indictment, Meltzer oversaw an intricate scheme to import Turkish opium into Mexico. His co-conspirators across the border were then to process the opium into heroin for distribution in the United States. Newspaper accounts of the arrest carefully noted that the ring included known associates of underworld giants such as Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and Lucky Luciano. For arresting officers, the implication of the Meltzer case was clear. The much-proclaimed narcotics drought that gripped the nation between 1941 and 1945 was over. Meltzer's arrest resonated with Anslinger's ongoing campaign against trafficking and drug use. Still, other trends increased the significance of high-profile drug cases by the early 1950s. Narcotics use gained greater visibility with the growing popularity of modern jazz and other art forms. Fears that music and film pushed young people into drug addiction amplified still greater concerns. As the post-war era commenced, crime and quality of life issues drew increasing amounts of public attention. Urban blight, a phrase born out of the visible decline of working-class neighborhoods in the earlier part of the century, gained new meaning across the United States. Suburban development, as well as the decline of manufacturing, left many cities perceptibly destitute. One post-war study conducted in Baltimore found that 40% of the population lived in neighborhoods beset by substandard housing, unhealthy environmental conditions, and crime. American cities were discernibly more violent places than they were before the war. New York's homicide rate tripled in the 6 years between 1940 and 1946. Though crime statistics rose and fell over the coming decades, the city's Depression-era lows never returned. Anslinger's bureau played upon these fears, highlighting the corrosive effect narcotics had upon two particularly vulnerable groups, young people and African Americans. Official reporting amplified cases of schoolyard pushers luring children into crime. Health experts and civic reformers affirmed widely held beliefs that narcotics were linked to life in slums across the country. Although official estimates of the number of regular drug users in America were stable between 1950 and 1967, the moral panic inspired by drugs continued to grow. As in the pre-war period, agents in Washington remained fixated on what they saw as the inherently foreign origins of America's narcotics problem. Transporting and selling drugs, they reasoned, were conspiracies that emanated from individuals and groups abroad. The fight, therefore, had to be taken beyond the country's borders. Officials received the Meltzer case as one of many indicators for where drugs were coming from and who was dealing them. The investigation appeared indicative of trends in Mexico, the point of origin for most opiates dealt in the U.S. during the lean years of the Second World War. Other aspects of the case indicated a revival among older smuggling networks, particularly those based in the Mediterranean. The Meltzer investigation suggested that the scale and complexity of the international heroin trade had changed dramatically. In time, all nuance was lost, and anyone who dealt in Turkish heroin was part of what was broadly called the French Connection. Before his search for willing partners across the Atlantic, Happy Meltzer had cultivated strong relations with opium and heroin smugglers based in Mexico. Yet at the time of his apprehension, one genuinely could not speak of a homegrown Mexican mafia. What instead prevailed was a generally open environment south of the U.S. border, one that made narcotics trafficking both possible and profitable. At the heart of this ecosystem was a historically weak Mexican state. From its days as a Spanish colonial capital, authorities in Mexico City labored to administer its far-flung territories in a way that was predictable, consistent, and just. Undermining the government's efforts was a sordid history of instability. Infighting and invasion between 1821 and 1857 particularly devastated the country, leading to a succession of 49 different governments and rulers. Other factors were just as compromising: inhospitable terrain, long distances, and the lack of money and personnel often compounded Mexico's woes. A testament to these troubles was the enduring problem of banditry. As late as the 20th century, banal acts of robbery, kidnapping, and murder were common on Mexico's main roads and in the countryside. Though rural lawlessness remained a stubborn problem in states close to the capital, violence and crime were conspicuous challenges in Mexico's northern states. Fighting between state-backed militias and indigenous bands such as the Yaqui and Apache plagued the territories of Chihuahua and Sonora as late as the First World War. In each of these provinces, those with access to money and muscle held onto power tightly. The brutality of the state's war against northern native bands, coupled with the prevalence of unruly officials and patricians, bred resentment and bloodshed. A moment of catharsis came in 1910 with the outbreak of the Mexican Revolution. The overthrow of the country's long-serving dictator, Porfirio Diaz, led to a decade's worth of chaos nationwide. As many as 3 million Mexicans died or fled north into exile before the fighting ended in 1920. Mexico's revolution was almost immediately memorialized as having returned forever the people's rights after years of authoritarianism and abuse. But true liberty and accountability remained elusive, as patterns of misrule returned with a vengeance. Among the most corrupting influence in Mexico's post-revolutionary regime was the onset of prohibition in the United States. Passage of the 18th Amendment in 1920 transformed the country's border towns into havens for Americans seeking to indulge in alcohol and vice. Politics along the border quickly adapted to the temptations that came with the trans-American sale of alcohol, sex, and drugs. In Ciudad Juarez, for example, a large landowning family, the Cuaveros, used their political influence to become patrons of the town's underworld. To the west, in the state of Baja California Norte, an upstart cavalry officer named Esteban Cantu seized control of the governor's mansion after the outbreak of the 1910 revolution. Reformist leaders in Mexico City eventually ratified his takeover of the local government and allowed him to reign over the state for almost a decade. Cantu embraced the arrival of American tourists and thrill-seekers after 1920. In doing so, he transformed the border town of Tijuana into a gaming oasis. In 1920, an estimated crowd of 65,000 American visitors swarmed into town for a raucous 4th of July celebration, overwhelming Tijuana's minuscule population of 1,000 inhabitants. The gambling houses, brothels, and dope peddlers who catered to the arriving masses each paid generous bribes to the governor as a price of doing business. Unlike other provincial leaders, Cantu did not simply pocket his ill-begotten gains. He reinvested significant sums of money into education and infrastructure in the state. To this day, street signs and neighborhoods in various parts of Baja California bear his name. As Prohibition came and went, increased commerce on the American border prompted its own revolution among drug producers and marketeers. Opium usage first manifested itself in Mexico in the late 19th century as a phenomenon generally associated with Chinese immigrants. Like in the United States, nativists' sentiment led to both anti-Chinese violence as well as greater government oversight of the drug's consumption. Crackdowns on petty Chinese smugglers and peddlers naturally did little to diminish the Mexican drug economy. Local cultivation of opium poppies, particularly in northern states such as Sinaloa, Durango, and Chihuahua, began to take the place of opium imported from Asia before the 1940s. Among this early generation of northern opium farmers and dealers was the father of Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, one of the founders of Mexico's first reputed drug cartel. Meanwhile, the abatement of maritime traffic during the Second World War compelled American addicts and drug wholesalers to look southward for sources. It was for this reason that Happy Meltzer and Bugsy Siegel journeyed across the border in search of heroin. By the time of his death in 1947, Siegel stood accused of heading a multi-million-dollar drugs ring that ran through Tijuana. Meltzer's links to Mexican heroin dealers cemented his wartime reputation as a premier narcotics specialist, loyal to L.A. gangster Mickey Cohen. That status faded with his imprisonment in the early 1950s. By the mid-1950s, Mexico's premier trafficker was neither American nor a man. Ignacia Yasso became the dope queen of Ciudad Juarez by way of marriage. Her husband, Pablote Gonzalez, was 10 years her senior and had settled in Juarez on the heels of the Mexican Revolution. During the last decade of his life, he made a name for himself as a shootist and all-round supplier of vice and mayhem. Stories implicating him in killings and holdups cemented his reputation as the terror of Juarez, both north and south of the U.S. border. At the time of his murder in 1930, Ignacia was herself in jail on a narcotics charge. She was then only 27 years old and a mother to 6 children between the ages of 11 and 1. La Nacha, as she was affectionately called, ultimately proved to be more resilient and resourceful than the man she outlived. With the backing of powerful political benefactors such as the Quevedos, she quietly reinvented herself as a general retailer, wholesaler, and smuggler of Mexican-produced heroin. She made excellent use of her husband's old suppliers in Mexico City and expanded her base of operations to other states such as Sinaloa and Jalisco. The key to her local operations were women, particularly prostitutes, who worked the bars and brothels of Juarez's red light district. To evade prison, she bribed judges and politicians who supplied her with legal writs granting her immunity from prosecution. Just as critical to her success was the complicity of her family. By the time of her death in 1982, her children, grandchildren, and other blood relatives had served various roles in her empire. Just how much money she made from the heroin trade, let alone when she finally ceased her operations, remains fuzzy. What was left of her organization vanished as larger cartels of traffickers came to dominate cross-border trade. Even though she had helped establish a local orphanage and sponsored other programs for the poor, she failed to inspire the sort of cult devotion other narcos later enjoyed. Ironically, her husband, Pablote, served as the subject of Mexico's first tribute ballad, or narcorrido, ever recorded in honor of a famous drug trafficker. The song, which was released in 1931, only mentions her in passing. It is possible that La Nacha's reign plateaued just after the Second World War. In the absence of competitors from Europe and Asia, American narcotics officials believed that she possessed customers as far away as Seattle, New York, and San Francisco. Her influence receded with the reopening of sea lanes across the Atlantic and Pacific. Other factors minimized both the utility and desirability of Mexican heroin. Price aside, astute addicts and dealers valued Turkish and Asian cuts of dope for its higher morphine content. La Nacha and other Mexican drug traffickers eventually settled for a more modest place in the expanding American market. A CIA assessment from the early 1970s estimated that no more than 15% of the heroin consumed in the United States came from south of the border. Only a portion of this derived from opium harvested in Mexico. Depending on the year and the smugglers involved, a significantly larger percentage of cross-border heroin traffic came from across the Atlantic. By 1970, an estimated 80% of heroin shipped to the U.S. and Europe flowed from Turkey. How Turkish dope arrived in the United States was an infinitely more complex story. Harry Anslinger and the FBN anticipated a resumption of the transatlantic heroin trade in the very first years after Nazi Germany's defeat. Their attention, however, was fixed on Charles Luciano. Unfounded rumors circulated through early 1946 that Lucky was in Mexico looking for a way to slip back into the United States. Lucky was indeed anxious to get back into business. His deportation to Italy left him stranded in a country he had not lived in since he was small. "Italy's dead," he told one reporter. "Nice, but dead." In the winter of 1947, he boarded a plane for Havana. There he met a great entourage of well-wishers and longtime friends, such as Meyer Lansky, Frank Sinatra, Joe Bonanno, and others from New York. Agents in Washington, as well as the American press, caught immediate wind of the conclave, leading to open speculation that the former dope king was hatching something spectacular. By all accounts, the discussions held that winter in Havana touched on a variety of subjects, including the potential resumption of heroin trafficking into the U.S. Pressure from Washington saw to it that Luciano's sojourn in Havana was short. Within weeks, Cuban authorities detained him and shipped him back to Europe aboard a rusty freighter. The French connection's genuine moment of conception likely occurred around the same time, but much further north in Canada. Post-war Montreal possessed some of Havana's appeal, but without the tropical warmth. Prohibition had made Canada's largest city a mecca for rum runners during the 1920s. Its French persuasion and vibrant club scene drew casual tourists as well as gamblers and lusty Johns from both sides of the American border. Yet before 1945, its underworld was parochial and small. Pre-war Montreal, however, did leave a mark upon its most famed gangster. Vincenzo Cotroni arrived in Canada in 1924 as a teenager from Calabria in southern Italy. After abandoning careers as a carpenter and professional wrestler, Cotroni found more gainful employment as a bookmaker. He then parlayed this profession into a decade-long career as a nightclub owner. For a time, at least, his underworld status led to his recruitment as a part-time leg breaker for Quebec's Liberal Party. It was with the help of hoods from much further afield that Cotroni established his own crime family. At some point around 1947, Cotroni made the acquaintance of a recent immigrant from France by the name of Antoine d'Agostino. French authorities in Algeria and Marseille had arrested d'Agostino before the war for a variety of crimes, including rape, prostitution, and robbery. After the Nazi invasion, he offered his services to the Gestapo as an informant and enforcer. France's liberation from the German occupation sent d'Agostino into hiding in Canada. It was in Montreal that he reunited with another escaped collaborator, Marseille's former reigning Caid, François Spirito. Both men eventually found their way into Cotroni's orbit. Simultaneously, figures linked to New York's 5 families also made contact with Cotroni. Investigators never fully established how this international alignment was finalized. Only in hindsight did they discover Montreal's importance as a hub for French heroin destined for New York. As Spirito and d'Agostino settled into their new lives, a much broader pattern of reordering was playing out across the Mediterranean. In Marseille, Spirito and Carboni's former rivals, the Guarini brothers, were successfully consolidating their place as Le Milieu's most prominent bosses. Their ascendancy, as they saw it, was justly earned. The oldest of the brothers, Antoine, dutifully answered his nation's call as a conscript in the French army in 1940. For his pains and his reputation, the Vichy government exiled him to Corsica. Meanwhile, Meme, the younger brother, joined La Résistance and aided in Marseille's liberation in 1944. Their collective service endeared them to the city's long-serving post-war mayor, Gaston Defferre. As heirs to the old Carbone Spirito duopoly, Guarinis restored Caid rule over the city's vice industry. The nuts and bolts of their empire, as one intimate remembered it, was the world of American-style bars that featured charming hostesses and nightclubs with well-trained entertainers. Naturally, it was via Marseille's port that their wider influence was felt. With French troops actively combating insurgents in Indochina, now Vietnam, the two skimmed money off the top of currency shipments dispatched from the colonial capital of Saigon. As in the pre-war era, the Guarinis exercised their interests over the harbor with a cooperative touch. Wartime collaborators living abroad, such as Spirito, were neither ostracized nor ignored. Competing gangs were worked into waterfront schemes. Political favors on behalf of Gaston Defferre did much to maintain a temperate climate within the city's underworld. When far-right militants threatened Defferre in the early 1960s, Meme saw to it that his men protected him from harm. The Guarinis likely required little inventiveness in stimulating the inflow of opium into Marseille. Despite the imposition of a ban by the colonial government in 1945, Hmong farmers in northern Indochina continued to produce opium that found its way to France via traffickers in Saigon. Merchant sailors arriving from Turkey, Yugoslavia, and Lebanon also cashed in on illicit opium that came into their possession while abroad. By the early 1950s, the Caids of Marseille imposed greater order over the trade. Rather than rely on an uncoordinated flow of opium, gangs established fixed relationships with brokers in Turkey and the Levant. Critical to the forging of these ties were associates and relatives with the links to the eastern Mediterranean. Together, they imbued drug trafficking groups based in Istanbul and Beirut with greater power. Post-war Istanbul, as one seasoned American narcotics officer put it, was the hot spot of the world when it came to dealing in contraband opium. Purchasing the drug required no more effort than finding a bar or club close to the city's docks. Within a couple of years, a clear pecking order emerged in town in terms of who dispensed the greatest amount of opium or morphine to potential buyers. While handfuls of small-time syndicates passed raw opium to mules who shipped the drugs via Syria and Lebanon, an executive class of patrons or bosses dealt directly with the Garinis and their successors. At the top of this stratum of Istanbul's underworld were two men, Ihsan Sekban and Hüseyin İmanoğlu. Locals referred to both men as being Laz, a small Georgian-speaking minority from Turkey's northwest coast. Like Corsicans in Marseille, Laz migrants came to Istanbul by the tens of thousands over the previous decades in search of work, particularly as sailors and porters. While Aminolu may have got his start in the drug business as an errand boy along the docks, Laz Ihsan, as he was commonly known, may have alternately driven a cab or worked as a petty hashish dealer before hitting it big. In contrast to others who formed the French connection, little else was ever learned about their background or their relationship with Istanbul's Laz underworld. Newspapers rarely mentioned their names, let alone explored the inner workings of their industry. American narcotics officials quickly came to understand that policemen, journalists, and politicians protected them. To this day, discussion of Sekban, Aminolu, and other French Connection notables remains deeply taboo inside Turkey. By comparison, Lebanon's transformation into a French Connection nexus was far more public and jolting. With its independence from France amid the Second World War, Lebanon reaped the benefits of the peace that followed. The country's reputation as a pro-Western oasis nestled between Nasser's Egypt and Batiste's Iraq buoyed its economic prospects. Beirut's tourism industry expanded rapidly through the 1950s as visitors flocked to take in the city's beauty and warmth. Increased international exposure also brought unwelcome repute for other kinds of entertainment available to sightseers. Americans would get a bang out of this place, as one low tourist guide put it. Vegas doesn't even start to compare with the frenetic high living, gambling, and prostitution of Beirut and its mountain resort environs. Beirut's renown as the Sin City of the Middle East was predicated upon its earlier history as first an Ottoman and then French imperial entrepot. As a port welcoming sailors and merchants from all points of the compass, bars, cafes, and brothels were long-standing features of the city's landscape. In 1920, Beirut, then a city with just over 100,000 residents, possessed a population of around 1,200 prostitutes, of which at least a third came from Turkey, Greece, and France. The city's vice industry grew with the help of its most renowned gangster, Sami Al-Khoury. Born in 1927, Al-Khoury came of age in the predominantly Christian town of Zala and the Bekaa Valley. Before ever touching the heroin trade, he grew familiar with narcotics by way of hashish, a staple crop found in the Bekaa. The expansion of Lebanon's tourism industry after the Second World War allowed Al-Khoury to grow his criminal repertoire. Through his links to the Lebanese diaspora in Buenos Aires and Rio, he ran a South American network of white slavers tasked with enlisting women into Beirut's commercial sex industry. Together with women trafficked into the country from Europe, Lebanon's capital in the late 1960s reputedly possessed more prostitutes than Paris and Rome combined. Al-Khoury's connections to South America exposed him to the growing trade in cocaine, a rare and highly sought-after commodity in post-war Lebanon. Of all his dealings, it was his status as one of Beirut's largest wholesalers of imported Turkish opium and Syrian morphine that garnered him international renown. Like Ihsan Sekban, his largesse was indebted to his exclusive relationship with Antoine Gourini and other bosses in Marseille. No less valuable to his operation were the politicians and policemen who protected Al-Khoury from prosecution and unwanted attention. The freedom with which he went about his business stirred a general feeling of apprehension among narcotics agents from the United States. The extent to which officials abetted drug trafficking by Al-Khoury and others led to a consensus within Anslinger's FBN that the Lebanese government was in fact in the narcotics business. The individuals who transported narcotics sold by Ihsan Sekban and Sami Al-Khoury were multinational, adaptable, and fluidly linked. Major drug traffickers at times made for strange bedfellows. In the early 1950s, Greeks from Istanbul and Athens negotiated shipments on the behalf of major Turkish traffickers, such as in the case of opium purchased on the behalf of Happy Meltzer's ring in Mexico. Marseille's leading Qaiads often trusted friends, family members, and partners of Armenian descent in securing large shipments from Lebanon and Turkey. Witnesses to these transactions often marveled at the ease with which historical animosities were set aside. As one middleman understood it, to be an Armenian, even in Turkey, was in itself an advantage, since his people were a minority without a homeland, but were everywhere. Ties forged by history and diaspora remained important after Turkish opiates were processed into heroin in Marseille. Ships and planes bound for the Americas were met by cohorts of men with diverse pasts. By the early 1950s, Vincenzo Cotroni's outfit in Montreal worked in tandem with the Bonanos, the smallest of New York's 5 families. Cross-border trade was then taken over by Americans, such as Carmine Galante, a veteran of the Prohibition era, and Lucien Rivard, a French-Canadian whose miraculous 1965 escape from prison earned him the distinction of being the Canadian Newsmaker of the Year. Before Castro's revolution of 1959, Rivard's interests also extended to Cuba, where he colluded with former chemists and smugglers associated with François Spirito and Paul Carbone. The French connection's use of Havana and Mexico City as way stations proved fleeting. By the 1960s, traffickers out of Marseille looked to Argentina as a more stable base for routing heroin into the American market. Since the late 1940s, Buenos Aires had become the home of former gangsters and Nazi collaborators on the run from French justice. Presiding over the trade in South America was Auguste Ricord, an early apprentice to François Spirito and a former Gestapo intelligence asset. On his own, Ricord built an impressive empire that spanned the length of the Americas. A smattering of professional smugglers, pilots, and merchant seamen from Corsica, Argentina, Chile, and Panama funneled heroin through multiple U.S. ports of entry. Paraguay, then under the brutal dictatorship of Alfredo Stroessner, became an especially dependable base for Ricord's minions. For those who helped build the northern and southern branches of the French Connection, the heroin trade offered a foundation from which gangsters and smugglers expanded into their illicit industries. The wealth the Cotroni family generated from narcotics helped strengthen their hand over illicit gambling and cigarette smuggling in Montreal. Pilots who ferried Auguste Ricord's heroin into the United States at times made as large a killing upon their return trip south. After offloading drugs in Florida, Louisiana, and California, smugglers packed their planes with American-made jeans and cigarettes, which sold at 3 to 4 times their value on the Latin American black market. It was in this new environment of trans-Mediterranean and Atlantic trade that the mafias of Italy regained their strength. Their slow road to recovery mirrored the country's broader recuperation after Mussolini's demise. Invading Allied troops found much of southern Italy devastated. Strict food rationing and starvation ravaged the countryside. Banditry reared its head again in Sicily, leaving local authorities outgunned and overwhelmed. British soldiers found the city of Naples so poverty-stricken that an estimated 10% of resident women, roughly 40,000 in total, had resorted to prostitution. To arrest the scale of rural lawlessness, as well as restore some measure of political normalcy, the Allied occupation embraced whatever support it could find among more traditional elites. As a post-fascist order took hold, landowners, urban retailers, and the scions of old families filled positions of political weight. A good many of these early recruits were men who distinguished themselves as either mafiosi or camorristi. American and British officers were somewhat aware that many of their local collaborators had a checkered past. In Sicily, American intelligence agents understood that many of the translators they hired were provincial capos or American mafiosi who had returned to Italy. By the end of the war, at least 65 expelled American mobsters took up residence in Sicily. This infusion of U.S. experience, as well as the personal connections that came with it, helped prod the Sicilian mafia into more expansive directions. Post-war recovery efforts resuscitated the fortunes of camorristi and mafiosi almost from the start. As in Japan, shortages and the continued rationing of basic needs created a black market ripe for exploitation. The proceeds and power that came from their control of contraband were a critical first stepping stone for capos and camorristi looking to regain strength. The massive influx of funds under the Marshall Plan created even greater opportunities. As reconstruction and modernization efforts got underway, Mafia and Camorra families positioned themselves as patrons or quiet partners behind the companies bidding for government contracts. This renewed culture of clientelism grew more entrenched as the Italian welfare state came of age. As expanded government offices multiplied, Camorra and Mafia extortionists became the arbitrators of public services, including doling out jobs and contracts. Illicit profits soared in the 1960s as the Italian economy expanded faster than many of Europe's larger states. New business opportunities, as well as the allure of greater prosperity, permanently altered the country's relationship with its mafias in the South. Rather than seek new lives in the Americas, significant numbers of Sicilian and Neapolitan gangsters resettled in Rome, Milan, and other northern cities. As previously provincial mafiosi made inroads into these virgin territories, yet another honored society emerged in the public eye. In Calabria, on the toe of the Italian peninsula, crimes authorities had long struggled to contain acts of brigandage and extortion in the countryside. Locals presumed that what confronted them was simply a native variety of Camorra or Mafia. Journalists covering a rash of killings in the mid-1950s discovered otherwise. What they found was a distinct underworld dominated by a group calling itself the 'Ndrangheta. As a culture likely forged in the late 1800s by transplanted camorristi, the 'Ndrangheta embraced similar rituals associated with their counterparts in Naples. As with the Mafia of Sicily, kidnapping and ransom were foundational to the 'Ndrangheta existence. Between 1970 and 1991, more than a third of all kidnappings in Italy were associated with criminals from Calabria. After the close of the Second World War, 'Ndranghetisti equally won over the patronage networks commanding both the country's construction boom and the growth of government services. Opportunities to go north transformed Calabria's mafia into something more than a provincial nuisance. By the 1970s, Ndranghetisti purportedly dominated smuggling interests, transcending the Italian-Swiss border. Narcotics trafficking was initially a force very few in Italy anticipated or were prepared for. The very first heroin deals to take place after the war were the product of external pressure and sheer opportunism. While American agents attempted to tie Lucky Luciano to the drug trade, local Italian entrepreneurs struck out on their own, acquiring legally produced heroin or abandoned stocks left over from the war. For a time, chemists in Trieste and other northern cities established morphine and heroin production facilities with an eye towards the transatlantic market. A turning point came in 1957 when Joe Bonanno, overseer of the Montreal to New York pipeline, arrived in Sicily at the head of a large American delegation. With the likes of Lucky Luciano and Carmine Galante in tow, Bonanno offered a small coterie of Palermo capos an exceptional opportunity. From then on, they could acquire their own franchise rights to produce and smuggle dope in tandem with brokers and wholesalers out of Marseille. To mitigate any potential strife among Coche, who partook in the drug trade, Bonanno suggested that capos on the island form their own governing body akin to the New York-based commission. Such a ruling council of mafiosi had in fact existed in Sicily for some time, although it may not have wielded much power before the 1950s. What changed after 1957 was the influence narcotics would have over the growth and stability of mafia life on the island. Competition between older and newer Koch increased as new rackets, particularly drug and cigarette smuggling, supplanted older sources of income derived from the Sicilian countryside. The violence that resulted from internal rows fittingly became more grotesque. In 1962, two of Palermo's largest families, the Grecos and La Barberas, went to war with one another over a disputed heroin deal. In scenes reminiscent of Capone's reign over Chicago, dynamite attacks and targeted killings ushered in a reign of terror. The war culminated in June 1963 when police officers unwittingly detonated a car bomb in Ciaculli outside Palermo, killing 7 of them. The Ciaculli massacre, as it was remembered, led to the first major government crackdown on the mafia in the history of the young Italian Republic. Police and carabinieri effected over 1,200 arrests, forcing capos of several powerful families into exile in the Americas. Media scrutiny increased as the Parliament in Rome opened its own inquiry into the influence of the mafia. It took 13 years for the body to issue a final report. Despite evidence to the contrary, doubts lingered as to whether a criminal fraternity existed in Sicily. Old stereotypes, in many cases, proved more persuasive. One senator insisted that the mafia was simply a Sicilian state of mind, a product, as he mistakenly put it, of a millennium of Muslim domination on the island. For others, what was witnessed in Sicily was nothing more than gangsterismo, an unfortunate artifact imported from the United States. This hesitancy to recognize Sicily's mafia, let alone the Camorra or 'Ndrangheta, was echoed in the films of the period. Post-war Italy was the recipient of a number of films set against the backdrop of crime and violence in Naples or in the dry Sicilian landscape. Virtually all of them deal with honor societies, with a relatively light touch. Director Francesco Rossi, for example, provided audiences with several dramatic renderings of the Mafia and Camorra, including classics such as Salvatore Giuliano and Hands Over the City. and neither of these pictures do the characters associated with the Mafia or Camorra take center stage. The genuine villains of these films were the more abstract forces that governed Italy as a whole. As Rossi described it, Salvatore Giuliano was a film dedicated to denouncing the links between the power of the state, the power of the institutions, and the mafia. Rossi's intensely political treatments of crime in southern Italy resounded among critics of the Italian government. Since the abolition of the Italian monarchy in 1946, electoral politics rendered sharp partisan divisions in various parts of the country. The electoral strength of the Italian Communist Party galvanized backing for the more conservative Christian Democratic Party. In addition to the support of the Catholic Church and prominent commercial interests, Christian Democrats could count upon the assistance of Sicilian capos and their soldiers at election time. Supporting aspiring communist revolutionaries and reformers, let alone revived fascist parties, was out of the question for many in the Mafia. While I was in Catania, the instructions were to vote only for centrist parties, the Democratic parties, one mafioso later confessed. The Christian Democrats were a democratic party, truly democratic. They'd share power. The Mafia could get along with that. It would make it possible to do more. It was also known that the U.S. government and Italy's new NATO allies were equally as enthusiastic to support the continuation of Christian Democrat rule. American diplomats in Rome, however, did not perceive themselves in alliance with the Mafia. In fact, according to one consular official, it was impossible to make a definitive judgment on any party's relationship with Sicily's mafiosi. From his perspective, more rigorous policing and the passage of anti-mafia laws in the early 1960s had made the mafia into a thing of only local importance. There were others who also presumed that the government had finally slain the Sicilian mafia after 1963. Nothing, of course, could be further from the truth. As the dust settled from the Ciarciuli massacre, Kosh on the island rebounded and slowly grew in size. By the 1970s, the press increasingly spoke of a new mafia, one that was more urban, more globalized, more politically connected, and less anchored to the provincialism of the past. As heroin trafficking became vital to the livelihoods of historic families like the Grecos, younger leaders came to the fore. When the influence of Marseille's Caiads began to wane in the mid-1970s, Sicilian chemists and smugglers with links in the Americas assumed greater importance. According to one estimate, roughly 30% of all heroin consumed in the United States in 1980 was processed or passed through Sicily. Meanwhile, in 1970s Italy, a wave of terrorist attacks and attempted coups by radical leftists and right-wing militants shook the country's political establishment to the core. Long, influential clandestine societies, such as the Freemasons and Opus Dei, appeared to be among the forces who controlled Italian politics behind the scenes. Many assumed that Sicily's mafia, which now operated throughout the country, helped sustain the right's influence at the expense of the public and the state. More critical voices did not interpret this transformation as a product of the changing economy of crime. In Italy and elsewhere, the politics of the Cold War appeared to favor those who helped engineer the growth of the transatlantic drug trade. Early proponents of this view, such as Alfred McCoy, argued that the French connection arose with the tacit support of the United States and its allies. The evidence, as he saw it, was as plain as day. Up until Fidel Castro's seizure of power in 1959, Cuba's pro-American president, Fulgencio Batista, had given sanctuary to American and French mobsters. In France, Marseille's mayor, Gaston Defferre, and his Socialist Party enlisted thugs belonging to the Guarini brothers to crush striking workers in 1947. Behind the revival of the old criminal syndicates in both Marseille and Sicily, McCoy argued, were American intelligence officers who employed local mafiosi as agents and toughs. He maintained, however, that the CIA did not dabble in the drug trafficking. Its complicity, whatever it may have been, was instead the inadvertent but inevitable consequence of its role in the Cold War. Mafias did not need the CIA or the backing of U.S.-led consensus to influence politics. The wealth they began to generate and the environment in which they operated provided the basis for the power they enjoyed. In Lebanon, for example, Sami al-Khoury's transnational business dealings attracted the attention of police and spies looking for information. His frequent visits to the famed Casino du Liban, once heralded as a cornerstone of the Lebanese economy, put him in contact with drug dealers and money launderers from France as well as elements of the French Secret Service. In Turkey, Ihsan Sekban and other top traffickers were similarly suspected of ratting out rivals in exchange for police protection. Turkish generals later admitted to American diplomats that Adnan Menderes, winner of the country's first multi-party election, went as far as to harbor officials who were involved in opium traffic as major violators. Disclosures such as these left American officials unsettled. Yet, the closeness with which criminals and governments often interacted exposed a harsh reality. Mafias did not necessarily undermine the security or stability of states. To the contrary, they were often a part of the reigning establishment. International attention to the French connection rose slowly over the course of decades. Isolated arrests of prominent traffickers such as François Spirito and Sami al-Khoury brought only intermittent recognition of the complexity of the transatlantic heroin trade through the 1950s. This lack of both public awareness and government urgency troubled Harry Anslinger. By the time of his retirement from public service in 1962, his Federal Bureau of Narcotics still lagged behind J. Edgar Hoover's FBI in terms of funding and popular exposure. Nevertheless, he and his agents remained undaunted in their efforts to bring greater focus to the international drugs trade. Anslinger doggedly pursued the gaze of the American media, as he had before the Second World War. When a committee in the U.S. Senate opened hearings in the early 1950s on organized crime, Anslinger's deputies eagerly presented testimony as to the scope and dangers posed by international traffickers. The narrative that emerged from these senatorial investigations was comprehensive and convincing. Unlike public inquiries in Italy and elsewhere, the Senate's probe into organized crime was tediously dedicated to naming the chief culprits and documenting the trafficking networks that spanned Europe and the Americas. To this day, much of what is known of the French connection remains grounded in the evidence submitted during these hearings. The earnestness with which FBN agents attempted to publicize their findings was matched only by the energy with which they sought to bring their foreign partners into line. Since the end of the Second World War, Anslinger's small bureau worked to establish fixed offices in various countries deemed vital to the global fight against narcotics. By 1963, they opened permanent field offices in Bangkok, Mexico City, Paris, Marseille, Rome, Beirut, and Istanbul. More significant still were their efforts to provide technical assistance and training to local police forces. FBN agents promoted American investigative techniques, sponsored English classes, and counseled partner governments in establishing specialized counter-narcotics squads. Much of this work, however, bore scant fruit. Many states, including close American allies, resisted calls for more rigorous controls over native opium cultivation. In Europe and in Asia, agents grew discouraged in the face of local corruption and official complicity in the drug trade. The FBN ultimately had its own problems to contend with. In 1968, the Bureau was reorganized and placed under the close supervision of the Department of Justice. Redubbed the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, Anslinger's old organization drew unwanted scrutiny over what many suspected was a culture of graft and maleficence. After unceremoniously firing dozens of New York-based officers on charges of corruption, the newly expanded BNDD retained only 200 seasoned agents, despite a mandate to expand the Bureau's size almost eightfold. After 1970, the new head of the BNDD went as far as to request assistance from the CIA to monitor any illegal activities within his own ranks. Dramatic changes taking place in Washington partially compensated for the pangs of dejection felt among American narcotics officers. In the winter of 1969, Richard Nixon entered the White House promising to forge an honorable peace in Vietnam. He also vowed action on deepening crises at home. In the aftermath of Martin Luther King's assassination, intense waves of rioting swept across the United States, with hundreds dead and multiple cities in ruin. Nixon framed the unrest as symptomatic of the abysmal state of crime and security in the country. Statistics from America's largest cities spoke to the gravity of this challenge. Between 1960 and 1976, the number of robberies in New York had risen an astonishing 1,200%. At the start of this same period, the city also recorded an annual total 390 homicide deaths. That number increased to 1,600 a year within a decade and a half. For members of the new administration, rampant drug use was in large measure to blame, and from what they could tell, little headway was being made in stopping the epidemic. According to one CIA study, Turkish opium was abundant to the point that chemists in Marseille were paying 32% less for morphine base than they had a decade earlier. A trafficker could make up to $210,000 inside the United States for selling a kilo of French refined heroin, some 42 times the going wholesale price. For Nixon, a solution to the American drug epidemic demanded a more vigorous campaign abroad. In a July 1969 message to Congress, the president outlined a 10-point agenda to tackle the nation's narcotics problem. In addition to a host of steps geared towards domestic enforcement and treatment, Nixon promised a robust international effort. There are high profits in the illicit market for those who smuggle narcotics and drugs into the United States, he announced. We intend to raise the risks and cost of engaging in this wretched traffic. It was at this moment that many historians marked the official beginning of America's ongoing war on drugs. Nixon's advisors proposed a multi-pronged campaign aimed at stamping out what they believed was the source of 95% of the heroin consumed in the United States. Thousands of narcotics agents and other personnel were to be sent to the Mexican border. Diplomats, along with the president himself, pressed the French government to crack down on illicit heroin labs in the city of Marseille. An equal amount of pressure was heaped upon Turkey, the French connection's primary opium source. Yet even then, Nixon's men understood there were limits to American influence. Pushing too hard against American allies such as Mexico, they believed, was counterproductive if it led to a breakdown in relations. It also seemed that successful interventions in one or all of these countries could potentially stimulate rises in opium cultivation and heroin trafficking in other parts of the world. Worse still, in Southeast Asia, it was assumed that government officials were involved in the trade and were expected to hamper suppression efforts. Nixon and his team soldiered on despite these trepidations. 3 years into this offensive, there were signs of success. Mexico did crack down on opium and marijuana cultivation. After some initial tension, Paris complied with American demands, leading to a spectacular series of raids and arrests in the south of France. Ankara also yielded, despite objections that banning opium would cause harm to the economy and the lives of farmers. The phrase French Connection was not a part of the global lexicon at the beginning of Nixon's crusade. Its genesis instead came in the fall of 1971, just after Turkey announced plans to halt all opium cultivation in the country. When reviewers first took in William Friedkin's action movie, The French Connection, most drew no connection between the film and the president's anti-narcotics campaign. Popular attention instead gravitated to Gene Hackman's relentless performance as Detective Jimmy Popeye Doyle, a ruthless cop who cracks a high-stakes dope case on the streets of New York City. Many critics admired the film for Hackman's unvarnished portrayal of a policeman, unencumbered by morality or civility. Popeye, as one New York Times columnist saw it, was no American fascist. He was instead an avatar for one of the most deprived members of contemporary society, the underpaid cop. Even though the picture opens in Marseille and alludes to the intricacy with which the heroin trade was engineered, Friedkin himself spoke ambivalently about the film's relationship to the actual mafias and crimes it fictionalized. The French Connection, like the best-selling book it was based on, was a cop drama immersed in hard-boiled action. Nevertheless, the film proved timely. Thereafter, politicians, newspaper reporters, and television pundits regularly appropriated the film's title as a catch-all phrase to describe the complexities and personalities associated with transatlantic heroin trafficking. It is likely that no one who saw The French Connection in 1971 imagined that the United States would spend untold billions on anti-narcotics enforcement. Probably fewer still saw Nixon's efforts begetting a proverbial war that continues today. By the time Nixon resigned in disgrace, it was readily apparent that the gains the U.S. had achieved were short-lived. Turkey allowed for the resumption of opium cultivation in 1974. Marcel Franchisi, who had taken over the Marseille underworld after the 1967 assassination of Antoine Guérini, remained at large. Worst of all, the drug epidemic remained acute in the United States and was spreading to Europe. French officials estimated in 1978 that there were as many as 30,000 heroin addicts in the country, a tenfold increase in a matter of 5 years. Similar increases were posted in West Germany, which had up to 80,000 heroin users before the decade was over. The opening of the war on drugs is not significant solely for its failure to curb addiction. It was in the aftermath of Nixon's grand offensive that the world witnessed a dramatic metastasis of mafias. From the mid-1970s, reorganized or altogether new criminal syndicates gained strength in Europe and the Americas. The emergence of these new syndicates took advantage of older mafias that grew weaker in the years that followed Nixon's global offensive. Driving this change were two fundamental forces. On the one hand, the slow collapse of communism gave rise to an array of criminal enterprises in countries where the rule of law was beginning to crumble. On the other, narcotics production continued to expand and multiply, despite earnest multinational efforts to suppress drug trafficking at its source. A startling number of would-be mafias appeared across Mexico, Colombia, the former Soviet Union, the Balkans, and the Sahel. How the world interpreted this more frightening era of crime was, in many ways, the product of a discrete set of preceding events that had transpired in America. Bigger than U.S. Steel, Mafia politics, and the globalization of post-war American paranoia. It took only a few scant minutes for news of Albert Anastasia's death to arrive at the Brooklyn waterfront. Hardened longshoremen purportedly turned white and immediately raced to Manhattan to confirm that indeed the man nicknamed the High Executioner was dead. What they found has since become one of the most iconic images in American mafia history. Anastasia's corpse was still on the floor of the barber shop of the Park Sheraton Hotel. At 20 minutes past 10 o'clock on the morning of 25 October 1957, two gunmen with scarves over their faces fired 10 rounds. Only 5 shots found their mark. 11 men witnessed the killing, but none moved to prevent Anastasia's death. The New York Police Department announced almost immediately that 100 detectives were assigned to investigate the murder. No one, however, was ever held to account. Ironically, more than one newspaperman noted that Arnold Rothstein, the man who fixed the 1919 World Series and fostered the careers of Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky, was shot outside the same hotel nearly 30 years earlier in 1928. His murderer also went unpunished. The American public in 1957 did not need a great deal of context to understand the gravity of Albert Anastasia's demise. His name had been circulating in the press for the better part of 20 years. Unlike many of his peers, he was born in Calabria and began his life in the United States as a teenager working the Brooklyn piers. Within 2 years of his illegal entry into the country, as the New York Times put it, he became involved in the Mafia criminal society of Sicilians and Calabrians. His greatest notoriety came with his association with the Lepka Buchalter's Murder, Inc. At the time of his death, the High Executioner was the head of the Gambino family, one of the city's reputed 5 families. A year earlier, a committee in the U.S. Senate, led by its chief counsel Robert F. Kennedy, called him to testify about his involvement in illicit dealings. Had he lived, Kennedy told the press, he was planning to have Anastasia testify again. The Senate's peering interest into Anastasia's illegal enterprises reflected a new environment in which officials and everyday citizens understood the Mafia. Print media, particularly in American cities, had never lost interest in criminal combinations and their kingpins. Mob bosses continued to make good copy, a phenomenon drilled home with Lucky Luciano's deportation to Italy in 1946. Rising crime statistics after the war, however, compelled both officials and citizens to reassess the significance of organized crime. The growing belief that a single clandestine organization controlled vice and narcotics throughout the United States assumed new importance against the backdrop of the Cold War. With fears of Soviet subversion mounting, noted opinion makers, both high and low, proposed that mobsters and the Red Menace were birds of the same feather. A crisis of morality confronted America. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover declared in 1956, a crisis that, if left unchecked, would lead to both lawlessness and the unfettered growth of communism. Popular pulp journalists Jack Late and Lee Mortimer equated the Mafia with the perceived ideological and moral threat of the far left. As authors of the popular Confidential series, which detailed, often in crude terms, the underworld happenings of various towns across the country, Late and Mortimer explicitly likened America's Mafia to a super government whose tentacles extended into the depths of politics and the economy. Mafia cabals, like communist subversives, were inseparable from the modern iniquities of drug use, race mixing, or homosexuality. At a time when issues of crime and corruption were drawing greater amounts of public interest, a new and ambitious member of the U.S. Senate, Estes Kefauver, seized center stage. Like his more notorious counterpart, Joseph McCarthy, the Tennessee-bred lawyer leveraged the country's mounting anxieties to great effect. He carefully outmaneuvered McCarthy in first establishing a committee dedicated to exploring the pervasiveness of interstate gambling and racketeering activities. McCarthy accepted this reversal and established his own feared committee dedicated to rooting out communists in public life. Between 1950 and 1951, the Tennessee senator took his investigation on the road, staging hearings in 14 different cities. Hundreds of witnesses appeared before Kefauver's inquest. Though local municipalities had held similar public inquiries years before, the committee's 2-year investigation quickly evolved into a very modern spectacle. Kefauver subpoenaed a veritable who's who of the American underworld to answer questions before his fellow senators. Most, including the likes of Meyer Lansky, Mickey Cohen, Albert Anastasia, and other mob luminaries, took shelter under the Fifth Amendment. Frank Costello, heir to Lucky Luciano's New York family, was the only boss to offer direct responses. Costello's appearance before the Kefauver Committee topped off what became a tidal wave of mass media interest. In addition to the newspapers and magazines that followed the investigation's every step, it was the new medium of television that brought the issue of the Mafia's rise to power home to average Americans. At its height, anywhere between 17 and 30 million viewers tuned into the Kefauver hearings, a TV audience larger than any that watched the 1951 World Series. Many readers of the American press were certainly exposed to the notion of the Mafia before 1950. Yet through the power of television, Estes Kefauver saw to it that all Americans recognized and understood its explicit meaning and significance. His committee drew upon several sources in presenting its findings. An early influence on Kefauver's thinking was the surly Confidential series written by Jack Late and Lee Mortimer. The supposed closeness with which the committee echoed the duo's lurid insights drew claims from the authors that the committee's final report was practically a plagiarism of their accounts of crime in Chicago and Washington, D.C. Of greater consequence to Kefauver's work was the testimony and insights provided by Harry Anslinger of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Anslinger's agents gave the committee hundreds of documents detailing the history, structure, and dealings of crime syndicates across the country. Though stopping short of identifying a singular American mafia, the FBN contributed mightily to Kefauver's conclusions. The mafia, his final report argued, was essential to binding the country's two most dominant criminal syndicates in New York and Chicago together. Lesser gangs followed their lead. Wherever the committee has gone, the report continued, it has run into the trail of this elusive, shadowy, and sinister organization. But what precisely was the Mafia? Kefauver understood it came from Sicily and was brought over to America via thugs, who comprised the Black Hand and other groups. The contemporary American Mafia, he cautioned, was no longer confined to persons of Sicilian origin, Though never explicitly stated as such, he and his fellow senators carefully noted the involvement of Jews and, to a lesser extent, Irish and others as well. For all its hype, the Kefauver Committee drew a range of reactions. A translation of the Senate's final report, Gangsterismo in America, as it was titled, sparked a little introspection in Italy, despite being the first book to be published on the Mafia since the end of the war. Its publication in Britain under the name Crime in America was also met with a degree of indifference and derision. A close reading of Kefauver's investigation, as one reviewer saw it, was that American laws governing vice were not only unenforced, which the senator proves, but unenforceable. Closer to home, muckraking columnist Walter Winchell mused that American television viewers were likely more envious than indignant after Frank Costello's testimony. How else could an average, hard-working, debt-ridden citizen react after learning Costello could swing elections and kept $50,000 in cash around the house in spending money? America, in Winchell's estimation, was holding a mirror up to itself. Those who participated in illegal gambling and other vices were just as complicit in the rackets as Costello. Others were unsettled by Kefauver's intense scrutiny of Italian and Jewish Americans. Pressure from Jewish and Italian interest groups forced the committee to close some of their sessions for fear of drawing accusations of bigotry. Meanwhile, one noted personality remained conspicuously silent. FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover did not endorse Kefauver's findings regarding the Mafia in the press. In speaking before the committee, he placed greater blame on local authorities who failed to enforce the law. In hindsight, Hoover's approbation smacked of hypocrisy. It became well known that he cultivated a close friendship with Clint Murchison, Sr., a Texas oil tycoon with extensive ties to Mafia figures in New York and elsewhere. Murchison treated Hoover to multiple all-expenses-paid vacations in San Diego, where the two enjoyed afternoons betting at the Del Mar racetrack. Murchison owned a piece of Hoover, one political insider later claimed. Rich people always try to put their money with the sheriff because they're looking for protection. You can do a lot of illegal things if the head lawman is your buddy. Events forced a sudden change in Hoover's attitude towards organized crime. Just weeks after the 1957 assassination of Albert Anastasia, law enforcement officials in rural New York stumbled upon a large gathering of cars and limousines drawn from across the country. Further surveillance revealed a congregation of dozens of well-dressed men at the home of a known former bootlegger. A raid soon followed, leading to the apprehension of 58 suspects. Many of those taken were later charged with obstruction and supplying false statements. Among those known to have attended the fabled meeting in Apalachin, New York, were some of the most notorious figures within the American underworld. New York bosses Vito Genovese and Paul Castellano, Sam Giancana of Chicago, Santo Trafficante from Tampa, and Frank DeSimone, heir to Jack Dragna's crime family in Los Angeles. The meeting, according to later testimony, constituted an emergency session of the fabled commission, first established by Lucky Luciano. In addition to smoothing over internal relations in New York in the wake of Anastasia's killing, attendees at Apalachin also purportedly spoke of the growing importance of the narcotics trade. Regardless of the content of the discussions, the indisputable presence of so many gangsters in one place, let alone in an isolated hamlet 150 miles from New York City, inflamed both the public and the government at large. A sense of embarrassment compelled J. Edgar Hoover to jerry-rig a self-styled top hoodlum squad aimed at gathering information on suspected crime bosses. A new round of Senate hearings was organized, this time under the leadership of John L. McClellan of Arkansas. The McClellan Committee pursued an even more earnest line of investigation than Kefauver's, dragging in both feared gangsters and the powerful labor leader, Jimmy Hoffa, head of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. It was later, under McClellan's watch, that Anslinger's agents first revealed the details of the French Connection heroin trade. As the 1960s began, much of Washington appeared resolved to take on organized crime in many of its forms. For all these setbacks, the mood among the country's leading mobsters remained buoyant. The loss of Havana to Castro's revolution compelled the Mafia to deepen its influence in Las Vegas. Control over major illegal gambling networks and wire services remained strong. Alliances with trade unions and local dignitaries provided a variety of crime families with sources of wealth and political protection. When the FBI began wiretapping Meyer Lansky in the early 1960s, agents caught a sense of the aging gangster's sentiments one night as he watched television with his wife. During a panel discussion, one TV presenter avowed that organized crime was second in size to the American government. Turning to his wife, Lansky rendered his own assessment. "We're bigger than U.S. Steel," he told her. Upon becoming president in 1961, John F. Kennedy embraced the crusade against the Mafia more than any of his predecessors. With the help of his brother Robert, who he appointed Attorney General, Kennedy made his effort to crack down on organized crime a centerpiece of his domestic agenda. Federal authorities intensified their surveillance of prominent crime bosses and sought creative avenues to hold them to account. In 1961, for example, immigration officials deported the reputed head of the New Orleans mob, Carlos Marcello, to Guatemala, the country he listed on his forged birth certificate. Jimmy Hoffa, who had evaded conviction for attempting to bribe a Senate aide in the 1950s, was sent to prison for jury tampering. The greatest of all coups against the American Mafia came in the summer of 1963. That August, news leaked that FBI agents had secured the cooperation of Joseph Valachi, a soldier in New York's Genovese family. Valachi, it was reported, would tell all he knew about the Appalachian and the families that held sway over New York and other cities. Above all, he intended to reveal the secret name this constellation of syndicates genuinely went by, La Cosa Nostra. After weeks of media anticipation, Valachi finally sat before John McClellan's committee at the end of September. Like the Kefauver hearings more than a decade earlier, Valachi's testimony garnered a television audience numbering in the millions. Speaking slowly, and at times unartfully, he laid out the history of the American Mafia as he knew it and lived it. He outlined in detail the forbidden rites he witnessed when he was initiated as a soldier in the early 1930s. Each family, he argued, followed the same organizational blueprint that had been passed down to them from Sicily. It was with the conclusion of the Castellamarese Wars, he claimed, that the commission first came together. Through all this, Valachi named names, described murders, and gave credence to the existence of a national crime syndicate that reigned over the whole of America's underworld. A correspondent for The Guardian newspaper in the UK could not help but marvel at the congenial atmosphere that enveloped the Senate's proceedings that fall. His inquisitors addressed him as Joe in gentle, understanding tones, and delivered their questions in a more caring manner than those fired at witnesses in the test ban treaty hearings a month earlier. Yet for all the odd moments of laughter his testimony provided, particularly his description of receiving the kiss of death from his fellow inmate Vito Genovese. The global press absorbed Valachi's revelations with few reservations. The transparency of the hearings, both in its presentation on television as well as in its contents, was without precedent. There was now no denying that an American mafia existed, that it had a definite history and a hidden culture that gave it life and authority. Critics in the decades that followed, however, would pick apart Valachi's observations and cast doubt on his truthfulness. Ironically, among those to accept the veracity of his testimony were capos and soldiers residing in Sicily. Before Valachi's revelations, no member of Italy's mafia saw themselves bound to an organization called Cosa Nostra. After translations of his testimony began to circulate, men in Sicily also began to refer to their honored society as our thing. A far more profound crime soon eclipsed these sordid affairs detailed before the McClellan Committee. When John F. Kennedy met his tragic end in Dallas in November 1963, no one in the American press immediately suspected mafia involvement. The apprehension of Lee Harvey Oswald, a man with documented communist proclivities, at first seemed to tell the whole story. Nor did Oswald's murder at the hands of Jack Ruby days later stir public suspicions of a mafia conspiracy. Ruby, as it was revealed, was a local club owner and possessed a seedy reputation dating back to his years living in his hometown of Chicago. This fact, however, bore no weight on the initial judgment of investigators. A year after Kennedy's death, the presidentially appointed Warren Commission declared that Ruby was in no way significantly affiliated with organized crime, and that there was no sign of a conspiracy in either his killing of Oswald or the president's murder. Observers in Europe, however, were among the first to express their belief in a mafia plot. Soviet papers speculated from the beginning that any number of actors could have assassinated Kennedy, including Albert Anastasia's long-defunct gang, Murder, Inc. A prominent French commentator drew inspiration from the testimony of Joseph Valachi and his portrayal of the Supreme Association of Crime present in America. Cosa Nostra, as he understood it, possessed deep-rooted political branches in cities across the country. Who says, he concluded, that Dallas is not under its control? As Americans were laying their murdered president to rest, Mario Puzo was an obscure author with one modestly successful novel under his belt. His second book, an autobiographical tale of poverty set in Manhattan, had floundered, leaving him with no way to pay off his colossal gambling debts. A 1965 review of his second book sparked his imagination. If it only had a little more mafia stuff in it, the critic suggested, maybe the book would have made money. Puzo took the advice to heart and went to work on a new novel. Though his dismal upbringing was marked by thugs and prohibition, he had little first-hand knowledge of the mob. Valachi's testimony, which was published as a bound volume, served as his principal point of reference. After Paramount bought the film rights of an early draft in 1968, Puzo embellished his research with trips to Vegas. He coined the remark, "Make him an offer he can't refuse," after hearing how a pit boss convinced a drunk Hollywood actor to vacate the floor of his casino. Francis Ford Coppola was equally unfamiliar with mafia lore at the time Paramount approached him to direct the dramatization of The Godfather. He had not read Puzo's book, despite it being a bestseller, and had little inclination to make a gangster picture. Like Puzo, however, Coppola needed the money and accepted. What he learned of the mafia also came from books he read at a local public library near his home north of San Francisco. As production on The Godfather began, real mafiosi inserted themselves in the process. Joe Colombo, head of one of New York's 5 families, strong-armed Coppola's team to remove any explicit reference to the Mafia or La Cosa Nostra. Apartments and businesses linked to the mob became sets. The role of Clemenza, Don Corleone's steadfast lieutenant, went to Philip Castellano, a blood relative of Paul Castellano, a successor to Albert Anastasia. For Coppola, however, the connective tissue between his film and New York's underworld was of secondary importance. The Godfather, to him, was a morality tale about capitalism and its relationship to American life. Only in the United States, he declared, could a Sicilian phenomenon have flowered. Everything the Mafia believed in and was set up to handle, absolute control, the carving out of territories, the rigging of prices, and the elimination of competition, everything was here, he later explained. In fact, the corporate philosophy that built our biggest industries and great personal fortunes was a Mafia philosophy. The Italians who imported Cosa Nostra found themselves in the perfect place. The film's release immediately touched off fierce debates over the film's depiction of Catholicism and Italian culture. In the lead-up to its release, New York boss Joe Colombo organized a campaign denouncing both the media and the government for having unfairly maligned Italian Americans as born criminals and degenerates. Demonstrations staged by his Italian-American Civil Rights League drew tens of thousands, a fact that compelled Richard Nixon's Justice Department to abandon use of the term Mafia in its official pronouncements. The League's contention that the Mafia was a government fabrication lost a degree of credibility after Colombo was shot and seriously wounded in a gangland hit during one of his own rallies. What was less controversial was The Godfather's general depiction of America's recent past. Unlike most of its predecessors, such as Howard Hawks' Scarface of 1932, The Godfather was a period piece. Its sequel, which Coppola was initially hesitant to make, delved even further into history. Vito Corleone's journey from Sicily to America, and then from poor immigrant to prosperity, knowingly appealed to a fundamental American experience. Yet, in placing the genesis and drama of the Corleone family during an earlier time, Coppola's vision, consciously or not, had an indelible effect upon how audiences came to perceive the history of the United States. Mafias, as the Godfather series would have it, were not simply plagues of the present or the product of contemporary moral or political struggles. They reflected elemental facets of the country's founding and the nation's development. Historicizing the Mafia through cinema may be the most noteworthy contribution of Coppola's films. The Godfather was intended as entertainment and not a documentary. Yet, even as fiction, it undeniably came close to some of the realities behind the headlines. To phrase it another way, The Godfather invoked certain truths about the origins and nature of the United States in ways that newspapers or scholarly tomes could not. The release of Coppola's Mafia epics occurred as the mood in the country darkened. Mass demonstrations against the Vietnam War were drawing tens of thousands of participants when the film entered circulation. The rave reviews it received coincided with ongoing talk regarding the secrets hidden in the Pentagon Papers and the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy in 1968. The Godfather was still playing in theaters when the Watergate scandal erupted in the summer of 1972. Nixon resigned only a few months before the sequel's debut in late December 1974. It was in this climate of scandal and disillusionment that many of the most devastating revelations concerning the American Mafia emerged. In the wake of Watergate, the Senate voted overwhelmingly to establish a committee to investigate acts of government subversion at home and abroad. Headed by Frank Church of Idaho, the Senate inquiry confirmed long-lingering rumors of a pact formed between the CIA and the mob. In the summer of 1975, Johnny Rosselli, who served as the Chicago outfit's emissary to the West Coast, testified that he had met with a representative from the CIA in 1960 and agreed to help assassinate Fidel Castro. Having lost their casinos in the aftermath of Castro's takeover, the mob appeared to senior American officials to be likely collaborators. The plot, which was first hatched in the summer after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion, admittedly went nowhere. As Rosselli described it to his friend, L.A. boss Jimmy Fratiano, it was a scam from the start. The CIA also had reached out to Santo Trafficante, the crime boss of Tampa, and Sam Giancana, leader of Chicago's outfit, but neither committed themselves to killing Castro. All these fucking wild schemes the CIA dreamed up never got further than Santo, Rosselli privately confessed. He just sat on it, conned everybody into thinking that guys were risking their lives sneaking into Cuba, having boats shot from under them. All bullshit. Unbeknown to the Church Committee, the secret CIA Mafia plot went further than Rosselli and the heads of the Chicago and Tampa mobs. Documents released in 1993 revealed that agents had probed the possibility of recruiting other gangsters as a part of an agency-run hit squad under the operational title ZR Rifle. Among them was Happy Meltzer, the dope dealer extraordinaire from Los Angeles. Meltzer, as one officer described him, possessed the background and talent needed for the operation, given his history of murder and mob activity. It was uncertain, however, whether he would be receptive. ZR Rifle, like other CIA Mafia plots, likely went nowhere after 1961. A torrent of other terrible secrets followed the opening of the Church Committee. In the winter of 1975, newspapers widely covered the emergence of Judith Exner, who claimed to have been a close friend of John F. Kennedy, Johnny Rosselli, and Sam Giancana. Insinuations that she had acted as an intermediary between the Mafia and the president stirred further calls to widen the Senate's inquiry, perhaps even reopen the investigation into the Kennedy assassination. Exner's revelations, coupled with the murders of Rosselli and Giancana in the summer of 1975, pushed suspicions to new heights. Each of these events, and more, many assumed, pointed to a grand conspiracy that connected the American underworld to Washington. Congressional investigations into the CIA, the FBI, and the Mafia continued through the late 1970s. Parallel admissions and secrets surfaced, such as FBI efforts to wiretap Martin Luther King and undermine the civil rights movement. In 1979, a multi-year congressional investigation into the Kennedy assassination issued a final report declaring the conclusions of the Warren Commission flawed and incomplete. It raised the possibility that the Mafia may have killed the president to avenge the loss of their casinos in Cuba and deter further government encroachment. Its alliance with the CIA, as the 1979 report put it, had all the elements necessary for a successful assassination conspiracy: people, motive, and means. However, congressional investigators admitted they were ultimately frustrated in their attempts to determine details of those activities that might have led to the assassination. The report specifically cited the murders of Johnny Rosselli and Sam Giancana as key obstacles in rendering a final judgment. The world media took in these and other conclusions with astonishment. Newspapers and television stations in Europe and elsewhere devoted ample space and airtime to the investigations led by the American Congress. In the Soviet Union, testimony before the Senate and the House of Representatives inspired the popular spy novelist Yulian Semyonov to pen his own version of the events that led to Kennedy's death in Dallas. It was China, and not the CIA or Cuban mercenaries, who had the president killed, wrote Semyonov. Yet it was members of the Mafia, as he imagined it, who most probably pulled the trigger. Beneath the surface of this global fixation, events in the United States were leaving a more subtle series of impressions on international observers. By the close of the 1970s, the contemporary language of Hollywood and the American press resounded within the reporting of local affairs elsewhere in the world. Heads of Marseille's crime families were less frequently referred to as Caiads, but as godfathers or parrain. Bosses in Mexico also came to be depicted as padrinos, who led mafias of their own. In Turkey, the absence of any cultural equivalent to a paternal godfather was of little relevance. Major narcotics traffickers, who previously were known simply as bosses or patrons, came to be called babas, or fathers, in honor of the translated titles of Coppola's films. Before The Godfather, no one referred to the head of a local kosh as a padrino. They were known more affectionately as compare, the proper term for any man who becomes a godparent. With time, however, even notorious bosses in Sicily were pictured posing in a manner that mimicked Marlon Brando. These trends pointed to a new global consensus surrounding the nature and significance of organized crime. From the 1970s on, the term mafia was used everywhere. Often, despite the absence of evidence, many assumed mafias existed in their locality. The organizational structure or code described by Joseph Fallaci became a near-universal point of reference. Events in the United States, in other words, were increasingly internalized and became an instructive base of understanding or comparison. What many learned from Cold War scandals concerning the American Mafia went beyond issues of crime. Governments the world over, it seemed, were the keepers of terrible secrets. Mafias could be a part of a nation's establishment, perhaps in tandem with officials, business leaders, and celebrities. Calamities and acts of intrigue took on new relevance in the eyes of critics outside of the United States. What books and newspapers revealed about a country's past or present was progressively looked upon as only part of the story. Great and small states possessed secret histories that only a select few truly knew or understood. Over time, the public everywhere came to suspect that mafias were a part of that history. One cannot attribute these changes solely to the effect of The Godfather or the drama that unfolded after the death of JFK. They were symptomatic of the terror and disbelief generated by the Cold War. Documented cases of mafia influence in politics and crime echoed the communist conspiracy. Depending how you looked at it, the Mafia and the Red Menace equally emanated from abroad and transcended everyday life. There were those, of course, who doubted all of this. Government crusades against gangsters and communists appeared to many as a ruse meant to obscure more vile plagues, be it militarism, capitalism, or simply unadulterated corruption. Coppola himself believed as much. Those who watched The Godfather thinking it was solely about the mafia were mistaken, he argued. The film was about power and the relationship between a self-styled king and his three sons. It could have been about the Kennedys, The whole idea of a family living in a compound, that was all based on Hyannisport, the Kennedy family's home in Massachusetts. Remember, it wasn't a documentary about Mafia chief Vito Genovese. It was Marlon Brando with Kleenex in his mouth. Key factors that led to the increasing influence and sophistication of mafias, such as the growth of commerce and the mass movement of peoples, were in continuity with precedents set before the Second World War. Xenophobia remained a lens through which mafias were perceived. The reemergence of the Yakuza, the triads, and other syndicates rekindled many of the fears spawned by earlier waves of migration to the West. As a successor to the great European empires of the pre-war period, the United States leveraged its strength as a superpower to further combat the crimes that served as the principal sources of mafia wealth. Though often cloaked in the rhetoric and paranoia of the times, Cold War campaigns against organized crime were in continuity with past state efforts that sought to crush mafias, or bandits for that matter. And for all of the might of many post-war states, mafiosi continued to prey upon the contradictions and weakness that stemmed from government efforts meant to destroy them. As in the past, the most successful gangsters and mafias tended to be those who forged alliances with political parties, statesmen, and even arms of the state itself. This proved equally true of weaker countries, particularly those left devastated by war, as well as powerful ones like the United States. How mafias were perceived also evolved alongside the continued expansion of mass media and the public square. As citizens grew more aware of the world around them, anxieties about the nature of state power grew. As the might of militaries, police forces, and intelligence services became more visible and invasive, be it to fight communism, foreign subversion, or popular dissent, popular distrust intensified. Government detractors readily seized upon evidence of official complicity in organized crime as proof of the state's hypocrisy when it came to issues of security. When statesmen in America, Japan, and France were found giving sanctuary to gangsters, especially in the name of anti-communist suppression, journalists and activists justifiably cried foul. Admissions of unlawful government surveillance, let alone acts of subterfuge, appeared even more dubious in light of reports of alliances formed between mafias and arms of the state. Film, television, and the popular press hammered these suspicions home. As much as it spoke to the evils of the mafia, The Godfather was the indictment of the state and the powers that be. 6. Between Decline and Revolution. Mafias at Century's End. It was entirely by chance that John Roberts' story came to light. For much of his life, public knowledge of how he was involved in the modern cocaine trade was largely confined to court records and local newspaper coverage in Florida. One early autobiographical account mentions him only as a customer of an important Colombian cocaine trafficker and as a person with access to the American mafia. A chance encounter brought Roberts out of obscurity. In 2003, filmmaker Billy Corben was working on his award-winning documentary, Cocaine Cowboys. Corben's cousin met Roberts in passing in a Miami pool. After a subsequent lunch meeting, Roberts agreed to be in the film. The story he divulges in Cocaine Cowboys is outrageous and larger than life. For nearly a decade, he aided the Medellin cartel in expanding their foothold in North America. In doing so, he amassed a fortune estimated in the hundreds of millions of dollars. He and his accomplices spurred a monsoon of spending and investment that helped transform South Florida into an epicenter of glitz, tourism, and commerce by the early 1980s. He also had no small role in turning the city of Miami, for a brief time, into the murder capital of the world. The revelations in Cocaine Cowboys reflect only a fraction of Roberts' criminal career. He subsequently divulged more to the journalist Evan Wright. He was born John Riccobono in June 1948. His father, Nat, was a soldier under a series of redoubtable bosses: Lucky Luciano, Albert Anastasia, and finally, Carlo Gambino. The government deported Nat to Sicily when John was 9, but John's uncle Joseph, seeing his nephew displaying signs of a tumultuous youth, steered him into the ranks of the Mafia. As a former gunman for Lepka Buchalter and advisor to Carlo Gambino, Joseph Riccobono was among the dozens arrested at Apalachin in 1957. Having survived a brutal tour in Vietnam, John plunged into a variety of criminal undertakings. He ran nightclubs, dabbled in drugs, and shook down a long list of unsuspecting marks, including one failed attempt at drugging and framing famed television presenter Ed Sullivan for rape. By his own account, John was nothing like his uncle. He was feral in his instincts and habits. He dressed and lived ostentatiously and consumed massive amounts of drugs. Older mobsters such as Gambino were like company men at IBM, and he wanted no part of their traditions. After police raided his home under suspicion that he had murdered a corrupt police detective, he escaped to Miami and lived under a new name, John Purnell Roberts. Despite arriving nearly penniless, it didn't take long to reinvent himself as a drug dealer. Chance encounters and successful scores led to a string of introductions that expanded his operations and increased his largesse. In 1978, he met Fabito Ochoa, the namesake of Don Fabio Ochoa, patriarch of the Medellin cartel. It was after that John's dealings enter a new stratosphere of wrongdoing. With his transportation partner, Mickey Monday, they innovated an immense series of routes and means of importing cocaine from Colombia. By the time of his arrest in 1986, federal authorities estimated that he and Monday were responsible for shipping anywhere between $2.3 and $15 billion worth of cocaine into the United States. Through it all, however, John's old life in New York remained close behind him. In the late 1970s, he was introduced to Meyer Lansky, who, despite his advanced age, was still conspiring and scheming. The American Mafia's senior statesman embraced John as the son of a mobster he had known 40 years earlier as a close associate of Lucky Luciano. To John, he was a walking dinosaur like my uncles. Dressed in a bow tie and suit, Lansky could easily have been mistaken for an appliance salesman. As extraordinary as John Roberts' life may have been, he is but one of many mafiosi to commit their memories to paper. Arguably, the first modern gangster memoir was published by Joe Valachi in 1969. The tone of the best-selling The Valachi Papers could not be more different from most contemporary Mafia chronicles. And relating his experiences to journalist Peter Maas, Valachi clearly intended his recollections to serve as a warning to the public at large. Feelings of social responsibility or regret were far less a factor in bringing John Roberts to tell his story. His American Desperado is a lurid tale of intrigue, violence, and surreal adventure. Roberts' book, though less repentant than others, shares an important trait with many of the Mafia memoirs of this time: change. As he grew from a raucous New York nightclub owner to a giant of the drug trade, old men were giving way to younger ones. He and his wild Indian friends cared little for the values and institutions that lay at the heart of what they saw as the American underworld. Roberts betrayed no nostalgia in looking back to his father's generation. He once likened La Cosa Nostra's initiation ceremony to someone receiving an assistant manager's badge at McDonald's. This was not the case for someone like Tommaso Buscetta. As someone who had helped shepherd Sicily's Mafia through the post-war era, Buscetta looked back wistfully at his father's generation. Mafiosi of an earlier time, as he saw them, were dignified people, gentlemanly and inherently good. He could remember a better time when capos dressed down, kept a low profile, and even rode public transportation. Narcotics trafficking and the immense profits that came with it warped and diminished the character of the young who followed him into the life. He later told prosecutors that he foresaw the collapse of Cosa Nostra as early as 1978 due to the extravagance, corruption, and violence drugs had brought to Sicily. Buscetta swore to his interrogators he took no part in the trade, even though he admitted to hosting the famed narcotics summit with Joe Bonanno and Lucky Luciano and Palermo in 1957. Buscetta's prophecy proved half right. The power of Sicily's mafia waned considerably as the 20th century came to a close. The same held true for other older syndicates based in New York, Marseille, and Tokyo. Why this happened was only partially linked to the excesses brought about by the expansion of the drug trade. The continued growth and diversification of the narcotics industry led to exorbitant profits that spurred more killing and, in due time, far greater government scrutiny. By the 1990s, La Cosa Nostra, the Yakuza, and the American Mafia contracted in the face of more rigorous policing, new laws, and harsher sentencing. Profound generational divides also served as a source of tension. While their fathers and predecessors may not have been as rarefied as they remembered them, Buscetta, Roberts, and other younger mafiosi pulled away from the original moorings of their respective secret societies. The allure of making more money was key to this rift. Equally important was the collapse of leadership and the shared alienation they felt towards the past. As the end of the century beckoned, the world was changing rapidly. An undeniable symptom and driver of this changing world was the sudden rise of the cocaine trade. Unlike opiates, cocaine burst onto the global scene despite significant obstacles. As a crop almost exclusively grown in the Andes, coca was at first a relatively rare commodity. It did not possess the centuries-long appeal that opium enjoyed at the dawn of the modern narcotics trade. Cocaine became a global staple of the drug market by virtue of the ingenuity, vision, and the sheer will of a handful of Colombian entrepreneurs. The architects who conceived of this revolution in Medellin were also the beneficiaries of the acceleration of transoceanic commerce in the late 20th century. Global commerce had ballooned during the first 3 decades of the Cold War, rising from $63 billion in 1950 to $2 trillion by 1980. When the century closed, the value of global trade rose to over $6 trillion. Culture, too, was becoming more globalized, a pattern typified by the ascendancy of Michael Jackson, Pizza Hut, and Maradona. It was on this wave that Pablo Escobar became one of the richest men in the world and arguably the most notorious. Yet Escobar understood his fame in ways that were different to Al Capone. For Capone, fame was a newer novelty. For Escobar, it was like living out what he had seen in the movies and television. Escobar's career lasted less than 20 years, yet in the time of his remarkable rise, The abrupt speed and violence of the cocaine revolution paved the way for more powerful organizations to take shape in Mexico and other places such as Jamaica and Nigeria. The unexpected dissolution of the Second World revealed a myriad of criminal subcultures, none greater than the Vori of the Soviet Union. Like mafias of the early 20th century, what many came to call the Russian Mafia captured the world's imagination for their exotic traits and merciless dedication to violence. Together with the formation of lesser mafias from the Balkans, their rapid infiltration of American and European markets appeared reminiscent of the perils posed by the supposed Italian and Chinese invasions before them. More than anything, they were received as indications of the corruption and the backwardness of the political and economic systems that spawned them. History, in this sense, appeared to be repeating itself, but with far greater force and malevolence. It took 100 years to put this together. Old mafias in retreat. Vincent the Chin Gigante first tried out his crazy man routine in the early 1970s. FBI agents who questioned him in 1972 were told by a relative that he suffered from brain damage as a result of his earlier career as a boxer. Witnessing his oblivious state, the agents reported back that there was no need to brace him since he was obviously quite disturbed. The Chin subsequently took his act outdoors. At the end of the 1970s, Gigante was living with his mother on Sullivan Street, south of Bleecker, in the heart of New York's Greenwich Village. As the neighborhood gentrified, Gigante was seen regularly along Sullivan Street in his bathrobe. Photos of him disheveled and muttering to himself became a regular staple of New York's tabloid press. There were times when he was caught talking to imaginary pets or even urinating in the street. Yet he remained a free man while other bosses in the city, such as John Gotti, were taken down by the FBI. The law finally came for Gigante in 1996. At trial, his lawyers presented brain scans showing what they argued were definitive signs of Alzheimer's. Brooklyn Judge Jack Weinstein was unmoved. Having read extensively about the disease, he congratulated the Chin's lawyers for being on the cutting edge of science. The problem, as he saw it, was that PET scans could not be used to diagnose Alzheimer's without an autopsy. With that, a jury of his peers found Gigante guilty of racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder. He died in prison in 2005. The 3 decades Gigante invested in bringing his crazed persona to life did not necessarily undermine his credibility among those who pledged their loyalty to him. Within our family, one soldier later attested, we viewed the Chin as a very, very smart man, a very secretive man, very cunning and very ruthless. He was of the old school, having first found his footing as a bodyguard for Patriarch Vito Genovese. Yet by the time he rose to head the Genovese crime family in 1981, he was the only New York boss to cultivate such a deranged public image. Why he chose to do so remains a mystery. At the time FBI agents first observed his misanthropic behavior, J. Edgar Hoover was alive and still devoting relatively little of his bureau's resources into apprehending members of the Mafia. The New York Police Department was even more compromised in its disposition towards organized crime. Corruption among the city's police was rife to the point of absurdity. In 1972, authorities accused narcotics detectives of stealing hundreds of pounds of heroin from police evidence lockers, including drugs that had been seized in the investigation that inspired the plot of the film The French Connection. In hindsight, Gigante's decision to take on the facade of someone too demented to stand trial appears desperately clairvoyant. By the time The Oddfather finally stood trial, an entire generation of mob leaders had been sent to prison in various parts of the country. The Chin, as one local editor quipped, was the last boss. The fall of the American Mafia began in the U.S. Congress. By the end of the 1960s, the political climate in Washington was inclined to passing harsher criminal statutes, with federal and state authorities demanding greater resources for investigations into leftist radicals, labor racketeers, and common criminals. Congress responded by drafting an omnibus crime bill in 1968. Key to this legislation was an official set of guidelines that now allowed investigators to use wiretapped conversations as evidence at trial. Although civil rights advocates decried the bill as an egregious violation of one's constitutional right to privacy and illicit search and seizure, investigators rejoiced at their newfound powers. Among those to champion the inclusion of the new wiretapping statutes was Senator John McClellan, who helped introduce Joe Valachi and La Cosa Nostra to the world in 1963. McClellan empowered his staff to go further in crafting even more restrictive laws targeting organized crime. This bore fruit 2 years later when the federal adoption of the Racketeer-Influenced and Criminal Organization RICO Act. Passage of this 1970 law is now largely credited to George Robert Blakely, a law professor and former Senate investigator. As a one-time staffer in the Justice Department during the 1960s, he saw the FBI's disregard towards mob informants firsthand. If anyone started talking about the Mafia or using the word, he was told to shut up, Blakey remembered of the time. The Mafia was not deemed relevant to the case, and we only wanted to hear about the specific crime being investigated. With the might of John McClellan and the U.S. Congress behind him, Blakey's law made participation in any mob-led conspiracy the axis upon which entire crime families could be indicted. Prosecutors were now at liberty to link bosses to individual acts committed by their subordinates, so long as the government could furnish evidence of the crime's relationship to a continuing criminal enterprise, i.e., the Mafia. It is likely Blakey devised the name of the legislation so it could be referred to by its acronym, RICO. As a man with a particular affection for mob films, Blakey's choice was a clear homage to Rico Bandello, the main character in the 1931 classic Little Caesar. At the end of the film, he told one crowd of officers Rico dies unceremoniously in a back alley. His number two, however, survives. "Nothing happens to Big Boy," he exclaimed. "He's still in charge. Nothing is changed. That's the overwhelming value of Rico. It is designed to change the end of the movie." Incredibly, it took more than a decade for the FBI and local law enforcement to realize the powers that had been granted to them by Congress. Many skeptical agents found the new wiretapping regulations painstaking. Building a RICO case demanded greater amounts of time and resources than many field offices were willing to expend. In the spring of 1977, Time magazine published a lengthy cover story entitled "The Mafia, Big, Bad, and Booming." The American Mafia was reportedly going through one of its most crucial internal struggles since Prohibition, leading to scores of deaths and the mass takeover of legitimate and illegitimate business, both in the East and out West. Despite the country's weakened economic condition, mob families were reaping a windfall in illicit earnings. Law enforcement agencies estimated that the American Mafia was netting $25 billion in annual profits. By contrast, Exxon, then the largest corporation in the United States, cleared $2.6 billion in gains at the end of 1976. When Los Angeles boss Jimmy Fratiano read the story, he could not help but be amused. In his mind, it was as if the writer had repeated every lunatic notion ever dreamed up about our thing and dumped it into one story. The notion individual mobsters wielded unquestionable power over places like Las Vegas was downright mind-boggling. Attempting to oversee loan sharking, drug dealing, and prostitution on the Vegas Strip was, in his words, like trying to control 3 tidal waves with a machine gun. He personally was hanging by the skin of his teeth at the time financially. Others he knew in the L.A. underworld were doing no better. What editors at time appeared to have gotten right was the general sense of upheaval that appeared to plague crime families from coast to coast. By 1980, virtually all of the founding fathers of the American Mafia had either died or retired. Replacing them were captains and underbosses with no memory of Prohibition or other early events. Their transitions into positions of authority were often violent and unsettling. Chroniclers of the American Mafia have particularly latched onto the life and bloody demise of Crazy Joe Gallo as an early example of this generational shift. The American-born Gallo attained notoriety through the 1960s and 70s for initiating a string of civil wars within the New York underworld. Local newspapers embraced the handsome gangster for his youthful looks and affection for fine art. Crazy Joe made no secret of his support for civil rights and went so far as to recruit African-American accomplices in prison. Bob Dylan memorialized him in song, seeing in Gallo a kind of hero, underdog fighting against the elements. He was murdered in 1972, supposedly in retaliation for his attempt on the life of Joe Colombo, whose own public campaign against anti-Italian discrimination brought even more unwanted attention to New York's 5 families. Of all the gangsters who fell in love with the limelight, John Gotti took the mob star power highest. Gotti was a contemporary of John Roberts, Rico Bono, who knew him when he was an ordinary mad dog, like other young members of the Gambino family. Gotti's dizzying rise to fame began after he murdered Paul Castellano, the courtly boss of the Gambinos, in 1985. Suspicions of his involvement in the killing rapidly led to a string of high-profile trials. The media frenzy around him intensified after he escaped conviction on 3 separate cases. The camera loved the photogenic Gotti, and Gotti, with his signature silk suits and carefully manicured hair, loved the camera just as much. In 1986, Time magazine commissioned Andy Warhol to produce a portrait of him for a cover piece. The media circus he willfully generated was too much for many of the remaining aging dons. "It took 100 years to put this together," one boss scolded him, "and you're ruining it in 6 months." A RICO trial in 1992 ended his tenure as the reputed Teflon Don. Gotti was neither the first nor the last boss to be taken down in a RICO case. After years of being ignored, G. Robert Blakey toured the country and gave seminars at Cornell University, preaching the utility of the law he helped craft. His message finally broke through to law enforcement at the very end of the 1970s. Between 1979 and 1984, bosses in Los Angeles, Kansas City, and Cleveland were found guilty of RICO conspiracy charges. The mother of all RICO investigations culminated in 1985 with the indictment of each of the sitting bosses of New York's 5 families. At the heart of the government's case against New York's Mafia was the contention that the heads of each family were members of the fabled commission first formed by Lucky Luciano. Millions of dollars, according to prosecutors, had been extorted and skimmed from the city's construction industry and labor unions at the behest of the commission. Murder and drug trafficking charges were also amended to the indictment. 4 of the 5 bosses were sentenced to 100 years in prison. The trials of the 1980s and 90s brought out other signs of rot inside the American Mafia. In many cases, informant testimony, as opposed to wiretaps, proved vital in attaining convictions. Attaining the cooperation of so many mafiosi, sworn to silence, set many courtrooms abuzz. Vows of omerta, it seemed, were paper-thin. Indeed, personal vendettas and the prospect of decades behind bars compelled a number of prominent hoods to break their oaths. An even more common incentive to offer information to the police and FBI was money. Slews of made men, associates, and even bosses became confidential informants in exchange for cash or government promises to look the other way, at least for a time. Co-opting hardened criminals for the state's benefit, however, did produce some scandalous results. New England's presiding crime family, the Patriarchus, was brought low in no small measure due to the paid testimony of James Whitey Bulger, leader of Boston's notorious Winter Hill Gang. In exchange for nearly 2 decades of insider information, his FBI handler knowingly gave Bulger free rein to murder and extort. The agent who abetted Whitey's duplicity would himself later be convicted on racketeering charges. Other government dispensations for providing evidence, such as offers of immunity and relocation under the Witness Protection Program, were widely abused. Sammy the Bull Gravano, whose testimony helped seal John Gotti's 1992 conviction on RICO charges, was arrested for drug trafficking only a few years after assuming a new identity in Arizona. As a former hitman and underboss in the Gambino family, he also published a best-selling memoir detailing his life of murder and theft. Outraged relatives of some of his victims took exception to his profiting from their suffering and sued him for $25 million in damages. A judge eventually ordered Gravano to pay plaintiffs just $420,000 in restitution. Gravano's attempt to capitalize on his old life fed speculation that there was something more to the American Mafia's decline than Washington's growing strength and resolve. As far back as the late 1970s, founding godfather Joe Bonanno perceived a moral deficit at the heart of what he called his tradition: friendship, connections, family ties, trust, loyalty, obedience. This was the glue that held us together, he declared in his autobiography. What now appeared to bind men of his ilk were material things born out of work and money. Decades later, Sammy Gravano appeared to agree. They say I broke the oath, but it wasn't the oath I thought I was taking, he avowed. I thought it was about honor and brotherhood. I mean, when you took the oath, that honor stuff got you as high as a kite when you were being made. You really believed in it, that it was worth living for and dying for and going to jail for. It was none of that. It was all about greed and power, and reality, it was a total joke. Reverence for the Mafia's old code of conduct, let alone any sense of order and discipline, appeared to be vanishing among mobsters in New York. The dictatorial control and loyalty exercised by once venerable families was fracturing in the same way that the Soviet Union suddenly collapsed. There is no question, one investigator quipped, the new breed doesn't have the same discipline or loyalties of the previous generation. More than any sense of contrition, one cannot help but notice shades of what is often referred to as America's national malaise in accounts of the American Mafia after the 1970s. There is a sense of nostalgia and loss in the words of Gravano and Bonanno. The past was a better and more wholesome place. Institutions were trustworthy, and people were made of surer stuff. What brought on this sense of dissonance? Perhaps it was down to, as President Carter famously put it in 1979, years that were filled with shocks and tragedy. For members of the American Mafia, the malaise was likely less the result of the energy crisis, Vietnam, or the killing of Martin Luther King than of their changing surroundings. The neighborhoods that had sired the first crime families, such as the Lower East Side and much of Brooklyn, were vastly different places. Vincent Gigante's Greenwich Village, for example, was approximately 30% Italian when the Chin was a young man. By the time he began tottering around outside his mother's apartment in his bathrobe, it had become far more common to see college students and young bohemians walking along Sullivan Street. Cicero, once the headquarters of Al Capone's empire, experienced an even more dramatic transformation by the end of the 20th century. Between 1980 and 2000, the Hispanic population of this Chicago suburb jumped from 9 to nearly 75%, a change enabled by the departure of most of the area's long-residing Czech and Italian inhabitants. As white flight emptied other older immigrant quarters, many dons and soldiers moved to anonymous suburbs where their look and culture appeared increasingly out of place. This sense of disconnect lingers in the background of many of the Mafia opuses produced by Hollywood from the 1970s forward. Martin Scorsese's Mean Streets first captures these unfolding disparities in the very early 1970s, while The Young Hood, played by Harvey Keitel, grapples with issues of Catholic guilt, family obligation, and interracial attraction. The world around his home in New York's Little Italy has moved well beyond these hang-ups. As a group of aspiring soldiers and no-good hoodlums, Keitel and his friends are mere bystanders to changes wrought by the sexual revolution and the city's evolving landscape. While The Godfather looks nostalgically at the past, Mean Streets portrays the Mafia's men of honor as they appeared in the present day, awkward and out of sync. When Scorsese released Mean Streets in 1973, observers in France did not perceive Marseille's imminent decline. The police raids that smashed the city's many heroin labs wounded but did not kill the city's leading clans. Their power, however, became more diffused as the price of doing business increased. Some leaders, such as Marcel Francisci, relocated to Paris. Others moved to Corsica. The heroin industry was largely relocated to Sicily and Turkey by the end of the decade. As in the United States, those who remained at the helm of Marseille's underworld now tended to be younger, dismissive of the old order, and prone to violence. The paragon of this generational shift was Gaetan, Tanny Zempa. Tanny's pedigree as a gangster was almost ideal. His father, a Neapolitan merchant seaman, was an early confederate of Francois Spirito and Paul Carbone, a connection that afforded him equally close relations to Le Milieu's earliest patron, the politician-turned-Nazi collaborator Simon Sabiani. It was with these ties that Tanny also forged relations with Marseille's long-serving post-war mayor, Gaston Defferre. What Zampa lacked was any inclination for compromise or moderation. After 1973, he went to war with two rival godfathers, Francis the Belgian and Jack the Madman, leaving a trail of murdered soldiers and former associates of the French Connection. The bloodletting continued for years. When the government resumed its attack on Marseille's gangs in the late 1970s, its lead investigator, Judge Pierre Michel, was assassinated, likely on Zampa's orders. Affairs grew even more chaotic after Tanny's arrest and prison suicide in 1985. Within a year of his death, as many as 35 gangsters died in internecine warfare. The thugs, the men, as they like to call themselves, have lost their minds on the Côte d'Azur, one commentator lamented. They no longer speak. They no longer negotiate. In short, they no longer coexist. They shoot each other. They get shot. The likes of Jack the Madman and Francis the Belgian narrowly survived Zampa's reign of terror, but Marseille was changing for the worse. An enduring housing crisis following the Second World War inspired the government to build massive low-rent estates outside the city center. Large numbers of people decamped from the once thriving medieval core to the grim high-rises encircling Marseille. Meanwhile, the region's economy stagnated as port traffic declined. Criminals, including some of the last Caids, found new homes in the city's dystopian suburbs. With the loss of France's colonial holdings in North Africa, hundreds of thousands of expatriated citizens arrived at the city's harbor. The collapse of French rule in Algeria in 1962 brought a flood of some 200,000 refugees, overwhelming the nearly 800,000 inhabitants living in Marseille. Even though immigrants never totaled more than 8.5% of the population, locals perceived a changing of the guard in the city's underworld, with a younger generation of North African gangsters replacing the old Corsican and Neapolitan bosses. Similar patterns affected Naples. A post-war housing shortage led to an even more intensive government building program for the city's poor. The hills above Naples gradually became one of the most densely populated districts in Europe, with an average of over 3,000 residents packed into a square mile. It was at the height of Campagna's mass suburbanization that Italy's economy began to flatline. As a region that enjoyed only partial gains from the country's post-war growth, Naples and its environs became ground zero for unemployment. As the ranks of jobless youth swelled among the residents of Naples' overcrowded housing estates, the Camorra found itself reborn through the efforts of a young and charismatic sociopath. Raphael Catullo had no history or family ties with Naples' honor society before he first entered prison. Yet after repeated violent offenses, he took it upon himself to organize a select number of his fellow inmates into something that resembled the Camorra of old. Borrowing from what he read in books, as well as the rites of the 'Ndrangheta, in which he was likely inducted, Catullo fashioned a gang that mimicked the rituals and cruel solemnity of 19th-century Camorristi. His new Camorra organization, Nuova Camorra Organizzata, however, was more personality cult than crime fraternity. His studiously maniacal persona garnered a following that branched out beyond the walls of the prison that held him, leading to an empire comprising ex-cons who worked their way into drug trafficking and extortion schemes. By the end of the 1970s, Cutolo's new Camorra was strong enough to challenge traditional Camorristi and mafiosi, who controlled cigarette smuggling and other vices around Campania. The clash between these new and old forces resulted in a war of extermination. In a 5-year period spanning the 1970s and 80s, an estimated 1,000 people were murdered in tit-for-tat assassinations and massacres. Cutolo's bloody defiance of the traditional Camorra, as well as reports of the life of comfort he led behind bars, belatedly prompted government action. In June 1983, over 800 individuals were arrested by a force of 8,000 policemen and carabinieri. The execution of these and other maxi blitzes, as well as Cutolo's transfer to a more secluded state of detention, brought Nuova Camorra's campaign of terror to an end. But Naples would never be the same. With the city recovering from a devastating earthquake in 1980, an unruly admixture of new and old Camorra sank its teeth deeper into the region's economy and politics. In areas dominated by the Camorra, as one Parliament report put in 1993, society, companies, and public bodies tend to become dependent on the Camorra organization. Now more than ever, the Camorra cemented itself as a great mediator at the intersection of the state, the market, and public at large. Services, financial resources, votes, or the buying and selling of goods, all are subject to Camorra mediation, the report concluded. The Camorra's activities create a generalized rule of non-law. A more profound crisis was unfolding in Sicily. An uneasy peace held among the island's families in the years that followed the Ciauculi massacre in 1963. Those conditions changed as the 1970s began. Despite the restoration of an American-style commission, tensions grew among the island's reigning captains. Central to this looming upheaval were simmering levels of discontent within Corleone, the fabled mountain birthplace of Coppola's fictional godfather. Though historically poorer and more remote than Palermo to the north, Corleone nurtured a younger generation of capos who wished to prove they were not mere peasants. The head of the Corleonese push for power was Salvatore Toto Riina. At the age of 44, Riina ascended his native clan by way of his reputation for murder and ambition. With the migration of French chemists to Sicily after the crackdown in Marseille, traditional sources of Mafia income, such as construction contracts and cigarette smuggling, increasingly paled in comparison to the heroin trade. Then, as one of his allies put it, we all became millionaires, suddenly, within a couple of years, thanks to drugs. By 1982, Sicilian traffickers were supplying heroin users in the northeast of the United States with 80% of their product, netting them in the process a previously unimaginable fortune. Riina patiently clawed away at the authority of Palermo's principal capos. Between 1972 and 1974, he organized the kidnappings of two high-profile citizens from the town, acts that degraded the standing of Palermo's underworld leaders. Riina's marginalization of his rivals took another step forward with the expulsion of his main rival from Sicily's commission, an act that transformed the body into an instrument of Riina's will. In 1981, the Corleonesi unleashed their full wrath with the killing of multiple rival bosses. Topping off the slaughter were the murders of multiple police chiefs and political leaders based in Palermo. Until the outbreak of this second Mafia war, representatives of the Italian state had been immune from violence, but the slaying of the city's prefect, General Carlo Alberto dalla Chiesa, changed that. Thereafter, denunciations and anger towards the Mafia poured in from various quarters of Italian life, including from the high Catholic clergy, although, tellingly, Pope John Paul II avoided directly condemning the Mafia and its culture of silence during his visit to Palermo in 1982. For officials in Rome, the Mafia posed another daunting challenge to their authority. At the same time the Corleonesi began their war, authorities struggled to put down leftist insurgents, led by the Red Brigade. For all the Mafia's past transgressions, the murder of Palermo's most senior administrator was the final straw. Representatives from across Italy's fractured political landscape came together in forming a new anti-Mafia parliamentary commission. An even more effective innovation came with the establishment of the first of the so-called Maxi trials in 1986. Armed with greater authority and the backing of public opinion, Rome entrusted a Sicilian-bred judge, Giovanni Falcone, to pursue Dalla Chiesa's killers. Falcone took to his calling with vigor and indicted 475 individuals with various Mafia-related crimes. An especially designated two-story bunker, which was surrounded by stone walls and armored vehicles, served as the main venue for the proceedings against these and hundreds of other offenders that followed. A central enabler of Falcone's investigation was the nostalgic Palermo boss Tommaso Buscetta, the first of many pentiti, or Mafia defectors, to cooperate with the Italian government. A series of personal horrors, including the disappearance of two of his children, was instrumental in compelling Buscetta to abandon his blood oaths. His rapport with Falcone yielded a treasure trove of revelations that helped initiate criminal indictments against mafiosi in both Italy and the United States. The principal focus of his rage, Toto Riina, remained undaunted. Having lived in hiding from the police since 1970, he and his Corleonesi faction intensified their campaign against the Italian state. Between 1990 and 1993, Italy was torn asunder in mafia violence, with nearly 700 people losing their lives in Sicily alone. The murder epidemic spread to Campania and Calabria, hotbeds of the Camorra and 'Ndrangheta, leading to an additional 1,100 killed in mob warfare. Riina's most startling blow came in May 1992 with a car bombing that killed Giovanni Falcone and his young wife. Riina upped the ante with another bomb attack in Palermo, this one killing a second prominent anti-mafia judge, Paolo Borsellino. The terror of the Corleonesi, hoped to inspire, promptly backfired. In an unprecedented display of local solidarity, tens of thousands of residents in Palermo took to the street in a silent, candlelit march to commemorate Falcone's passing. Parliament just as bravely rushed through a series of long-needed reforms. Among the new powers acquired by the government in Rome was the ability to dismiss municipal governments and the creation of an exclusive law enforcement body dedicated to fighting organized crime. Rome's adoption of more effective measures against the mafia reflected an even deeper current of discontent building among Italian citizens. Amid the incessant waves of violence sweeping over Italy's south, a series of corruption scandals rocked the capital in the early 1990s. Italy's judiciary responded with a much-touted Clean Hands campaign. Within months, 200 parliamentarians were under investigation for illicit dealings. The perception that the country's most stalwart parties were available for purchase prompted indelible signs of voter outrage at the polls. With the Cold War over and Europe moving closer towards economic integration, continued electoral defeats forced Italy's most popular parties, the Christian Democrats and the Communist Party, to disband themselves by 1994. Salvatore Riina's surprise apprehension in early 1993 brought only a modest amount of joy among the country's commentariat. With the arrest of Riina, one snarky journalist wrote, Italy enters Europe. For a time, however, the country's troubles continued to deepen. Rather than accept their boss's capture, hardline Corleonesi gangsters launched an even more shocking assault on the Italian mainland. A series of bombings targeting churches, an art gallery, and other sites in the country's north left dozens dead or wounded in 1993. Despite reports that officials in Rome sought to negotiate an end to the mafia's terror campaign, the anti-mafia movement pressed forward in earnest. Between 1991 and 1993, state authorities dissolved 42 city councils on charges of wrongdoing. Among the politicians caught up in Italy's anti-corruption sweep was former Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti, who stood accused of murder and other crimes by noted pentiti Tommaso Buscetta. Though multiple courts acquitted Andreotti of these charges, testimony of other mafia turncoats cut deeply into the ranks of all of Italy's honor societies. In the 20 years that followed Giovanni Falcone's death, Italy's elite anti-mafia force, the DIA, issued nearly 10,000 arrest warrants for individuals linked to the Cosa Nostra, the Camorra, and 'Ndrangheta. Aiding many of these prosecutions were thousands of pentiti who testified on the government's behalf. By the start of the new millennium, Italy's south was a far safer place than it was at the height of Salvatore Rina's war against Rome. By 2011, Italy's judiciary and police forces had effected a 97% drop in mafia-related murders in Sicily compared to the early 1990s, with similar declines in Campania and Calabria. Improved policing was not the only thing weakening Italy's criminal brotherhoods. Large sections of Italian civil society continued to embrace the anti-mafia movement long after the assassination of Giovanni Falcone. Efforts towards cultural re-education in Sicily led to school programs aimed at preempting youth crime and fighting the mafia's code of omerta. Individual and collective campaigns against gang extortion also took hold in Naples and Calabria. Reductions in state investment and contracting had an even more fundamental effect on the economic and institutional influence of Italy's mafias. The contraction of the Italian welfare state, however, had ancillary effects that continued to feed the ranks of local clans and gangs. One study in the 1990s discovered that up to 40% of Sicily's at-risk youth abandoned their schooling, a problem that helped sustain the mafia's ability to recruit and refresh its ranks. As it was in the past, poverty and the limits of government power remained integral to Italy's honored societies. Japan experienced nothing like the traumas witnessed in Italy during its tumultuous years of lead, but a similar change took hold of the Yakuza. As the 1970s drew to close, the Yamaguchi-gumi, Japan's largest criminal confederation, had consolidated control over much of the country's main island. Its steady ascendancy was hampered when a gunman nearly snatched the life of its long-serving leader, Kazuo Teoka. Though shot in the neck, Kazuo survived long enough to exact revenge. The brief gang war that followed was as brazen as any under the 65-year-old's tenure as boss. Within a year, Teoka invited the nation's press corps to his home. There, before a crowd of nearly 60 news reporters, his lieutenants read a prepared statement apologizing to both the nation and the government for the trouble caused over the preceding months. The hour-long news conference was unprecedented, but pointed to the changes that lay ahead. In 1981, Kazuo Teoka met his end at the hands of heart disease. His funeral was no less than a national event. As thousands of mourners assembled before awaiting television cameras and riot police, there was uncertainty as to who would take the reins of the Yamaguchi-gumi. His appointed successor had been thrown in prison and soon succumbed to cirrhosis of the liver. Teoka's remarkable wife, Fumiko, remained the caretaker of his empire for the next 3 years. Her careful, unspoken leadership could not compensate for lack of consensus over the Yamaguchi's future, nor could it arrest other tides unfavorable to the Yakuza. Japan's mafia could still operate in the open in the early 1980s because the police force was tolerant of its flagrant disregard for order and the safety of average citizens. Yakuza leaders remained at least nominally revered members of the country's elite, but their ranks were beginning to age. In 1966, the number of Yakuza members who were over the age of 40 was only 14%. By 1986, 36% were either 40 years old or older. While the Yamaguchi-gumi wrestled with the question of its leadership, its most powerful benefactor, Yashio Kadama, was wasting away in hospital, despite the decades he spent as the Yakuza's principal broker between the country's business and political establishment. Kadama ran into legal trouble towards the end of his life. In 1976, he stood accused of funneling over $12 million in bribes to politicians on behalf of the American arms contractor, Lockheed. Subsequent police raids on his home added to his woes, leading to charges of tax evasion. With his death in 1984, there was no one left in Japan with his gravitas and pull within Tokyo, nor was there anyone who could make peace among the Yakuza. Matters worsened when Fumiko Teoka ceremoniously recognized Masahisa Takanaka, a hard-nosed veteran of the Yamaguchi, as her husband's rightful successor. A vote among a gathering of 104 minor bosses sealed Takanaka's selection, despite charges of bribery and coercion. His rival for Fumiko's favor, Hiroshi Yamamoto, refused to accept the final tally, leading him and 14,000 other Yamaguchi-gumi members to break away from the clan. Cash payoffs and other promises persuaded many of those who had recanted their allegiance to return. Yamamoto and others in his newly established Ichiwa Kai clan refused to give up without a fight. Within a year of Takanaka's coronation, Ichiwa Kai hitmen slaughtered the Yamaguchi boss as he visited his mistress's apartment building in Osaka, triggering the most violent of the Yakuza wars. For the next 5 years, the Japanese public looked on with morbid fascination as the two sides whittled away at one another. One tabloid paper maintained a daily record of casualties on the front page under the title Today's Yamaichi War Scorecard. Yet, compared to the hundreds left dead by the Corleonesi push for power, the Yamaguchi Civil War was trifling. Of the more than 300 clashes recorded during this period, only 25 Yakuza died as a result of violence. The comparable lack of bloodletting in the Yamaguchi Civil War was not the only difference that set Japan apart from Italy. The decade that produced this conflict was a boom time for the country's corporations and investors. Stock prices quadrupled during a 6-year period, topping off at all-time recordings on the last day of trading in 1989. Rising corporate earnings and societal prosperity drove a frenzy in the domestic property market, not to mention major building and land acquisitions internationally as well. Japan's bubble years did not escape the attention of the Yakuza. While leaders in the old Yamaguchi Confederation warred with one another, clans throughout the country exploited the blossoming economy to the best of their abilities. Exorbitant property values incentivized the growth of Yakuza-led industry dedicated to forcing resistant tenants and owners to vacate or sell their homes or parcels of land. Large and small corporations relinquished shares of their profits under the threat of violence or blackmail. Senior clan leaders and larger Yakuza confederations were just as likely to legitimately buy into the surging economy. Banks and brokerage firms abetted the avarice of the Yakuza with cheap loans and insider schemes. The bursting of this boom economy in the early 1990s hurt Japan's underworld in more ways than one. Yakuza clans suffered equally among those with vested stakes in land deals and the stock market. With workers saving more or earning less, Yakuza-run bars, clubs, brothels, and gambling houses drew fewer customers. Above all, it was the law that would hit the Yakuza hardest. After years of news stories featuring Yakuza violence and corporate maleficence, the Japanese parliament enacted legislation targeting those involved in organized crime. The 1991 criminal justice reforms did not go as far as outlawing membership in a Yakuza clan, a position rejected by many Japanese citizens as against the right of association. It did assign serious penalties to any group identified with the Yakuza that engaged in exploitative acts of violence. Further embellishments of the law added to the scope of Yakuza-related crimes and created programs dedicated to preempting youth recruitment into local gangs. With Yakuza-linked entities and individuals racking up as much as 80% of the country's bad loan debt, civil courts became an ever more important venue for those seeking justice and compensation. Yet as one lawyer for the Yamaguchi-gumi publicly declared, others deserved greater blame for the country's economic struggles. The banks, he argued, were like Kashimoto or Yakuza loan sharks who ensnare unlucky gamblers. It could be said that in the bubble era, 100 million people were gamblers, and in this game they used land as the tool for gambling, and the banks played the role of Kashimoto. I think they are the ones who should be blamed. Hong Kong's triads fared much better than the Yakuza during the last decades of the 20th century. Unlike in Japan, British colonial authorities sought no new controls over secret societies. In the 1990s, 4% of all crimes committed in Hong Kong were connected in some way to the triads. What awaited the triads was a far more dramatic change in regime. With British colonial rule ending in 1997, life under the Chinese Communist Party posed new challenges and tantalizing prospects. As far back as the mid-1980s, Western journalists were warning of mass flight from Hong Kong, with tens of thousands of residents seeking to depart the colony for fear of communist rule. Many assumed triad gangs would join the exodus. Such predictions proved only partially correct. Rather than leaving the colony for the Americas or Europe, many triads eyed a move to the Chinese mainland. Indications of this development emerged in the wake of economic reforms by Mao's successor, Deng Xiaoping. Deng's decision to ease China into market capitalism in 1978 brought with it impressive economic growth and unrivaled investment opportunities. Previously sleepy towns such as Shenzhen became inundated with workers and foreign entrepreneurs, a cohort that included triads from abroad. As early as 1982, police in the region arrested over 6 dozen triad members hailing from Hong Kong. A decade later, that number climbed to 338. Yet there were early hints from the heights of the Chinese Communist Party that triad expansion into the People's Republic was acceptable. In a shocking statement issued in 1984, Chairman Deng contended that there were at least some triads that were good and patriotic. As the clock ticked down to 1997, other senior Chinese embellished upon these sentiments. One official speaking after the party's crackdown on pro-democracy demonstrators in Tiananmen Square pointedly invited loyal secret societies to do business in the country. As for organizations like the Triads in Hong Kong, as long as these people are patriotic, as long as they are concerned with Hong Kong's prosperity and stability, we should unite with them. Events in neighboring Macau made it clear that there were limits to Beijing's permissive attitude. As a long-neglected outpost of the once mighty Portuguese Empire, the city had become a commercial afterthought by the early 1800s. To compensate for its lack of material trade or tax revenue, Portuguese administrators made the fateful decision to turn their enclave into an entrepot of a different sort. Gambling was legalized in the mid-19th century and eventually became a government monopoly. Yet Macau hardly resembled Monte Carlo. Beyond the Second World War, it retained a reputation for drawing in the flotsam of the sea, the derelicts, and more shameless, beautiful, savage women. Having survived the Japanese occupation relatively intact, Macau's gambling industry underwent a slow renaissance in the post-war era. Newer, larger, nicer casinos took root along the city harbor by the mid-1970s. It was in this environment that Macau's most famous gangster and triad, Broken Tooth Juan, was born. Following a typical trajectory, Juan Kwok Koi was born into poverty and had a youth marred by violence. He got his moniker after losing 9 teeth in one of many street fights. By the mid-1980s, Juan's status as a thug for the 14K earned him a place as an overseer of several casino VIP lounges run by his triad. His rise to the top of Macau's underworld culminated in a bloody gang war in the late 1990s. While literally fighting for his life, Juan nonetheless spared his time and money to invest in the production of a film documenting his life story. At the price of nearly $1.7 million, Casino was released in Hong Kong in 1998 to middling reviews and ticket sales. The film mattered even less to law enforcement. With dozens left either dead or wounded as a result of gang violence, a Macau court sentenced Juan to 15 years in prison in 1999. Less than a month later, Chinese troops entered Macau with the expiration of Portugal's lease over the colony. Unlike in Hong Kong 2 years earlier, Broken Tooth Juan's war moved Macau's citizens to greet the People's Liberation Army's arrival with cheers. Thereafter, blatant displays of triad power and violence were no longer tolerated. Beijing's raw demonstration of force was in keeping with the times. The end of Juan Kwok Koi's bloody hold over Macau mirrored other counteroffensives targeting organized crime throughout the world. The disjointed retreat of mafias in the United States, France, Japan, Italy, and southern China was not a coincidence. It represented the culmination of a global reckoning with organized crime that had begun decades earlier. By the end of the 1990s, world media outlets had grown accustomed to covering the exploits and dangers posed by both native and transnational criminal syndicates. More importantly, governments everywhere understood that mafias were a global problem that demanded a collective response. As the undisputed victor of the Cold War, the United States again played an outsized role in mapping out a universal plan of action. Passive and active U.S. influence increasingly changed the ways many states were policing mafias through the 1990s. Direct American lobbying, as well as advice on the part of G. Robert Blakey, compelled Canada to adopt RICO-style laws. Other states, particularly in Europe, drew upon American legal models in composing their own anti-organized crime legislation. In 1994, the Clinton administration held an unprecedented international conference called Global Organized Crime, the New Empire of Evil. Attendees at the gathering took in addresses by the heads of the FBI and CIA, who warned the governments of the world that many states were finding their authority besieged at home and their foreign policy interests imperiled abroad. The 1994 Washington summit gave momentum to an even more ambitious push shepherded by the United Nations. By the year 2000, the UN convened a meeting of nations in the city of Palermo. Sicily's principal town delighted in the international spotlight. With the specter of La Cosa Nostra largely banished from view, Italy's President Carlo Azeglio Ciampi went as far as to kick off the event in Salvatore Rina's old stronghold of Corleone. Under the watchful eye of 10,000 security officials, delegates from 120 nations formally agreed to sign a formal UN convention against transnational organized crime that December. As an agreement drafted in the spirit of earlier conventions on the global threats posed by drug trafficking and terrorism, the accord obliged its signatories to recognize the existence of transnational crime syndicates and to amend criminal codes and other mechanisms to punish money laundering and corruption. The convention's heavy emphasis on the need for greater coordination on the financial aspects of organized crime similarly reflected Washington's influence over the UN convention. By the year 2000, successful prosecution cases against the American Mafia had led many officials in Washington to tout the importance of pursuing organized crime's ill-gotten gains. In addition to a potential sentence of up to 20 years in prison, conviction under federal RICO statutes allowed judges latitude to seek the forfeiture of all assets acquired as a result of a crime and impose fines of up to twice the amount of the felon's illegal earnings. For many American mobsters, however, the threat of going to court alone was difficult to stomach. Among the snippets of conversation FBI wiretaps gleaned from his headquarters in New York's Little Italy, John Gotti was heard raving against the costs he paid to his lawyers. The thought of paying over $117,000 for printing and photocopying sent him into a rage. They're overpriced, overpaid, and they underperformed, one capo chimed in. I don't even know, Gotti spat. I don't even know about underperformed. They just can't win. Frank, they got no fucking cohesion. They got no unity. It's like us. Gotti's unknowing admission appears to suggest that the Gambino crime family was less of a financial juggernaut than government prosecutors made it out to be. Given what was known of the Medellin cartel, it is difficult to visualize Pablo Escobar privately lamenting the need to pay tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. This imagined disparity between Gotti and Escobar, however, strikes at a critical truth about this period of mafia history. The cocaine trade and the profits that came with it were altering the scale and gravity of what it meant to be a gangster. The Cocaine Revolution, Colombia, Mexico, and the proliferation of mafias. In a better world, the province of Antioquia could have been the cradle of great wealth. By the mid-20th century, it was the central hub of Colombia's coffee industry, then the country's best-known export. It was also home to significant deposits of gold and Colombia's second-largest city, Medellin. To this day, Antioqueños nurture a reputation for being industrious and shrewd. History, however, has been unkind to Antioquia and its people. Colombia won independence from Spain in 1810, but political and economic development were hampered by instability in the following decades. As in Mexico, civil conflicts, 9 in total, and foreign intervention weakened the growth and maturation of the Colombian state. Advocates for a more decentralized, secular state clashed repeatedly with their more conservative opponents. These tensions reached a boiling point in 1948 with the assassination of a liberal presidential candidate by a conservative extremist. Over the next 10 years, more than 200,000 Colombians died because of what came to be called La Violencia. Antioquia was among the hardest-hit provinces in the country. Approximately 26,000 residents were killed in the region, many in horrible ways. Another 117,000, or approximately 6% of the population, fled their homes for the United States and elsewhere in the Americas. By the 1990s, American cities, led by New York, Miami, and Chicago, collectively hosted somewhere between 450,000 and 1 million Colombian immigrants. Pablo Escobar was born and raised in this environment. The liberal leanings of his mother, a schoolteacher assigned to a small village in the southwest of Antioquia, put his family at odds with the overwhelmingly conservative character of the province. One night, when he was a child, a mob of Goths, as the liberals called their opponents, surrounded the school intent on murder. A detachment of soldiers miraculously saved the family from certain death. As they exited the school, Pablo's family discovered one-time friends and neighbors hung from their feet and beheaded with machetes. After that, Pablo and the rest of his relatives relocated to Medellin. There are many people who believe that it was Pablo who brought the terrible violence and death to Colombia, but that isn't true. His brother Roberto later declared, "Colombia has always been a country of violence. It was part of our heritage." Cocaine played no role in fomenting the massacres of La Violencia. At the time in which Pablo Escobar began a new life in Medellin, the drug was still in short supply in the global marketplace. In the years preceding the Second World War, Peru was the center of the cocaine trade. Even though American agents rarely seized more than 5 kilograms a year before 1960, pressure from Harry Anslinger's global crusade against narcotics bore down on Lima. By the 1950s, cocaine manufacturing spread to neighboring Bolivia, though the illicit networks that took root in La Paz and Santa Cruz never attained the size or coherence of the French Connection's heroin trade. Cocaine production and smuggling instead remained a thoroughly mom-and-pop industry, made up of independent operators from across Latin America. U.S.-led as well as local investigations regularly flagged the prevalence of traffickers with more exotic migrant backgrounds, particularly Spanish-speaking Arabs and Asians. The trade also attracted well-heeled and respectable patrons, such as the Bolivian smuggler Blanca Ibanez da Sanchez. Delicia Herrera, as she was known to her customers, forged an intricate yet personalized web of confederates who aided her in muling multi-kilo loads into the United States. As a fair, well-dressed woman, her appearance regularly dissuaded American customs officials from inspecting her luggage. Blanca did not tether herself to any mafia, nor did she beget any syndicate that continued her work after she was put out of business in the early 1960s. And even though Latin American traders shipped cocaine to various parts of the world through the early Cold War, no one city produced anything like a monopoly. The closest exception was Havana, which served as a key transit point for smugglers heading north to the States or east to Europe. The start of Castro's tenure at the end of the 1950s ended the city's role in the trade after many of its merchants went into exile. Over the next 2 decades, Cuban traffickers were the prime suspects of multiple distribution rings inside the United States. As with the early influx of Asian opiates into the United States, law enforcement officials initially interpreted Cuban-run smuggling operations as a communist plot meted out by Castro's spiteful government. Cases from the 1970s eventually undermined this presumption. In 1975, for example, U.S. and Mexican agents executed a sting netting 40 suspects linked to a Cuban mafia, tied to New Orleans mafia boss Santo Traficante. A main hub of this Cuban mafia was Las Vegas, where they supplied cocaine to the likes of Anthony Spilatro, the mobster who inspired Joe Pesci's role in the film Casino. Several Cubans taken into custody had previously worked in American mafia-run casinos in Havana and were later trained by the CIA as foot soldiers in the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. Cocaine attracted only a few enterprising Colombian traffickers before the 1970s. That did not mean that Colombians were unfamiliar with contraband smuggling as an industry. Colombia's black market was historically enormous due to strict government controls and import duties. The bottomless hunger for foreign goods attracted large numbers of people to the smuggling trade, making it a main form of employment in various provinces. As a child, Pablo Escobar was raised on stories about his grandfather, Roberto, who excelled at smuggling contraband. Though the mayor of a small town, Roberto devilishly transported untaxed whiskey past government inspection posts in coffins, accompanied with a cohort of mourners dressed in black. Under the cover of night, he removed the whiskey and injected it into empty eggshells to be sold to local drinkers. Pablo made his own way into the contraband trade as a teenager, smuggling cigarettes, washer-dryers, guns, and other things. His willingness to kill and intimidate without remorse anchored his first enterprises. He was already making hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time he was in his early 20s. Pablo's insatiable ambition and expanding opportunities didn't allow him to rest. Among the parcels he came to ship within his contraband convoys was cocaine paste, produced in Peru and Ecuador. Precisely when Pablo had his eureka moment that led to his transformation into a coke exporter is not clear. By the early 1970s, marijuana cultivation was beginning to expand rapidly. Spurred by growing demand in the United States, large landowners along the Colombian coast invested heavily in cannabis farming. Aiding the sudden growth of Colombia's marijuana industry were networks of distributors formed among Colombian migrants living places such as Miami and New York. As individuals born out of La Violencia of the 1940s and 1950s, many of these early traffickers viciously outmuscled rival syndicates made up of Cuban expatriates. American demand for marijuana eventually reached its absolute limit. By 1975, an estimated 27% of all American high school seniors confessed to smoking weed within the previous month. Another 6% purportedly was smoking every day. With market saturation and new strains of cannabis cutting into profits, eager Colombian entrepreneurs looked to cocaine as an alternative product for export. Unlike New York's commission, no insiders ever penned an account of the Medellin cartel's conception. It likely came together serendipitously. Pablo Escobar's extensive contacts in transport and commerce, coupled with his merciless reputation for violence, were crucial for his breakthrough into the coke market. But so were childhood friendships. Jorge Ochoa met Pablo when they were young. Ochoa's surname, however, needed no introduction. Jorge's father, Don Fabio Ochoa Restrepo, was a well-known landowner, restaurateur, horse breeder, and entrepreneur in Medellin, well before the cocaine craze gathered steam. Don Fabio's various businesses allowed the family entry into high society, as well as leverage among the country's contraband dealers. His sons, Jorge and Fabito, traded on the Ochoa name in becoming familiar with the narcotics trade. By the mid-1970s, the boys dabbled in shipping small quantities of coke to Miami, but initially lacked the connections and know-how to establish a thriving business. Pablo Escobar served as a valuable ally. The Ochoa's greatest assets were land and political clout. Various ranches owned by the family served as laboratories where coca leaves were processed into cocaine. The construction of the fabled Tranquilandia, an immense processing plant located in the Colombian jungle, underscored what became the trademark of Medellin cartel: cocaine production on an industrial scale. An equally ingenious system of transshipment provided the necessary outlets for the Ochoa's cocaine to flow. A key innovator within the Medellin milieu was Carlos Leder, Though the son of a well-off German immigrant father and beauty queen mother, Leder spent his early adulthood stealing cars in the United States and selling them to his brother in Colombia. His transformation into a cocaine importer occurred soon after his release from a federal penitentiary. Leder was among the first to utilize light aircraft to move cocaine across the U.S. border. His greatest coup was the purchase of a deserted Bahamian island, Norman's Cay, some 70 kilometers southeast of Nassau. Under the protection of corrupt authorities, Norman's Cay was transformed into an unlicensed airport that channeled tons upon tons of cocaine into South Florida. It remains difficult to say how much Leder made from his operations on the island. Investigators projected that he netted a profit of some $300 million in the years between 1979 and 1980, a sum totaling over $1.1 billion in contemporary dollars. With Leder purportedly moving 30 plane loads of cocaine off Norman's Cay during a single day, it's likely that $300 million is a low estimate. We still don't know how Leder, Escobar, and the Ochoas allied, but perhaps the greatest mystery is why their organization came to be known as a cartel as opposed to a mafia. After all, much of the Western public had grown accustomed to the existence of mafias elsewhere in the world. It was likely either an American agent or a Latin American official who first uttered the word. Official DEA reports featured the phrase as far back as the early 1970s. What may have inspired the term was the distinct composition of cocaine smuggling networks. Rather than a singular organization, cocaine traffickers were composed of a collection of independent smugglers, distributors, and producers. In the shadow of the energy crisis of the early 1970s, these consortiums likely reminded investigators of the ties formed between oil-producing nations in OPEC. It was this correlation that likely led officials to conceive of cocaine networks as cartels. What powered the construction of the Medellin cartel was not the desire to monopolize the cocaine trade, nor manipulate the price of the drug. More fundamental to its origins was a shared aversion to material risk. With the assistance of the Ochoas and others, the syndicate found sanctuary among complicit political figures, business leaders, and landowners. Exponentially rising profits expanded this umbrella of protection, allowing the cartel to pay off ever larger numbers of state officials. In banding together, otherwise rival smugglers sent their shipments in mixed loads northwards, thus defraying the cost of potential losses by interdiction or accident. Together, everyone made money. Still, even for those on the inside, knowing who actually ran the cartel was a matter of speculation or perspective. For John Roberts, née Rico Bono, his friendship with Fabito Ochoa provided his main window into the internal dynamics of the organization. Pablo Escobar, as he saw it, was a street guy, someone who enforced order and discipline on behalf of the outfit. Meanwhile, Don Ochoa and Jorge sat back and ruled as the organization's CEO and president. While everyone got their hands dirty, Don Ochoa rode his horses and ate great food. He was just like any other fat fucker sitting on top of a big corporation. Pablo may have been tough, but it was the Ochoas who owned the coca leaves. How Mexico's modern cartels emerged is a far less opaque story. As older heroin empires began to wane in the 1960s, a younger generation of desirous narcotraficantes was breaking new ground. In 1975, Mexican authorities arrested Alberto Cecilia Falcon in his palatial home in the border town of Tijuana. DEA officials had tracked Cecilia Falcon's movements as far back as 1971. Before a federal court, American prosecutors argued that he came to generate a weekly income of up to $3.6 million in cross-border drug sales. Alberto's arrest, on the surface of things, accentuated the apparent rise of a Cuban mafia at work in the United States. It was his cartel, according to authorities, that had supplied Santo Trafficante and Vegas mobster Anthony Spilatro. Yet, unbeknown to authorities in Mexico City and Washington, Cecilia Falcon's operation was an early indicator of events reshaping drug trafficking all along the U.S. border. Alberto was a refugee from the 1958 Cuban Revolution. He was not yet 30 when he settled in San Diego with an eye towards the dope trade. He somehow drew together a cohort of contacts and suppliers with links to marijuana and opium producers in Sinaloa, as well as cocaine dealers from Colombia. According to witness testimony, he brokered deals worth hundreds of tons of marijuana with leftist Mexican insurgents in exchange for American-made weapons. Such revelations did not surprise American officials or their counterparts south of the border. By the mid-1970s, Mexico was a state racked by rebellion. In the wake of a bloody government crackdown on students in the capital in 1968, at least a dozen guerrilla organizations formed across the country. The proliferation of armed groups occurred as Nixon issued his declaration of war against narcotics traffickers along the border. With the backing of American agents and material support, Mexico's empowered military and police services went to war against suspected leftists and drug suppliers throughout the north of the country. Operation Condor, as it came to be known, inflicted a terrible toll upon the Mexican landscape. Whole villages were razed as aircraft sprayed herbicides on countless farms and ranches. Troops killed without consequence and rounded up thousands who were then tortured and imprisoned. By 1978, as many as 3,000 Mexican citizens were killed in clashes with soldiers and police, with another 7,000 brutally tortured while in the state's custody. Among the regions hardest hit by Operation Condor was the northern state of Sinaloa. As the historic center of Mexico's illicit opium industry, Sinaloa had been home to generations of families with trafficking experience and strong ties to corrupted members of the country's political elite. The destruction of their properties and businesses forced many to leave the state and seek new opportunities in major cities such as Guadalajara, Tijuana, and Ciudad Juarez. Blood relations and marriage nonetheless remained a bond through which they continued to consort and do business. By the mid-1970s, the seeds of what became the Guadalajara cartel began to sprout. At the head of this grand reordering of Mexico's underworld was an unassuming former policeman named Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Miguel's ability to straddle the worlds of crime and politics was the talent that put him on the path to great wealth. He learned the drug trade from one of Sinaloa's oldest and most esteemed traffickers, Pedro Aviles Perez, the reputed Lion of the Sierras. Aviles ranked among the first Mexican smugglers to transport South American cocaine to the U.S. after having made a fortune in opium and marijuana production. Felix Gallardo also married well, becoming closely linked to the upper echelons of Sinaloa's political class. After displacing Aviles, who was assassinated by Mexican police, he hitched his star to an ambitious cadre of traffickers who also had learned at the Lion's feet. There was Ernesto Fonseca and his nephew, Amado Carrillo Fuentes, who both came from families long involved in the cultivation of opium and marijuana. Rafael Rafa Caro Quintero, the final member of the cartel's triumvirate, also served under Aviles and was the third generation within his family to work as a dope smuggler. Filial ties solidified connections to other fledgling narcotraficantes, such as the Arellano Felix brothers in Tijuana on the American border. A regular schedule of handsome payoffs to Mexico's security service allowed Miguel to utilize Guadalajara, Mexico's second-largest city, as the seat of power for the alliance formed among each of these otherwise dubious individuals. As in Medellin, Felix Gallardo's Guadalajara cartel was an organization that offered security and predictability for all who signed on. Their collective came to dominate the flow of narcotics across the multiple ports of entry that spanned between San Diego and El Paso. By the early 1980s, their success attracted the attention of surrogates with direct links to Colombia. As American authorities grew more aware of Medellin's influence over the flow of cocaine into Florida, Pablo Escobar and others looked to Guadalajara and the land routes they controlled as a viable alternative for transporting coke into the U.S. Miguel Felix Gallardo's emergence as the Medellin cartel's indispensable middleman netted him and his compatriots fortunes estimated in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The cartels of Guadalajara and Medellin differed from old mafias in distinct ways. Neither organization was born out of an instinctual desire to monopolize vice in its various forms. Through to their demise, they remained steadfastly tied to cocaine as their main source of wealth and influence. Though as compact and as easily shipped as heroin, coke initially lacked the stigma of opiates among interested consumers. Its relative scarcity made it even more attractive to its distributors. The immense profit margins that accompanied the mass production and sale of the drug resulted in the rapid expansion of both syndicates. As time passed, even relatively small wholesalers and street dealers were making money beyond their wildest imaginations. Collectively, their cocaine fortunes transformed economies of various sizes. By 1988, drug trafficking accounted for 5% of Colombia's national economy. Narcotics sales in the United States likely registered less than a % of America's GDP during the same year, but nevertheless weighed in at a projected $100 billion in proceeds. By the start of the new millennium, the drug trade's importance in the United States increased. One Mexican government study projected that the U.S. economy would shrink by as much as 22% if the narcotics trade suddenly vanished. In the case of Mexico, the country's economy would contract by as much as 2/3. All of these figures, of course, were based upon educated projections. Yet, if they were even close to true, they speak to the awesome grip the cocaine trade had upon much of the Americas. It was at the most local of levels that people tended to perceive cocaine's most outrageous effects. As ground zero for the Medellin cartel's infiltration of America, Miami generated the greatest amount of attention. In spite of an early history as a sleepy vacation and retirement mecca, the city evolved during the early 1980s into a Xanadu for fashion, entertainment, and good looks. By the end of the 1980s, local journalists discovered that Miami's consumers engaged in more cash transactions on cars, real estate, jewelry, and legal services than anywhere in the state, and perhaps most places in the country. Evidence of this spending spree was visible through the towering growth of Miami's skyline, as well as the mushrooming of shopping plazas, glitzy nightclubs, and luxury housing. As early as 1979, federal investigators took note of the increased deposits of what they suspected was drug money in various banks in the Miami area. Over the next decade, the Miami branch of the Federal Reserve boasted surpluses ranging between $4 and $6 billion. The closest comparison to such excessive holdings was the Federal Bank in Los Angeles, whose own surplus jumped from $165,000 to $3.8 billion between 1985 and 1988. But in making cocaine more accessible than ever before, Mexican and Colombian traffickers were forced to confront several unanticipated difficulties. The more successful we were in smuggling, the less money they made per kilo. That was the twist of it, John Roberts remembered. With the price of a kilo dropping from $50,000 to $6,000 between the late 1970s and early 1980s, traffickers were compelled to sell more cocaine to more buyers in order to maintain their original profit margins. This increased competition often led to violence and disorder. The advent of crack in the mid-1980s brought even greater unwanted exposure. Though smoking coca base had gained popularity throughout South America through 1970s, the popularization of rock cocaine among American addicts ushered in an onslaught of media hysteria and political hand-wringing. Rising homicide rates across urban centers, as well as gut-wrenching images of addicted crack babies, came to be seen as evils that could be directly traced to the cartels of Mexico and Colombia. For all of its outward glamour, Miami appeared to embody the darkest elements of the cocaine revolution. In 1975, the city's metro area was the scene of some 50 killings. By 1981, that number had climbed to 600. Other factors, such as the availability of firearms, exacerbated the problem. Of all the murders committed in Miami in 1980, roughly 23% were committed with a machine gun. Commentators and politicians also saw the violence as an outgrowth of immigration. Since the mid-century, the city had welcomed in thousands of Cubans and other newcomers from Latin America. Amid the exponential rise in violence in South Florida, a second great wave of migrants hit the city as tens of thousands of Cuban and Haitian refugees arrived from across the sea. The belief that many of the Cubans were former inmates expelled by Fidel Castro induced an increase in hostility towards the city's Latin American residents. In a demonstration of their discontent with the changing environment, Miami voters turned out in droves to pass an ordinance in 1980 forbidding the city to spend public funds on programs promoting bilingualism. Personal observations, as well as accounts drawn from the press, led large numbers of officials to assume that the cartels bore many of the characteristics of more familiar mafias. They appeared to have the look of an American, Italian, or Japanese crime family with their respective bosses, capos, and soldiers. As in Prohibition, cocaine trafficking inspired a highly corporatized and rational ethos within the business dealings of various syndicates. These similarities appeared to cease, however, when officials reckoned with their exaggerated propensity for violence. By the 1980s, the Colombian necktie, a gruesome punishment meted out by the cartels, became common parlance among crime reporters assigned to tackle the drug wars. The assertion that the Medellin cartel made the Mafia look like Sunday school kids was one that filtered through much of the American and European media. Unlike the Mafia, one U.S. paper warned, cocaine traffickers may wipe out the entire family of a rival or transgressor. Wives, husbands, children, and even in-laws are considered fair game. It is hard to say whether Pablo Escobar or Miguel Felix Gallardo would have agreed with this assessment. Aspects of their lives, however, left little doubt that they saw the organizations they built as being cut from the same cloth as the American Mafia. Felix Gallardo referred to his organization as the family, not a cartel. Heads of major distribution points in Culiacan, Tijuana, and elsewhere were referred to as captains. Their underlings were their soldiers. Pablo exuded an especially unbridled affection for real and imaginary gangsters. He loved The Untouchables, a 1960s television series celebrating the exploits of Elliot Ness. He purportedly watched all 120 episodes of the show at least 3 times. In his interactions with others, he consciously mimicked the slow manners and long silences of Marlon Brando's performance as Vito Corleone. In addition to his private zoo stocked with exotic animals, his estate at Hacienda Napoles featured a bullet-ridden automobile that he'd bragged belonged to Bonnie and Clyde, and a classic Pontiac supposedly owned by Al Capone. The Bonnie and Clyde car had been sold to him by our friend in the United States, who introduced us to Frank Sinatra, his brother Roberto remembered. Frank Sinatra was real. I wasn't so certain about those cars. One can easily fathom why mafia movies and mob lore imprinted themselves upon Escobar and others who joined the cocaine cartels of the era. Despite early efforts by migrant mafiosi in places such as Argentina during the 19th century, La Cosa Nostra never became an ingrained force in South America. More than anything, Escobar and others likely saw The Godfather as instructional. To this day, recruits in one Mexican cartel are required to watch Coppola's complete trilogy as a necessary tutorial in the meaning of loyalty and family values. Hollywood also internalized the rise of the cartels and projected upon it its own interpretation of their place within history and popular consciousness. Brian De Palma's 1983 remake of Scarface reiterated key themes from Howard Hawks' original film, especially America's tortured relationship with violence and material excess. It also placated the anti-drug sentiments of the American government, with federal prosecutors going as far to share their files with the film's producers, while the picture was in development. Yet, as in the case of The Godfather, some interpreted De Palma's decision to reimagine the film's main characters as Cuban as an indictment of Latin American immigrants in the country. We filmed in Los Angeles because the Cuban community chased us out of Miami, screenwriter Oliver Stone later declared. And unfortunately, once again, some of the media portrayed the film as racist. But you have to be very careful, too. Every community tends to be very sensitive. Song, as well as ritual, initially popularized the exploits of cartels to a far greater degree. As the offspring of families from rural Sinaloa, the founders of the Guadalajara cartel were raised on ballads and folk traditions that lionized outlaws. Chief among the most revered bandits of Sinaloa was Jesus Malverde. Like the medieval Robin Hood, Malverde likely is an amalgamation of genuine and fictitious brigands who avenged the poor and punished the rich during the 19th century. Ballads celebrating his life depict him as a righteous man driven to crime. For his sins, the state executed him and left his body unburied. Whether true or not, Malverde's mythos earned him a shrine in the state's capital of Culiacan. By the advent of the Guadalajara cartel, his status as a folk saint attained new heights when a chapel was erected near to his supposed resting place. Although never christened by the Catholic Church, the site drew large numbers of devout pilgrims as the cocaine trade grew to gargantuan proportions. Ernesto Fonseca, founder and eldest member of the cartel, is said to have aided in the construction of the chapel. Malverde's growing identification as the patron saint of Los Narcos lent new significance to the songs that celebrated his life. It inspired more contemporary artists to offer the same tribute to Mexico's emerging pantheon of godfathers. By the time he landed in prison, Miguel Felix Gallardo was touted as the boss of bosses in one popular tune. Rafa Caro Quintero received even earlier plaudits as a boss of bosses, a man who formed a great empire that is giving to this day, in the words of the popular group Los Invasores de Nuevo León. Before Pablo Escobar's heyday, ballads of this sort were unheard of in Colombia. Rumor has it that the narco corrido made its way into the country after one ranking member of the cartel visited Culiacan on business. Escobar eventually attained his own songs of tribute, but an even greater honor awaited him after his death. Like Malverde, his tomb became a site of pilgrimage for curiosity seekers, well-wishers, and desperate visitors hoping to obtain his blessings from beyond the grave. Years after his passing, at least some locals maintained that Escobar was a good Catholic deserving of such reverence. He was a murderer and drug trafficker, one councilman admitted. Of course, he added, and this will sound ugly to say, but if it were not for the fact that he opened the doors to the drug market, Colombia would be a poor country like Haiti. In life, Pablo Escobar aspired to be something more than a narco saint. With a vast fortune at his disposal, he imagined himself ascending to Colombia's presidency by the early 1980s. At no time did he believe his business would prevent him from having a political career, his brother Roberto observed. Even in America, it was well known that the father of the beloved JFK had made a fortune from the sale of illegal alcohol. What Pablo and the Kennedys had in common was the necessary power, financial or otherwise, to realize their political goals. It was with this in mind that he stood for election to Colombia's Chamber of Representatives. A self-serving populism tinged with anti-American nationalism was his platform as a Liberal Party candidate. He declared his intention to build 1,000 housing units on the north side of Medellin, on land formerly used as a landfill. His vision of a Medellin without slums also embraced plans to construct schools, hospitals, roller rinks, and soccer fields catering to the poor. Assisting Pablo were hired publicists who lauded his good works through his own radio show and personal newspaper. Winning a term in office did not endear him to the country's political establishment. Senior liberal leaders seized upon press reporting of Escobar's earlier arrest as a drug trafficker and successfully expelled him from the party within a year of his election. Yet for all his apparent iniquities, Pablo Escobar and the Medellin cartel did not yet rank as a clear threat to Colombian sovereignty and security. At the time of his brief political career, Bogota was in the grip of a far more dangerous struggle with the leftist guerrillas. The most dominant group, the Armed Revolutionary Forces of Colombia, or FARC, eventually took control of 40% of the country's territory by the late 1990s. At first, the Medellin cartel was not immune to leftist violence. In 1981, militants seized the daughter of Don Fabio Ochoa for ransom, an act that led to a swift and indelible response. After forging an agreement with fellow traffickers, business leaders, and landowners, the cartel's patriarch helped form a counter-paramilitary group aptly named Death to Kidnappers, better known by its Spanish acronym, MAS. MAS's brutal offensive set a series of vicious precedents. Bogota's fragile hold over law and order worsened as private anti-guerrilla armies akin to MAS proliferated. Rather than escalate their war against the cartel, leftist guerrillas eventually made their peace with both the drug trade and the cartels. In the hopes of boosting their material strength, the FARC, as well as other militant organizations, turned to cocaine as a revenue source. The kidnappers who had offended Don Ochoa went to greater lengths to compromise with Escobar and the cartel. When the government sought to finalize an extradition treaty with the United States in 1985, scores of fighters attacked the country's Palace of Justice. By the time Colombian security forces regained control of the building, half of the country's Supreme Court lay dead. Though never categorically proven, it is generally believed that Escobar helped engineer the assault. The attack on the Palace of Justice punctuated a period of growing uncertainty for the Medellin cartel. Awareness of the scale of illegal cocaine production peaked with the discovery of Tranquilandia, the cartel's massive conversion laboratory. With American technical assistance in hand, elite Colombian troops seized the immense compound in March 1984. The destruction of metric tons of unrefined coca paste was a transgression neither Pablo nor other cartel members could forgive or forget. Though he managed to cow the government into quashing a warrant issued against him, Escobar ordered the assassination of the country's justice minister, Rodrigo Lara Bonilla. Ongoing fears of apprehension and extradition intensified the cartel's fury. The war Escobar and his associates waged against the Colombian state left a death toll that exceeded the worst years of Salvatore Reina's campaign against Rome. Some 200 judges and 700 police officers died combating the Medellin cartel over the next decade. Perhaps thousands more, most of them innocent bystanders, were also claimed by the fighting. Despite the threat of death and the temptation of enormous cash payoffs, members of Colombia's security establishment doggedly pursued the cartel's principal leaders. The state's persistence eventually paid off. Carlo Lider was ingloriously captured and sent to the U.S. for trial in 1987. Facing arrest, Fabio Ochoa's sons reluctantly turned themselves in 1991. The Don himself, however, never faced arrest or trial. A guarantee to serve out his sentence on Colombian soil also enticed Escobar to come in from the cold. For more than a year, Escobar was housed in La Catedral, a cavernous prison he built for himself. His stay there could hardly be called incarceration. With amenities such as hot tubs, a gym, a fully stocked bar, and entertainment systems, Escobar lived well and continued to oversee his empire. His wanton exploitation of Bogota's goodwill came to an end when he ordered the execution of several of his lieutenants on the grounds of his own prison. He managed to elude authorities who sought to transfer him to a state prison, but remained on the run for the rest of his life. When an elite Colombian detachment caught up with him in December 1993, rival cartels and vengeful victims were also on his trail. Only one lightly armed bodyguard was at his side when he died in a hail of gunfire. Officials in Washington were no less jubilant than their Colombian counterparts at the news of Escobar's death. For the United States, it marked a hopeful turning point in America's now decades-long war on drugs. Much had changed, however, in the time that had passed between Nixon's commencement of this struggle and the closing stages of the Medellin cartel. At the time of Ronald Reagan's election in 1980, counter-narcotics enforcement was not a priority. At the outset of his term, Reagan's team went as far as to consider cutting the size of the Justice Department. Narcotics use, from many accounts, appeared to have stabilized. Cocaine, as one article in Time declared, was seen as no more harmful than equally moderate doses of alcohol and marijuana, and infinitely less so than heroin. Events around the country and within the White House changed the administration's approach before the end of Reagan's first year in office. Outrageous acts of street violence, particularly in cities such as Miami, sharpened calls for a harder-nosed approach towards drug trafficking. Powerful voices in the president's cabinet echoed these sentiments. leading to the rapid expansion of the FBI and DEA budgets. The U.S. Congress joined in the crusade, passing harsher federal sentencing guidelines for drug possession, distribution, and smuggling in 1984. And as chaos raged in Colombia, Reagan directed military and intelligence officials to take a more direct role in fighting narcotics trafficking abroad. The drug threat the president announced in 1986 was every bit as much a threat to the United States as enemy planes and missiles. Evidence of cocaine's growing power over Latin America also played to Washington's enthusiasm in combating the expansion of Soviet influence. With Nicaragua in the hands of the Moscow-backed Sandinista regime, Pablo Escobar and other cartel leaders reached out to Managua in the hopes of establishing a new air bridge to North America, one similar to Norman's Cay. Escobar's alliances with other Latin American governments also extended to Manuel Noriega, Generalissimo of Panama, who allowed the cartels to deposit their funds in local Panamanian banks. Escobar's influence over Central America was a godsend for the Reagan administration. The president took to the airwaves in March 1986 to reveal evidence demonstrating that top Nicaraguan government officials were deeply involved in drug trafficking. Validating Reagan's claims were photographs depicting Pablo Escobar in the company of Nicaraguan soldiers loading 1,200 pounds of cocaine onto an awaiting aircraft. Unbeknown to the American public, U.S.-supported anti-communists and the Medellin cartel had formed their own alliances. A plane crash in 1988 revealed that anti-Sandinista forces had received American weapons from a front company headed by Juan Mata Ballesteros, one of Miguel Felix Gallardo's early coke connections. DEA representatives later characterized him as an individual at the same level as the rulers of the Medellin and Cali cartels. By far the worst offender was Manuel Noriega, who traded secrets and arms to both communists and anti-communist forces in Latin America. With the conclusion of Washington's Contra wars against Nicaragua, an army of 20,000 American troops invaded Panama. After cornering him at the papal diplomatic residence in Panama City, American officers rendered Noriega back to Miami to stand trial for drug trafficking and other charges. One of the witnesses who helped send him to prison was Carlos Leder, who testified at length as to Noriega's dealings with the Medellin cartel. Equally uncomfortable contradictions colored the end of the Guadalajara cartel. Mexican state complicity in the drugs trade was a well-known fact well before Reagan took office. The depths of this collaboration, however, became painfully clear with the kidnapping and murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena. In February 1985, Camarena disappeared after being accosted by several men in front of the U.S. consulate in Guadalajara. His whereabouts remained unknown during the month that followed. Dithering on the part of Mexican authorities incurred Washington's fury, leading to a punitive slowdown of Mexican traffic across the U.S. border. His body eventually appeared hundreds of miles away alongside a pilot who assisted the DEA in counter-narcotics operations. Camarena's remains were in an advanced stage of decomposition and exhibited horrific signs of torture that had likely lasted days. News reports circulated that police officers were likely involved in the kidnapping. Before the body was even found, U.S. officials took custody of audio recordings of Camarena's torture, which pointed to possible links between drug traffickers and Mexico's security services. Before long, Mexican officials indicted and secured the capture of Rafael Caro Quintero, who had gone into hiding in Costa Rica. Quintero's arraignment did little to quiet the storm. Hearings held before the U.S. Senate led to accusations that individuals close to Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid were involved in the drug trade and possibly Camarina's disappearance. Suspicion mounted that the DFS, Mexico's intelligence service, was critical to the workings of the Guadalajara cartel. They are a very, very big problem, one U.S. investigator told the New York Times. Every time we grab someone, they're carrying a card from the DFS. A lot of people have been issued badges who are not really on the payroll. The dissolution of the DFS shortly after Camarina's death pointed to a reshuffling of Mexican drug politics, but not a complete transformation. By the early 1990s, it was estimated that cartels were spending $500 million on government bribes. Confirmation of the scale of a pay-to-play system in the country seemed all but certain when the wife of Raul Salinas, brother of President Carlos Salinas de Gortari, was arrested in Switzerland attempting to withdraw $84 million from one of her accounts. A subsequent investigation uncovered a total of $250 million stashed away in 289 separate Swiss accounts linked to Raul Salinas. There is no agreement as to whether Miguel Felix Gallardo approved of Kiki Camarina's abduction and killing, yet it became abundantly clear that Felix understood the gravity of the crime. The arrest of Caro Quintero, as well as Ernesto Fonseca, left him alone at the top of the Guadalajara cartel. His position, however, became more tenuous as Americans applied more attention and resources to policing drug trafficking on the Mexican border. His arrest in April 1989 came without warning, supposedly, it is claimed, at the direct order of newly elected President Carlos Salinas. Shortly after his apprehension, he organized one last meeting of the cartel's main figures. Power thereafter devolved into the hands of regional bosses based in Tijuana, Culiacan, Ciudad Juarez, Tecate, and Mexicali. Gallardo's fall by no means ended drug trafficking across the border, nor did it minimize the potential for violence. In the decade that followed, a more contentious and often more chaotic arena of competition took shape among the successors of the Guadalajara cartel. Between 1993 and 2001, an estimated 2,800 people were the victims of murder, rape, or abduction in Ciudad Juarez alone. Lawlessness in the city was so profound during this period that experts and officials struggled to pinpoint what percentage of these crimes were attributed to drug violence. The specter of government patronage grew even more visible with the dissolution of Gallardo's empire. In 1997, José de Jesus Gutiérrez Rabojo, the general in charge of Mexico's counter-narcotics operations, was arrested months into the job on charges of abetting the operations of Juarez boss, Amado Carrillo Fuentes. According to American intelligence sources, Rabojo organized meetings between Fuentes and other senior military officers, tipping him off to both American and Mexican investigations. Rabojo's effort to crush the Juarez cartel's main rivals, however, brought him into conflict with other generals accused of patronizing Arellano, Felix's organization in Tijuana. At the time of his arrest, informants claimed General Rabojo and other officers were finalizing negotiations over a $60 million bribe from Fuentes. Colombia witnessed a similar pattern of fragmentation and state collusion after the demise of Pablo Escobar. The arrest and death of other prominent Medellin bosses splintered what remained of the country's largest cartel, thus creating new avenues for growth among Colombia's remaining syndicates. Stepping into the breach was an extensive network of producers and distributors based in the southwestern city of Cali. Mystery still obscures the origins of the Cali cartel. Formed in the mid-1970s, its most prominent founders, Gilberto and Miguel Rodriguez Orejuela, worked as drugstore clerks at a young age before turning to crime. At a time when marijuana and coca paste were flowing freely across Colombia, the brothers and their partners enlisted as many as 92 cousins and relatives in building a drug pipeline into New York and other American cities. While Carlos Escobar and Carlos Leder played to the public, the Rodriguez brothers scorned the attention of the media. Their methods of violence and intimidation were equally unassuming. Bodies of those kidnapped and murdered often disappeared or were found without identifying features. Their willingness to kill also extended to cleansing Cali of populations that hindered the requirements of progress, such as the homeless, prostitutes, and homosexuals. A concerted campaign to buy political support and security cemented the cartel's standing among Cali's elite. A 1994 police and judiciary investigation uncovered evidence that the Cali cartel had paid off at least 12 generals and more than 24 senior officials in the city. The cartel's influence also extended over most of Cali's police force and virtually all of the security staff at the local airport. Public attention to the cartel's power reached fever pitch when newspapers revealed that Ernesto Samper, winner of Colombia's 1994 presidential contest, had accepted drug money from Cali. Accusations of corruption soon rippled across Bogota, leading to several high-profile resignations from the government. Samper, however, remained defiant. 1 year later, he oversaw the arrest of Gilberto and Miguel Rodriguez Orejuela. The full decapitation of the Cali cartel's leadership crippled the organization for good. As in Mexico, the Colombian state, however corrupt, proved its resilience. But in striking down large organizations, a Hydra-like system of smaller groups took their place. Older geographic epicenters such as Medellin and Cali mattered less as cartelitos, or mini-cartels, took shape in areas previously at the periphery of the cocaine trade. More striking was how quickly these new groups branched out abroad. Less than 2 years after the Cali cartel's demise, officials in neighboring Panama were reporting that at least 20 Colombian cartelitos were operating in the country. The afterlife of the word cartel speaks to more than just the impact these syndicates of Medellin and Guadalajara had upon popular consciousness. Why cartels prevailed as institutions partially reflected the historical continuities that brought them to life. The cornerstones of Escobar's and Felix Gallardo's empires were networks of druggists, shippers, smugglers, and wholesalers with roots dating back a generation or more. Veterans of the French Connection played a noticeable role in both Mexico and Colombia. Had he not been arrested in 1972, Marseille's most notorious underworld chemist, Joseph Cesare, admitted to his jailers that he would have headed to Colombia to build a series of labs. One French Connection chemist, Laurent Fioconi, did manage to evade arrest and settle in Colombia. With the help of old and new acquaintances, he operated labs on behalf of both the Cali and Medellin cartels. Natives who worked in his jungle lab dubbed him the magician after he began trebling their rate of cocaine production. When one group of Medellin distributors sought to test his skills, he happily transformed 10 kilos of cocaine base into 11 kilos of powder ready for sale. When they saw this, they fell on their asses, Fioconi remembers. El Mago, the magician. Some of the groups that enabled the cocaine revolution to flourish were indeed long in the tooth. The Camorra, the Yakuza, Sicily's La Cosa Nostra, and the American Mafia all took advantage of the cocaine trade. Other crime factions, however, appeared to emerge seemingly from nowhere. Observers especially saw this being the case in countries such as Jamaica and Nigeria. Both states possessed a history of cliques or gangs, engaged in various crimes before large amounts of cocaine arrived on their shores. Yet as they became stopovers for smugglers transiting to North America and Europe, both nations witnessed the radical rise of their own local mafias. When Jamaica gained its independence from Great Britain in 1962, it did so as a state with few lucrative resources or sustainable commodities. Old colonial exports such as sugar and bananas, together with bauxite mining and tourism, left large numbers of people in poverty. Bitter questions over economic development and relations with London put in place a contentious two-party system well before the independence was finally attained. Both parties eagerly sought out the support of the lower classes, creating an environment marked by both political patronage and electoral intimidation. Bands of party-linked rude boys, some of them armed with guns, became frequent sights in the capital of Kingston as early as the 1960s. Crime proliferated under these conditions. In 1970, the Jamaican government announced that 12,900 violent crimes had been committed that year. The political opposition, meanwhile, estimated that the true figure was probably north of 30,000. Tensions within Jamaica soared with the election of Michael Manley as prime minister in 1972. As an advocate of radical socialist policies, Manley drew the support of Cuba and the ire of the United States. Despite noted peacemaking efforts by Bob Marley, far and away the country's most famous citizen, Manley's standoff against his most prominent rival, Edward Seaga, continued through much of the decade. Marley himself was nearly assassinated when he announced a concert in Manley's honor. The drugs trade added to the lethality and global impact of Jamaica's political woes. Marijuana cultivation and usage was commonplace on the island well before independence. With the American market beckoning, a new contraband industry took form as the pot boom took off in the early 1970s. Cocaine and heroin trafficking assumed even greater appeal in advance of Kingston's decision to adopt a U.S.-backed marijuana eradication program in the mid-'80s. Soft drugs, as one American diplomat put it, had always been a major element of the narcotics problem in Jamaica. Yet it was already apparent in 1972 that the country was being used as a transit point for hard narcotics for the U.S. market. As evidence, the diplomat pointed to the seizure of 460 pounds of heroin and 10 pounds of cocaine within a 3-year period, all from Latin America. Who precisely were the trailblazers of this trade is not clear. American investigators in the mid-1970s contended that young Americans unconnected to traditional sources of organized crime may have been among the first actors to cart large amounts of marijuana across the Caribbean. A far more structured and indigenous brand of Jamaican trafficker clearly emerged after the 1980 election. With Michael Manley up for re-election that year, political violence spiraled out of control. By the time his longtime rival, Edward Seaga, claimed victory, an estimated 800 people were killed in party-backed gang violence. Large numbers of Jamaicans left the country in the wake of the election, a group that included individuals connected to urban gangs. With cocaine now gushing across the Caribbean, cliques of posses and yardies served as retailers and smugglers for dealers based in Latin America. This was the case of Errol Codling, Britain's reputed godfather of the yardies, As a reggae artist known as Ranking Dread, he achieved fleeting celebrity in the early 1980s for his minor hit, Fatty Boom Boom. Not to be confused with the more popular reggae single, Hey Fatty Bum Bum, by Carl Malcolm. At some point, however, he left Jamaica for London and, by all reports, entered the drugs trade. Before 1990, authorities in the United States, Canada, and Britain prosecuted and deported Codling for a variety of crimes, including drug possession, prostitution, carrying illegal firearms, and rape. Newspapers also accused him of complicity in as many as 30 murders for which he was neither tried nor imprisoned. Most shockingly, investigators in the United Kingdom leaked revelations that the Irish Republican Army hired Codling to assassinate Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in 1987. Detectives believed he got cold feet after seeing the extensive security cordon that surrounded Downing Street and the Houses of Parliament. Back in Jamaica, cocaine dealing supplemented the power of politically influential gangs such as the Shower Posse. Based in the poor neighborhood of Tivoli Gardens, the Shower Posse first assumed notoriety as the militant arm of Edward Seaga's Jamaican Labor Party. Cocaine dealing and their connections to Jamaican migrant communities in Toronto, Miami, New York, and London made them a force beyond politics. The press on both sides of the Atlantic depicted the Shower Posse and other Jamaican gangs as a black mafia that killed wantonly and without remorse. By the early 1990s, British, Canadian, and American law enforcement warned that posses and yardies had cornered the crack cocaine market in several cities. What made them most feared was their reliance on heavy weaponry, such as Uzis and other automatic weapons. Not since the Mafia emerged to rule organized crime during the 1920s have authorities faced such a threat, one Florida journalist surmised. Crime emanating from Nigeria produced somewhat less hysteria during the 1980s and 90s. Yet, in a world that seemed increasingly awash in new and exotic mafias, observers looked upon the rise of organized crime in West Africa as emblematic of cocaine's contagious reach. Nigeria attained its independence 2 years before Jamaica. Yet, unlike Jamaica, forging a coherent nation remained an elusive task. Civil war broke out in the country 7 years after colonial administrators departed the capital of Lagos. Nigeria's union was restored in 1970, but deep fractures remained among the country's 3 largest ethnic groups. A succession of 6 military governments came and went after the war was finished, thus begetting a culture of coups and uncurbed authority in both the capital and the countryside. What sustained some degree of continuity between regimes was a shared understanding among elites when it came to the national cake. Fleecing of the state treasury, as well as the splitting of oil revenues and other natural resources, helped sustain peace among the powerful. Little, however, was set aside for Nigeria's rapidly growing population. Large numbers of Nigerians opted to leave the country rather than face unemployment, poverty, and, at times, rampant violence. By 1991, there were 47,000 Nigerian citizens living in the UK and another 100,000 claiming residence in the United States. It was not this diaspora that necessarily initiated Nigeria's entrance into the global narcotics market. As early as the 1950s, American narcotics agents uncovered a ring of Lebanese smugglers that had used Nigeria as a transit point in shipping heroin from the Levant to New York. This pattern of trade appeared to endure into the 1990s when French authorities busted Lebanese traffickers passing through Paris. By then, cocaine had arrived on the scene. Exactly when Nigerians living at home and abroad entered the cocaine market remains murky. Stories concerning enterprising exchange students, or perhaps Navy officers operating out of India, are among the few anecdotes pointing to the development of a Nigerian connection within the drugs trade. By the time the Medellin cartel was in its death throes, significant numbers of Nigerians were participating in the cocaine trade. In 1991, officials in Lagos admitted more than 15,000 of its citizens were held in jails worldwide on drug charges. Who or what controlled cocaine trafficking out of Nigeria was a subject foreigners could only guess at during the 1980s and 90s. Some surmised that cocaine came into the country via Brazil, which was then transported by mules to Europe and North America. The scale and sophistication of the trade led European and American observers to assume that there was nothing random or haphazard about these networks. These are people working for very organized groups, one American report declared in 1994, which we have felt is with the protection of government officials. Rampant corruption in and beyond the division of Nigeria's national cake encouraged these suspicions. The world of politics and crime blurred with reports that Nigeria was in fact ruled by a Kaduna Mafia during this era. Though admittedly bearing no genuine resemblance to La Cosa Nostra, the Kaduna Mafia comprised a secretive clique of elite figures from Nigeria's predominantly Muslim north. It was this cabal of generals, business leaders, and provincial notables that many saw as the true source of power in the country. Cases involving the Kaduna elite's links to the drugs trade produced rare moments of embarrassment. In 1985, the son of one of the country's wealthiest families was arrested in Lagos for what was characterized as his role in an international cocaine and heroin smuggling ring. Then-ruling General Mohammed Buhari scrambled to account for the network's existence, especially since the penalty for drug trafficking was death by firing squad. The mystery deepened when a well-dressed woman accused of assisting the ring threatened to out the big men who really sat atop the gang. She purportedly died of food poisoning while in police custody. Unlike groups hailing from Jamaica, there is limited evidence that Nigerian traffickers retailed their wares on the streets of European or American cities. Who actually dispensed their drugs to Western users was a question many in the Atlantic world simply assumed away. This ambivalence, in historical terms, is illustrative of a common blind spot among state investigators. In Washington, federal and congressional agents invested most of their energy and resources in tracking major wholesalers. When it came to the evolution of street dealing and regional distribution, their interest was less pronounced. When the Federal Bureau of Narcotics presented a 1965 presidential commission with a national survey of organized crime, agents directed little attention to the groups or individuals who sold addicts their drugs. In places such as Boston, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Washington, D.C., blame was simply placed on disorganized Negro violators and peddlers who either worked directly for major mafia families or who somehow acquired the drugs independently. Drug dealing by outlaw motorcycle gangs, for example, received none of the attention La Cosa Nostra attained on the part of U.S. Congress, despite the fact that groups like the Hells Angels were known for retailing mass shipments of marijuana from Mexico as early as the 1960s. By the early 1970s, a handful of African-American kingpins attained fleeting stardom. It arguably took authorities almost a decade to catch on to the network built by Frank Matthews, whose dope-dealing empire stretched across the Mid-Atlantic and the Midwest. Despite his humble roots in North Carolina, Matthews turned a $20,000 heroin deal with a Cuban fugitive into a steady drug pipeline linked to French connection smugglers based in Venezuela.
Some things require silence to be fully understood. Let's slow down for a beat. What follows is a piece of healing music for the soul. Let these sounds embrace your emotions and nurture your inner peace before we move on to the next chapter.
From his home in New York City, he joined forces with a string of citywide heroin retailers who came to dominate markets in Baltimore, Washington, Detroit, and Atlanta. When police apprehended him in 1973, federal authorities estimated that his drug profits from the previous year likely exceeded $10 million. After jumping bail, Matthews disappeared without a trace. Matthews' fall was followed by the arraignment of other prominent African-American gangsters, most notably Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes, Harlem's reputed Mr. Untouchable. By the end of the 1970s, the American press was generally in agreement that a black mafia had been met and defeated in various parts of the country. The growth of the cocaine trade, more than any major drug epidemic before it, begged more serious inquiries as to who was selling consumers their drugs. Understanding who the dealers were was not simply a matter of public health. By the mid-1980s, stories of mass shootings and indiscriminate killings inundated newspaper and television reporting from coast to coast. Youth gangs were habitually the chief culprits. Popular culture picked up on this trend almost immediately, integrating it into movies and music almost effortlessly. It was in this environment that L.A. gangs, the Bloods and Crips, were held up as the poster children for the scourge of drug dealing and violence. Though they were not mafias in a traditional sense, their sophistication and pervasiveness drew frequent comparisons to more established crime groups. Concern over youth gangs grew independently of America's rising interest in mafias. For much of the post-war years, experts tended to agree that societal ills, not organized crime, were what drew young men to band together and behave violently. Gangs plagued Los Angeles no more than any other place in the United States in the 1950s. The young African-American men who formed post-war gangs, such as the Slawsons, the Gladiators, the farmers, and the businessmen, often came from working-class families. Police and reformers initially construed them as social delinquents in one sense or another. When they clashed, they did so out of spirit of neighborhood solidarity and petty differences. Racial animosities also played a role in the spread of gangs in Los Angeles. As the first signs of white flight were observed in neighborhoods south of L.A.'s downtown in the 1950s, black gangs did battle against a band of white teenagers, calling themselves the Spook Hunters. Raymond Washington, founder of the Crips, turned to gangs for protection, identity, and a sense of belonging. The politics of the time inspired him to think beyond himself and his surroundings. Though born in Texas, he came of age in South Los Angeles amid the civil rights movement. He was 12 when intensifying police violence touched off the infamous Watts riots of 1965. Inspired by the nationalist militancy and chic appeal of the Black Panther Party, Washington founded the Crips at some point around 1970. The origin of the name is a matter of dispute, though it was possibly a reference to the stylized crippled walk the members adopted. Washington and other leaders touted the gang's name as an expression of their ideological leanings. One early member believed CRIP was an acronym for Continuous Revolution in Progress. The adoption of a CRIP constitution, one that echoed the black nationalist principles of the Black Panther Party, added to the unique character of the gang. Remarkably, satellite chapters of the Crips sprang up through much of South Los Angeles within months of its formation. Long-standing neighborhood animosities, as well as Washington's own propensity for violence, prompted a counter-coalition to form among the disaffected. The proliferation of gangs calling themselves Bloods reflected a shared affinity for black nationalism. Yet older personal and neighborhood tensions persisted. Internecine warfare between the two gangs became endemic to South Los Angeles as early as 1971, with as many as 29 young people killed as a result of gang feuds during this early period. Popular culture, likely brought on by The Godfather and other films of the genre, prompted many Bloods and Crips to see themselves as a more bona fide class of criminal. By the end of the decade, Crip graffiti spray-painted on neighborhood walls spoke of gangs identifying themselves as mobsters, gangsters, and mafias. By the time a drive-by shooting took the life of Raymond Washington in 1979, the cocaine trade in Los Angeles had already begun to gather steam, with Colombian-linked retailers dealing in thousands of kilos of the drug. During this early surge of cocaine sales in the city, the reputed godfather of drugs in South Los Angeles, Thomas Tootie Reese, had built a mini cocaine empire without the aid of either the Bloods or Crips. It required the slow popularization of cheaper crack and freebase cocaine for factions of the two gangs to be drawn into the drug trade. By the mid-1980s, federal officials were warning that the combination of Colombian trafficking and gang street dealing had created a threat far more menacing than the traditional mafia network. An orgy of gang violence in South Los Angeles appeared to confirm the harrowing state of affairs. By 1990, the annual number of gun-related homicides in Los Angeles County soared to 1,554, nearly a four-fold increase from 2 decades earlier, with a third connected to gang warfare. Hollywood, as well as early hip-hop pioneers like NWA and Ice-T, brought the terror associated with the Bloods and Crips to audiences far beyond the California coast. The year 1988 featured the release of NWA's Straight Outta Compton and the blood-drenched gang opus Colors. Both works sparked a firestorm of controversy amid news reports of record boycotts and shootouts between Bloods and Crips at local multiplexes. Gangster rap's sudden popularity also underscored what was becoming the genuine dissemination of L.A. gang culture across the country. Police investigations and local media outlets tracked a steady out-migration of California gangsters to scores of towns and cities during the late 1980s. Expanding the crack trade to virgin territory prompted at least some out of Los Angeles. Everywhere you go, you're going to see some people from L.A., one Crip dealer professed. If they got, a dope house out there or a dope street out there, you'll run into somebody on that street from L.A. A great many other gangsters carried the culture further still to Latin America as a result of their deportation as illegal migrants. The undeniable mystique of the Bloods and Crips, with their telltale dress and slang, eventually inspired copycats in Europe. For observers abroad, the diffusion of L.A. gang culture, and seemingly the drug trade with it, appeared in keeping with the times. It's official, one British observer declared in 1989. The Mafia does not run organized crime in America. Just how integral the Bloods and Crips were to the distribution of cocaine within Los Angeles, let alone the United States, stirred some debate from the start of the crack epidemic. Media panic, as well as dire pronouncements by law enforcement officials, tended to blur or inflate the correlation between the rise in gang activity and the spread of cocaine in America. It was true, one USC research team contended in 1986 that street gangs engaged in drug sales, but the data suggested that they did not monopolize it. Most gangs, they believed, were too incohesive and unruly to take on mafia characteristics. The nuances that separated Bloods and Crips from the American Mafia tended to be lost on those who saw them as equally terrible expressions of the same phenomenon. Within popular media and in government circles, a new narrative took shape and became more fixed as time went on. Old syndicates such as La Cosa Nostra were dying off. More terrifying ones, such as the Crips, were taking their place. Other factors beyond the cocaine revolution fostered this emerging point of view. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, a series of new mafias arose in Eastern Europe and the old Soviet Union. The sudden proliferation of these mafias caught many by surprise, even though their development was many years in the making. Thieves and bandits, the rise of mafias in Europe's East. The travails that have shaped the modern city of Dnipro encapsulate the larger saga of empire within much of Eastern Europe. Until the mid-18th century, the land that it sits on today boasted no history of urban development. Located on the Dnieper River in what is now Ukraine, it was at the crossroads of several competing states. It had been the scene of intermittent warfare between Cossacks and Tartars, as well as Poland, the Ottoman Empire, and Russia for decades on end. Something like an extended era of peace came about with Russia's conquest of the Crimea in 1774. Soon after, what was once a fledgling military encampment on the Dnieper was transformed into a settlement dubbed Yekaterinoslav, so named in honor of the reigning Tsarina, Catherine the Great. Within a century, the town became a showplace for Imperial Russia's earnest attempts at industrialization. As the Manchester of the South, Yekaterinoslav boomed into a metropolis dotted with heavy smokestacks, blast furnaces, and brick-laden factories. Its population spiked to over 200,000 by the First World War and boasted communities speaking Russian, Ukrainian, Yiddish, Polish, German, and Belarusian. The outbreak of the Great War ended its early epoch of prosperity and ushered in a sorrowful series of events that transformed and decimated the town and its people. Russia's October Revolution of 1917 inaugurated a new regime and a change to the city's name and character. It now came to be known as Dnipropetrovsk, in a tribute to a local Bolshevik activist who served as a minister in the formation of the Soviet Union. The name change was emblematic of a profound cultural shift. Dnipropetrovsk became a leading industrial center in the Soviet Republic of Ukraine, a new state reflecting Lenin's desire to liberate and uplift the Ukrainian national majority living on the old empire's western periphery. Stalin upheld Ukraine's national sovereignty, but earnestly sought to crush and atomize its population. The period between the world wars was a time of great hardship for the residents of Dnipropetrovsk, one marked by the cruelties of forced collectivization and famine. Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 led to still greater injuries. In 1939, 18% of the city's residents identified themselves as Jewish. By the end of the German occupation, virtually all 90,000 of them had either fled or been murdered in the Holocaust. Another 30,000 civilians were executed for various crimes. More than double that number was shipped westward as slave laborers. Much of Dnipropetrovsk was destroyed when Stalin's army reclaimed the region in 1944. By the time Mikhail Gorbachev took power in 1986, Dnipropetrovsk had been reborn as a city of secrets. After the war, it resumed its place as an important industrial center despite the scars left by the Nazi invasion. Yet, with the onset of the Cold War, Soviet authorities incorporated the city into its expansive defense sector with the establishment of a massive automotive factory and ballistic missile facility. Dnipropetrovsk thereafter became off-limits to foreign visitors, and the press was forbidden from mentioning its main industries. Published photographs taken from within the city were strictly censored. When Vitaly Vitaliev visited Dnipropetrovsk in the wake of Gorbachev's ascendancy, none of these traits particularly interested him. For years, Vitaliev had made a name for himself as one of the Soviet Union's most prolific foreign correspondents. The advent of glasnost and the loosening of press restrictions added to his fame, with his pursuit of stories about state corruption and the hardships of daily life in the Soviet Union. On a train home to Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, a fan of his work suggested he go to Dnipropetrovsk to explore the existence of what he called the Soviet Mafia. Vitaly claimed to have never heard of such a thing. After first poking around Moscow for answers, he returned to Ukraine and slowly uncovered an incredible story. The city, it seemed, had previously been under the sway of a gangster mysteriously known as the Sailor, born Alexander Milchenko. The Sailor grew up in Amur, a neighborhood possessing a storied reputation for crime and violence. Why Amur cultivated this distinction puzzled Vitaliev. Perhaps, he reasoned, it was the hot temper of the locals, typical Southerners, or maybe in the cheap and plentiful local wine. No one knows exactly. Whatever the case, Amur eventually got the better of Milchenko. After a failed attempt at playing competitive soccer, he and other local toughs dabbled in theft, robbery, and eventually extortion. It was his decision to host crooked card games that really set his criminal career in motion. Even though gambling was illegal in the Soviet Union, the Sailor and his men soon amassed large amounts of money. The Sailor's gang took another giant step forward when it allied itself with black marketeers and the producers of illegally produced wares. Through bribes and the threat of violence, Milchenko protected Dnipropetrovsk's underground economy and bought off much of the city's police and officials. Local authorities repeatedly thwarted attempts at investigating and arresting the Sailor through the late 1970s and early 1980s. When Vitaliev published his exposé in the popular satirical magazine Krokodil in the summer of 1987, officials in Dnipropetrovsk prevented the magazine's distribution to local vendors. There was an undeniable hunger for stories such as this among the Soviet public during this late stage of the Cold War. But, as Vitaliev later insisted, people in the country lacked the context to truly understand what was happening in central Ukraine. Back in 1987, he remembered, I had to explain to my readers what mafia and racket meant in general and what was special about their Soviet versions. Within months, however, things changed rapidly. By the time the Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet press, along with the international media, was awash in reports of an expansive Soviet mafia. An even more ominous monsoon of stories of gangland violence swept over the USSR. How and why this crime wave first took shape soon became the subject of an expansive number of articles and books. At the heart of this search for answers was an obvious, yet disturbing set of questions. How did such a crisis emerge so quickly within such an authoritarian system? And what precisely was this thing people were now calling the Soviet Mafia? Contrary to Vitaliev's insistence, the concept of the Mafia was not unknown in the Soviet Union. 19th century news reports from Sicily likely provided readers in the Russian Empire their first exposure to the word. Senior Bolsheviks were certainly aware of its meaning and existence. From his home in exile in Mexico City in the late 1930s, Leon Trotsky published a collection of articles he entitled Stalin's Gangsters. 2 years before his assassination, he decried the Soviet secret police as a centralized mafia of terrorists, bent upon murdering dissidents at home and abroad. How the notion seeped into popular consciousness remains obscured by the nature of the Soviet system. A stringent regime of censorship, as well as the harsh penalties that came with blatantly criticizing rule from Moscow, made it almost impossible for average citizens to explore the meaning of the term as it applied to their own lives. Soviet media, however, were unabashed in talking about the mafias abroad. The National Encyclopedia defined organized crime as a form of criminal activity carried on in bourgeois countries, primarily the U.S. It was in this spirit that a redacted version of Mario Puzo's The Godfather was first translated into Russian and other Soviet languages in the late 1970s. Despite the chasm that set the East apart from the West, the nature of the Soviet system in the 1970s did, in fact, give critics sufficient context to understand Puzo's novel as a window into the nature of power in the country. By the time Coppola's two films exited theaters, evidence of Premier Leonid Brezhnev's deteriorating health was becoming visible. He began slurring his words in televised addresses and walked without ease in his public appearances. The jokes that circulated at his expense were symbolic of his hold over the ship of state. One popular joke placed him on a train alongside Stalin and Khrushchev. When the train suddenly stopped, all three premiers jumped out. "Shoot the engineer," Stalin roared. "No," Khrushchev counseled. "We'll raise his wages." "I know what we'll do," Brezhnev concluded. "We'll climb on board, we'll pull down the blinds, and we'll pretend the train is moving." For many Soviet citizens, the train had definitely ground to a halt. Under Brezhnev's watch, the economy stagnated. The Soviet Union's immense oil wealth eased some of the pain in the form of massive subsidies. Between 1973 and 1985, as much as 80% of the Soviet Union's hard currency earnings came from petroleum exports. Unfortunately, the wealth was unevenly distributed, and most of the money went into the pockets of state officials, reflecting the solidification of a political hierarchy centered on party elites and their dependents. In each state, an autonomous region forming the Soviet Union, a rigid system of personalized rule formed around cliques of high officials drawn from ethnic majorities and dependable lackeys. No one with ambition ascended far without cadre approval. Those who successfully ingratiated themselves into the apparat enjoyed the benefits of receiving cars, apartments, and rationed goods earlier or more often than the average citizen. Before Brezhnev's death, it was becoming difficult to deny the hypocrisies at the heart of the Soviet system. In 1981, a play entitled We the Undersigned debuted in Moscow. It featured the story of a young idealist hoping to save a rural construction project from the incompetence and venality of his bosses. In one key scene, the protagonist sought to rally his supervisor to his side by appealing to his senses. "We have a real mafia here, do you understand?" he declares. "Not a mafia that murders people like in Sicily, but to trample a man underfoot when he's in the way. They'll do it without blinking an eye." Much to the chagrin of the authorities, these and other bold reflections upon life in the Soviet Union regularly drew the applause of Moscow audiences. Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in 1986, intent upon saving the Soviet system from itself. In doing so, he helped speed its demise. In announcing a reformist effort bracketed by restructuring, perestroika, and openness, glasnost, Gorbachev willed the country to adopt elements of Western entrepreneurialism and adaptiveness. Other fundamental features of the Soviet one-party state remained untouched. Under the guise of this new age of reform, Vitaliev's dispatches from Dnipropetrovsk gained both relevance and acclaim. Before long, the Soviet Union press was filled with stories outing the exploitation of mafias throughout the country. Brezhnev's reign was particularly singled out as the genesis moment for a wide variety of clans and conspiratorial groups who lorded over towns, districts, and member states belonging to the USSR. Western journalists visiting the Soviet Union devoured these stories with a bottomless appetite. Soviet newspapers, after all, seemed to be filled with lurid tales of mobsters and hitmen, mass murder, Central Asian extortion rings, sexual deviance, and other ripe nastiness. The tenor of reporting grew more morose as communist regimes in Eastern Europe began to dissolve and upheaval racked the periphery of the USSR. Increasingly, stories of mass corruption gave way to ominous reports of gangland killings in the streets of major cities like Leningrad and Moscow. With Moscow's grip over its constituent lands unraveling, Soviet mafias appeared to be the true source of authority everywhere. Despite his defection and resettlement in Australia, Vitaly Vitaliev continued to decry the plight of citizens in his former homeland. He concurred with those who asserted that the Communist Party was itself something akin to a mafia. Yet Vitaliev cautioned Westerners who took delight in seeing the Bolshevik system's implosion. Was it possible, he posed, that the Soviet mafia could grow into an international criminal organization similar to the infamous Cosa Nostra? According to some gangsters who spoke to Vitaliev in 1990, many indeed desired to migrate to the West. The contagion of Soviet criminality was spreading, but it would take a bit more time for Vitaly Vitaliev's prophecy to resonate with observers outside of the USSR. Amid the Soviet Union's dissolution, many journalists and analysts tended to ignore the internal complexity and diversity within the much-heralded Soviet mafia. As many suspected, the Communist Party apparatus had helped to shape criminal conspiracies in various parts of the country. But as the end of the Cold War heralded the rise of post-Soviet oligarchs and their conspiratorial accomplices, an even older force that few outside the Soviet Union fully comprehended came into view: the world of thieves, Russia's historic criminal fraternity. When Stalin and Lenin devised the notion of the Soviet Union, they undoubtedly never imagined that it would form the basis of deeply rooted culture of corruption. Creating a union of socialist republics from the lands of the old Russian Empire was conceived as a means of compensating for the country's history of colonial oppression. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was designed to civilize and empower small peoples and nationalities, thus speeding their journey down the road to socialism. In the years that followed the 1917 revolution, Moscow cultivated hand-picked cadres to serve as regional leaders based on their fidelity to the Communist Party and, in many cases, their ethnic identification. By the post-war era, the ruling classes of this affirmative action empire had taken on a life of its own. Younger generations of local and national party officers were not simply distinguished by their loyalty, but at times by their personal or filial connections to their patrons. Leonid Brezhnev did much to nurture and perpetuate the clannishness of the Soviet provincial politics. It was under his watch that a system of favors and material privileges kicked into high gear. From the very top down, appointments to positions of authority, the awarding of contracts, and the dispensation of personal luxuries were indelibly tied to one's personal relationship to the state apparatus. In time, critical sectors of the state and its economy became private fiefdoms. There were the likes of Heydar Aliyev, the long-serving first secretary of the state of Azerbaijan. For Washington Post correspondent David Remnick, Aliyev governed his stately domain no differently from the way the Gambino family ran the port of New York. Under him were mini-mafias run by party retainers and Aliyev's own relatives who paid him tribute. Men close to Aliyev exploited numerous sectors of the Azeri economy. The caviar trade on the Caspian Sea, oil extraction, the transport industry, and the distribution of fruits, vegetables, and cotton. Aliyev's patronage network encroached upon academia, with members of his extended family staffing universities and scholarly institutes. Taken together, Remnick understood that each of these mafias reported to him, enriched him, worshipped him, just like any New York Don. The dissolution of the USSR enshrined this system of extraction and abuse among the successor states born in the winter of 1991. In Ukraine, the humble city of Dnipropetrovsk maintained these continuities from the Soviet past. Locals still remember Leonid Brezhnev as the originator of the country's enduring power structure. Having served as Dnipropetrovsk general secretary, Brezhnev left the city alongside a small coterie of retainers who accompanied him to Moscow. Thereafter, influential men and women from Dnipropetrovsk assumed positions of power, both in Ukraine and beyond it. Though renamed Dnipro after the country's independence in 1991, the city and its outlying districts remain a breeding ground for Ukraine's clannish elite. Multiple ruling figures, including presidents such as Leonid Kuchma and Volodymyr Zelensky, were born or worked within the city or its environs before making it big. The patronage networks of operatives that launched the careers of Kuchma, Zelensky, and others inspire many to believe that a Dnipro mafia still exercises inordinate power over the Ukrainian state. High-party cliques like those surrounding Heydar Aliyev did not necessarily devise the means by which the Soviet state was exploited or bled of its resources. In the years that followed the Second World War, an economy of shadows slowly manifested itself within the many nooks of the USSR's vast state economy. Its origins were simple and intuitive. Factory directors and distributors found ways of diverting goods or watering down their products to produce a private profit. Skilled laborers licensed themselves off the books for a fee. Truly daring entrepreneurs worked off hours in their own workshops to produce black market goods. In Soviet parlance, they were cryptically labeled shekoviki, or workshop employees, who misused government property or services. By the 1970s, the fleecing of the state became more aligned with party power blocks or cliques. There was the case of Otari Lazishvili, who began life as a chauffeur and economics student before reinventing himself as a black marketeer. Heralded as a Soviet version of The Godfather in the Western press, Lazishvili devised a system of skimming state-manufactured goods by falsely declaring them damaged or broken. He generated obscene amounts of wealth at a time when most citizens struggled for essential goods. He flew to Moscow to watch his favorite football team, bet thousands of rubles on sporting events, and owned 2 villas with swimming pools. What made Lazishvili's rise possible was his relationship to Georgia's first secretary, Vasil Mazavanadze. A 1973 anti-corruption campaign ended both his career and that of his patron. Their brief time in the sun, however, foretold of worse cases to come. Shekoviki continued to plague various corners of Soviet society as the 1980s began. It was with the commencement of Gorbachev's reforms that it assumed even more ominous implications. The slow introduction of semi-private cooperatives allowed formerly shadowy figures to corner the market on key goods. Stocks at state retail stores dwindled to perilous levels, forcing consumers to either wait in excruciatingly long lines or pay the exorbitant prices demanded by this new class of petty capitalists. A select few took advantage of privatization in ways that were far more ambitious and impactful. Boris Abramovich Berezovsky could hardly be called a Shekovik when he first went into business. With a doctorate in mathematics, he spent years working in the Soviet National Academy of Sciences, developing computer systems aimed at improving economic production. For his efforts, he was paid a meager salary of roughly 500 rubles a month. In 1989, he conceived of a bold plan that took him out of the world of academia. Having worked on the computerization of the state's automotive industry, Berezovsky approached the heads of the country's largest car manufacturer, Avtovaz, with a proposal to open a private joint venture with a foreign company in the hopes of improving production and maximizing profits. He found that partner in Logo, an automation firm based in Italy. As general director of the newly established Logovaz, Berezovsky reaped a fortune as the company quickly transitioned from computerization to domestic auto sales. With the Soviet Union's dissolution and the full abandonment of state communism, he moved rapidly to invest in other sectors previously owned by the government. By 1994, he took over what once was the premier television station, Soviet Channel 1. Berezovsky went on to buy oil refineries and acquire a major stake in Aeroflot, the country's national airline. Each of these later accomplishments came with the blessing of Russia's newly elected president, Boris Yeltsin. On the surface of things, there was nothing illegal about Berezovsky's emergence as one of Russia's first oligarchs. Yet what counted as the law, let alone law enforcement, was often blurry or negotiable. As states left the Soviet Union, dire economic conditions made many things possible. Bribe-taking was ubiquitous. Yeltsin's former bodyguard claimed that Berezovsky funneled millions to Russia's president on the behalf of other oligarchs who sought to pillage the state economy, though the funds were declared to be profits from Yeltsin's memoir, which Berezovsky also helped to publish. Policemen, judges, local officials, and media personalities were bought off with far less. In an environment in which the arms of the state were at the mercy of anyone rich enough to pay for protection, the marketplace often devolved into a free-fire zone. Business rivals could just as easily be killed as intimidated, bought out, or out-hustled. Boris Berezovsky himself discovered as much in 1994, when he nearly lost his life in a car bomb attack. In the absence of impartial courts and state security services, gangsters and mobs frequently became the arbiters of the marketplace. The gangs of the post-Soviet era were the descendants of criminal fraternities dating back a century or more. As in the case of Europe before the French Revolution, cities such as Moscow developed their own underworld cultures of thieves, beggars, and other petty deviants. Some developed their own cant, internal laws and rituals no different from that of criminal collectives formed in London or Amsterdam. Perhaps the most dominant institution uniting common criminals was a system of guilds or artillery made up of men and women with specific skills. Like most European guilds, Russian pickpockets, horse thieves, and robbers became bound to an artel for the sake of their own protection and the good of their trade. Artillery regulated its members through a harsh system of discipline and secrecy. And like outlaws everywhere, the exploits of legendary gangs were a source of inspiration for a unique genre of poems and prison songs known in this context as Blatny. By the end of the Romanov dynasty, the artel system began to evolve under the weight of profound change. The abolition of serfdom in 1861 sent a wave of peasants into the empire's cities, leading to a dramatic expansion of local underworlds. The Tsar's government responded in kind through more rigorous forms of law enforcement and the enlargement of the state's prisons. What counted as law and order utterly collapsed with the Russian Revolution. As civil war engulfed the whole of the now dead Russian Empire, crime and urban violence spiked to extreme levels. It was estimated that there were as many as 10 to 15 times the number of robberies and murders committed in the country in the year 1918 alone. Lenin's consolidation of Bolshevik rule by 1922 returned some manner of peace to various parts of the new Soviet state. Yet, with the imposition of communist orthodoxy and bitter discipline, the prison system of the former czars took on more ominous dimensions. Individuals convicted of political crimes, as well as those found guilty of more pedantic transgressions, were sent to even larger, far harsher labor camps in some of the most remote parts of the Soviet Union. Between 1934 and 1952, an estimated 18 million Soviet citizens were interned in the country's massive Gulag system. It was within the confines of the Gulags that the world of thieves took on uniformly hardened traits. The first accounts of what became known as the Vori v Zakon, or thieves in law, came from a handful of witnesses who survived their internment. Like the case of the Camorra and the Sicilian Mafia, prison life created conditions that allowed for the amalgamation of time-honored artillery traditions into a culture centered on loyalty, secrecy, and sacred rites. A vor, or thief, bore distinctive tattoos marking them as a member. Inductees were sworn to cut all ties to the state, be it in the form of military services, court testimony, or work on the part of government administration. A real vor vowed to live only on what he has stolen, seized, acquired by deception, or won at cards. Those who broke any of these codes often found themselves before a court of their peers, called a shodka. Like the USSR as a whole, the Russian language, or at least some derivative of it, served as the thieves' main idiom. Eastern Orthodoxy was privileged as the dominant religion of the Vori, in large measure as a sign of defiance of the Soviet system. Yet over time, as people from throughout the former Russian Empire arrived in the camps, the world of thieves became a truly multinational collective. Stalinist oppression, as well as the Nazi invasion in 1941, eventually opened a chasm within the world of thieves. Many Vori were tempted into serving their jailers as snitches and unofficial foremen on prison work sites. Others broke with their fellow thieves for the sake of ethnic solidarity. The code is important, one Chechen gangster later testified, but blood is everything. Stalwarts labeled these turncoats the unconverted, or, more commonly, bitches. As the Second World War drew to a close, the camps swelled with ever larger numbers of inmates more willing to collaborate with the state than abide by the internal rule of the thieves-in-law. Likely at Moscow's behest, prison officials finally sought to finish off the Vori once and for all. Beginning in 1948, a brutal wave of massacres swept over the Soviet Gulag system. Unknown hundreds died in what later was remembered as the Bitches' War, Suchya Voyna. When the killings ended, much of the thieves' world was eradicated. Yet, like the post-war Mafia in Sicily, those who survived the Bitches' War maintained elements of the old tradition, yet were transformed by the violence. Most reconciled themselves to the undeniable power of the Soviet state. Collaboration with the police and other officials was no longer an infraction that could lead to expulsion or death at the hands of one's fellow Vori. Until the 1980s, those who claimed any part in the thieves' traditions largely disappeared within the cracks of Soviet society. Evidence of their influence or vibrancy is at best fragmentary during the years Khrushchev and Brezhnev reigned over the USSR. It is very possible that most citizens or officials forgot their existence altogether. Gangs such as the one organized by the sailor in Dnipropetrovsk may have been completely unaware of the Vori's rites and rituals. Or it may be the case that Vitaly Vitaliev was simply ignorant of the traditions the sailor may have represented. Nevertheless, there are at least fragmentary signs that a new generation of thieves did integrate themselves into the growing culture of state corruption during the Brezhnev era. In 1972, police uncovered an extensive extortion ring organized by an unabashed Vor dubbed the Mongol. Gennady Kharkov earned this nickname on account of his Asiatic features. After having served 6 years in prison for theft, he assembled a gang of 30 men and proceeded to extract hefty sums from black marketeers under the pain of torture. Kharkov had the run of his Moscow fiefdom for over a decade, until his imprisonment in 1972. He set an example for the kind of power unabashed gangsters would have over the Soviet Union's burgeoning shadow economy. A rapid decline in living standards in the 1980s provided the context for the Vori's increased visibility in the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's policy of perestroika led to a proliferation of large and small entrepreneurs who were ripe for exploitation. The ranks of potential thieves grew in tandem with the return of thousands of broken and desperate men coming home from the fighting in Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the impoverishment of the Soviet state weakened all efforts at maintaining a well-run marketplace. Police officers and petty officials who earned a mere pittance in wages were now even more corruptible than at any time in the past. Crimes of various types skyrocketed as conditions worsened. In 1986, there were 1,100 extortion cases in Russia. 3 years later, that number rose to over 4,000. New records were set following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, with extortion cases topping off at over 17,000 in 1996. As a system of economic oligarchs arose after 1991, violence became endemic among Russia's newly minted patricians. Allying oneself to a street gang or a distinguished vor became an essential part of doing business. Chechen gangsters, for example, served as security guards for Boris Berezovsky. Despite their growing exposure, very few thieves-in-law became members of the post-Soviet elite. One noted exception was Atari Kavan Trishvili, or Kavasho, to his closest associates. Born in rural Georgia but raised in Moscow, Kavajo was a sports, gambling, and wrestling enthusiast as a young man. He also possessed a violent streak, leading to his conviction for gang rape in 1966. Inducted as a proper member of the Vori, Kavajo solidified his place in the Moscow underworld as a member of Gennady Kharkov's gang. He papered over his early career as an extortionist and criminal savant as the USSR dissolved. He established a charitable organization and joint stock companies that thinly masked his dealings in smuggled goods and illicit currency trading. He entered uncharted waters with the election of Boris Yeltsin. Whether attending tennis matches as a part of the president's greater entourage or hobnobbing with famous singers, Kvantrishvili went far beyond the realm of the traditional Vor in all respects. It ultimately proved his undoing. After he declared his intention to enter politics, which included the founding of his own party, his fellow Vori in Moscow passed a death sentence upon him. The notion that a traditional thief, let alone a Georgian, desired such power was an anathema. Moscow, one informant declared, is not Sicily. Foreign journalists who picked up on his assassination in 1994 saw his death as emblematic of the grim state of post-Soviet society. Moscow that year, as one British reporter saw it, was now the world's crime capital, a place with more Mafia victims per week than in the worst days of Chicago, more casinos than Las Vegas per head of population, and more prostitutes and massage parlors than anywhere else on the globe. Another scion of the Mongols gang left Moscow and went west. Vyacheslav Ivankov had joined Gennady Kharkov's gang in the early 1970s. Yet with his arrest on firearms and narcotics charges, he missed much of the early days of the Vori's resurgence during the last years of Gorbachev's rule. With his release from prison in 1991, he allied himself with the Soltsevo, an expanding gang from the capital's southwestern suburbs. Ivankov, known as the Jap in criminal circles, took to the gang even though its leaders were not inducted members of the thieves' world. Rather than make his way in an already hotly contested environment, Ivankov accepted an assignment to move to the United States. By the early 1990s, American cities had welcomed in hundreds of thousands of Soviet émigrés. A significant number of migrants came as refugees in the 1970s. Most were Jews who were allowed to leave the USSR, who settled en masse in New York City and South Florida. By the early 1980s, some 20,000 were clustered in the neighborhood of Brighton Beach on the southern shores of Brooklyn. A second larger wave of émigrés arrived in the waning days of communist rule. By the early 1990s, Hollywood, in the heart of Los Angeles, boasted an Armenian population of 45,000, the majority comprising recent refugees from the Soviet Caucasus. Ivankov clearly arrived with a plan to exploit the growth of these communities and prosper from his ill-gotten gains. In 1995, police arrested him in New York on charges of extorting $3.5 million from two Manhattan businessmen. His reputation as the Russian godfather in the U.S. was well established in the international press even before he was sent away to prison that year. FBI Director Louis Freeh had declared in 1994 that Russian mobsters were rapidly networking with the likes of La Cosa Nostra, the Triads, the Yakuza, and the Colombian cartels. And cases from around the world appeared to validate his alarm. The murder of a low-level Russian mobster in the small Colombian town of Melgar in 1998 highlighted a sudden increase in cocaine trafficking from Latin America to the former USSR. with former Soviet citizens paying as much as 4 times the normal rate in the United States. Experts estimated that up to 50 tons of coke was arriving in Russia for local consumption and redistribution to Europe. News reports from Sri Lanka, Thailand, Israel, and Japan spoke of sophisticated Russian networks trading in women lured abroad to work as prostitutes. Other sensational stories told of Russian mobsters co-opting willing and unwilling sports stars in various schemes. Many of these cases included players drawn from the National Hockey League. U.S. investigators alleged in the late 90s that Slava Fetisov, a legendary member of the Red Army team and Detroit Red Wings, was once president of a company Vyacheslav Ivankov used to launder money. Fetisov denied ever knowing Ivankov, but admitted that he was once acquainted with the celebrity Vor Otari Kavantrishvili. Yes, Fetisov told one reporter, we know each other, but I never knew what he's been doing. I never get into any business with those people, never. As pervasive as the notion of the Russian Mafia became during the 1990s, it was widely understood that gangsters from the former Soviet Union formed no national whole. Russian news outlets, as well as the press abroad, took great pains to emphasize the specific threat of Vori and thugs from the Caucasus. Of all the old Soviet nationalities to inspire fear in and beyond Russia, Chechens struck the most resounding chord. Outsiders who tracked the rise of organized crime in the late Soviet Union at first took note of Chechen gangsters as one of many ethnic groups operating in major cities such as Moscow. The Soviet Mafia is run, to a large extent, along ethnic lines, one British journalist projected in 1989. Go to the Uzbekistan restaurant in Moscow to find the Ossetian mob from the Caucasus, or to the Baku to see the Chechen godfathers ensconced, having ousted the boys from Saratov in a shootout 6 months ago. It required the breakup of the USSR and the declaration of an independent state in Chechnya for many outsiders to appreciate the terrible gravity of Chechen history. As a region conquered by the Romanovs in the mid-19th century, Chechens distinguished themselves for their fierce defiance of Russian rule. Neither the Tsar's armies nor Stalin's efforts at collectivization fully broke Chechen resistance. Under the pretext of the Nazi invasion, Moscow intensified its campaign of oppression in the Caucasus. In 1944, Stalin sanctioned efforts to expel nearly 500,000 Chechens from their homes. Most were transported to Kazakhstan and other locations in Central Asia. Soviet officials estimated that at least a quarter of the deportees died or disappeared as a result of the deportations. Even while in exile, local administrators maligned Chechens as innate bandits inclined towards theft and non-compliance. Only a portion of the deportees returned to Chechnya after their term of exile was lifted in 1957. Many stayed on in Kazakhstan. Others relocated to major cities in the Soviet Union, including Moscow. An official census in 2002 estimated, for example, that 20,000 Chechens lived in Russia's capital. The real number, others guessed, was likely close to 100,000. At least some Chechens reconciled themselves to the Soviet state and integrated themselves into various elements of the communist administration. Far greater numbers remained disillusioned and aggrieved, especially among those who lived in urban settings outside of Chechnya. Though small handfuls may have been inducted into the ranks of the thieves' world, Chechens who drifted into crime tended to band together on the basis of blood and national solidarity. Gangsters in the 1980s and 90s tended to refer to themselves as members of a brotherhood, bratva, as opposed to any mafia. With the proliferation of the extortion trade at the end of the Gorbachev era, Chechen gangs made a name for themselves for their violence as well as their distinct look. They got their style, zoot suits, slick hair, from Western Mafia movies, even though they had plenty of money to buy modern clothing, one police inspector observed. In noting their clannishness and distrust of outsiders, they seemed to him very similar to the Sicilian Mafia. The outbreak of war in Chechnya in 1994 further elevated the stature of Chechen criminals. As guerrillas battled Russian forces in the Chechen countryside and the country's newly declared capital in Grozny, Russian media accentuated their role within the Moscow underworld. The time-honored trope that Chechens were nothing more than inborn bandits and Muslim fanatics became an inescapable part of how both citizens and officials interpreted the nature of Chechen criminality. This enmity helped inspire the plot of Russia's first mafia blockbuster, Brother, which was released in 1997. Taking its cues in part from the daily headlines, the film featured a young Russian veteran of the Chechen War who drifts into the Moscow underworld. His chief antagonists, naturally, are Chechens. Precisely when and how Chechen brotherhoods came to be involved in transnational crime is not clear. Yet, as early as 1991, their presence beyond the borders of the Soviet Union became undeniable. A string of drug trafficking, money laundering, and murder cases pointed to the spread of Chechen gang influence in cities such as Frankfurt and London. Like the Russian Mafia, the Chechen Mafia became a brand name that inspired dread among both the public as well as rival criminals. Gangs from the former Soviet Union, however, were by no means the only mafias to cast a shadow from the old communist East. Against the backdrop of the civil war in Yugoslavia in the early 90s, the increased presence and influence of Albanian criminals assumed even greater significance in cities throughout Western Europe and the United States. Like Chechens and the mysterious Vori, Albanian gangsters appeared to be a force cloaked in mystery. As a people associated with the most mountainous and remote portions of the Balkans, Western observers tended to depict them as clannish, backward, and prone to blood feuds. How and why Albanians first came to be associated with mafias, however, had very little to do with these crude stereotypes. What many euphemistically would call the Albanian Mafia possessed a concrete history that dated back to before the fall of the Berlin Wall. As in other cases, the development of Albanian syndicates cannot be understood without appreciating the makings of the modern Albanian diaspora. Like the global community of Irish people and their descendants, there are many times more Albanians living outside their ancestral lands than on them. The formation of a worldwide Albanian community is rooted in a series of terrible events in the 20th century, the Balkan Wars of 1912 to 13, as well as Yugoslav campaigns to expel Muslims from the south of the country, drove hundreds of thousands of Albanians from their lands before 1945. Patterns of abuse continued to force Albanians out of Yugoslavia during the communist period, with tens of thousands leaving for Turkey and the West before the breakup of the country in 1991. The fall of Enver Hoxha's brutal communist regime unleashed an even larger deluge of refugees flowing out of Albania. By 2001, it was estimated that up to 800,000 citizens of Albania departed their homes for Greece, Italy, and points beyond. Despite the scale of these migration waves, indications of Albanian involvement in organized crime were limited before the outbreak of Yugoslavia's civil wars. New York City was among the first locations where the activities of Albanian gangsters came into public view. In 1984, Federal prosecutors arrested 4 men as part of a loose network of traffickers who had funneled 110 pounds of heroin from Turkey to the U.S. via Yugoslavia. This lesser-known Albanian connection, as one narcotics agent put it, constituted a new avenue for the drug's distribution within the United States, amounting, it was believed, to as much as 40% of heroin imported into the country during that time. Albanian linkages within the heroin trade drew far greater attention as fighting raged in the Western Balkans. Belgrade's heightened oppression of Albanians continued as war consumed neighboring Bosnia, a campaign which culminated with the outbreak of war in Kosovo in 1999. By the end of that year, a final flood of refugees swept into Western Europe and the United States. By the year 2000, Albanians constituted 6% of the population of Switzerland. The sudden, shocking appearance of so many of these migrants in various corners of Europe colored early reporting of Albanian drug networks in the 1990s. Years before the start of the war in Kosovo, policy experts warned of a continentally active Albanian mafia that rivaled or surpassed the influence of gangs from the former Soviet Union. Remote villages and towns such as Veliki Trnovac, the supposed Medellin of the Balkans, acquired reputations as hubs of the European heroin trade. At first, no face, gang, family, or clan was associated with the rapid increase in Albanian-linked narcotics cases. Many assumed their collective strength and success stemmed from their culture. They are relics of an archaic tribal society, one German exposé posed. Their clannishness, amorality, and brutality were what gave them a competitive advantage in infiltrating Western civilization. American officials, however, suspected early on that at least some Albanian traffickers possessed links to militants seeking to free Kosovo from Yugoslav rule. On the day NATO began its bombardment of Serbia in March 1999, officials from the European Union convened an emergency session dedicated to what they called the Kosovar narcotics trafficking networks. Among the more serious elements of these networks was the Kosovo Liberation Army, which was then fighting for its life with the assistance of NATO warplanes. Though officials and experts possessed only vague ideas as to the history and inner workings of the Albanian mafia, most were certain that Turkey played a central role in its origins. By the end of the 20th century, Turkish syndicates operating in Europe bore only a passing resemblance to the gangs that had aided the French connection. Though some major traffickers, such as Ihsan Sekban and Hussein Aminoglu, remained active as the Marseille Mafia was coming apart, a new generation of traffickers and gangsters had begun to make their presence known back in the 1970s. Their roots, however, were far more eclectic and fractious than their predecessors. At least some fancied themselves as Kabadeh, like their counterparts in Lebanon and other portions of the Middle East. This class of Turkish strongmen presented themselves as caretakers of the Istanbul and Ankara underworlds. As the supposed descendants of Ottoman-era street thugs, they derived most of their infamy from their role as gambling magnates and extortionists. A select few augmented their wealth through heroin smuggling and the illicit arms trade. A parallel, and at times overlapping, component of Turkey's changing underworld was the growing visibility of Kurdish traffickers and gangsters. Though it is possible to find evidence of some Kurdish involvement in the heroin trade earlier in the century, the breakdown of the French connection allowed many Kurds an opportunity to capitalize on their strategic advantages. With much of Turkey's Kurdish population residing on the country's southern and eastern frontier, many aspiring smugglers possessed easy access to cheap sources of opium coming from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. As local opium production came under increased government oversight, Kurds joined other Turkish citizens in building heroin refinement and distribution networks catering to European consumers. Other forces caused the character of the Turkish underworld to change. Since the 1960s, Turkish citizens were among hundreds of thousands of immigrants invited to settle in Western Europe as guest workers. These numbers grew through the 1970s and 80s as thousands, particularly Kurds, leftists, and religious minorities, fled the country due to acts of government oppression. Many of those who came during this latter period were instrumental in aiding the growth of Turkey's most notorious terrorist organization, the Kurdish Workers' Party, better known as the PKK. Among the more influential émigré groups known for supporting the PKK were drug smugglers. Behçet Can Türk, perhaps the most famous Kurdish trafficker of the 1970s, actively financed Kurdish militants in both Iraq and Turkey in conjunction with arms dealers and heroin retailers based in Europe. Right-wing activists, as well as well-known kabadai, were no less drawn to the narcotics industry. Newspapers in the 1970s and 1980s frequently featured underworld gossip concerning drug-dealing kabadai bosses and their links to political radicals. Emblematic of this trend was gambling magnate Ismail Haji Süleymanoglu, who, in addition to his role as a patron of Istanbul's underworld, was a financial backer of Turkey's most ardent nationalist party, the Nationalist Action Party. After his apprehension by Turkish authorities, Behçet Can Türk charged Ismail Haji Süleymanoglu with monopolizing Turkish heroin smuggling into Holland during the 1980s. This complex interplay of politics, migration, and crime became the stuff of scandal by the 1980s and 90s. In the spring of 1981, a Turkish national, Mehmet Ali Arca, came within inches of taking the life of Pope John Paul II. Arca's deranged ravings did little to mask what seemed like a conspiracy involving both Turkey and communist Bulgaria. Years earlier, he had been arrested for murdering one of Turkey's most renowned investigative journalists. The killing, investigators concluded, was in retaliation for a series of newspaper articles detailing crimes linked to the right-wing Nationalist Action Party. After escaping from prison with the help of other extremists, Arca found sanctuary in Bulgaria among a cohort of Turkish heroin traffickers, a group which included Ismail Haji Süleymanoglu. Newspapers and former officials in Turkey added to the scandal, claiming that several activists and traffickers associated with Arca were in fact agents of the Turkish intelligence service. Events in the fall of 1996 confirmed that the Turkish state was in league with the Turkish underworld. That November, emergency crews responded to a terrible car crash involving 4 passengers in the small town of Sicily, south and east of Istanbul. Only 1 passenger survived. Among the dead were an Istanbul police captain and one of the most wanted men in Turkey, Abdullah Çatlı. In the late 1970s, Çatlı had murdered 7 leftist students in Ankara and assisted Mehmet Ali Arca in escaping from prison. He had been on the move in more recent years after his own prison escape in Switzerland, where he was being held for heroin trafficking. In the mangled car, investigators also found guns, drugs, and a diplomatic passport signed by the Minister of the Interior. The alias printed on the passport was previously employed by Mehmet Ali Arca. Adding further suspicions was the one surviving passenger, a member of parliament and the head of pro-government Kurdish militia. A firestorm of outrage and disbelief followed what is now remembered as the Sicily incident. After a string of inquiries and reports, government ministers admitted they had employed Çatlı as a hitman to target suspected militants and sympathizers linked to the PKK. The brazen alliance between the Turkish state and what many in the local press referred to as the Turkish Mafia led to the coining of a new phrase among commentators, the deep state, derin devlet. Though its origins are somewhat obscure, one prominent journalist speculated it was first uttered before Susurluk. At first, the deep state referred to a general culture of subterfuge within the government. Over time, it assumed other connotations. It could mean the bonds and interests shared by the country's civilian elite, its military, and the underworld. It could stand for secret cabals or organizations, or it could constitute a transnational conspiracy involving plotters inside of Turkey and backers found abroad. As the new century began, many Turks increasingly saw their tortured history as a product of the deep state. European commentators tended to interpret the implications of the Susurluk scandal as a testament to Turkey's ramshackle state. By the end of the 1990s, the country's economy was sputtering. The government's efforts to crush the PKK had left tens of thousands dead and hundreds of thousands displaced. People of all walks of life were fleeing the country in record numbers. In 1972, there were only 600,000 Turkish citizens living in Europe as immigrants or asylum seekers. 30 years later, this population had grown more than fourfold. Perhaps more striking, 800,000 of these newcomers attained citizenship in their host countries. With the signing of the Treaty of Maastricht, many living in the newly christened European Union wrestled with the implications of so many Turkish workers and naturalized citizens. As tensions over the influence of Turkish migration escalated, many critics pointed to the rising influence of Turkish syndicates operating across the continent. It was widely believed that it was Turkish godfathers who supplied Albanian drug smugglers and dealers with the heroin they sold in cities such as Hamburg and Zurich. Amid stories of Turkey's war against the PKK, European officials cast greater attention to Kurdish gangs at work in Holland and in the UK. In 1998, police arrested Hussein Beybashin, head of one of the largest heroin smuggling rings in European history. Dubbed the Pablo Escobar of heroin, Beybashin and his brother had worked their way up from petty dealers of cigarettes and other contraband in Turkey to multi-ton drug importers by the 1970s. Once Dutch authorities sentenced him to prison for life in 2001, Hussein Beybashin spun tales for the press that were incredible in scope. He had, like Behçet Jan-Türk before him, supported the PKK financially. Yet he also insisted that his career had been aided by the Turkish state from its start. Half the money from every deal he made, he claimed, went to the government in Ankara. To us, it was a kind of tax, in exchange for which we received protection in all aspects. If the money was confiscated or we were arrested, then our contacts with the government came to fetch us and said that we worked for the state. They even protected us in Europe. In addition to unofficially financing Turkish cultural centers in Europe, Beybashin swore he had received training as an intelligence agent. He went on to claim he received requests for assistance in various intelligence matters from a number of European governments. His jailhouse revelations suggested that Turkey's deep state was a force with international reach. The deep state was still not yet global parlance at the time Beybashin went away to prison. That moment came decades later thanks to Donald Trump's popularization of the phrase. Nonetheless, many in the world could comprehend the essence of Beybashin's claims by the 1980s and 90s. Revelations from Latin America and the old Soviet Union suggested that the rise of new mafias was indicative of a number of post-Cold War trends and appeared symptomatic of a more unstable world. Due to organized crime as well as terrorism and ethnic conflict, many who hoped the world had earned a peace dividend became quickly disillusioned. The troubles gripping Russia, as one observer noted, had particularly dampened the triumphant mood in the West. Yes, mafias had been a part of global affairs long before the Iron Curtain came down. Yet, La Cosa Nostra, both in America and Italy, as well as the triads and the Yakuza, were often depicted as parasites, discrete anomalies embedded within regions or cities in otherwise stable or reasonably well-governed countries. What appeared to make the Russian, Nigerian, Balkan, Mexican, and Turkish mafias different was their relationship to the states that nurtured them. New mafias, at their worst, were expressions, or perhaps quite literal extensions, of innately flawed states. At a time that featured the troubling rise of failed or failing states, new mafias represented threats that went beyond the banal challenges of law enforcement. They constituted grave threats to a world order no longer defined by superpower competition. The end of the Cold War, as President Bill Clinton summarized it, fundamentally changed America's security imperatives. The central challenge, the threat of communist expansion, is gone. The dangers we face today are more diverse. Maintaining global peace now demanded international coordination on countering menaces deriving from civil wars, weak states, and rogue nations. Together with tackling problems such as the nuclear proliferation, peacekeeping, and terrorism, combating mafias reflected the new political realities of a more integrated and globalized world. When describing events during the final decades of the 20th century, commentators tended to dispense with certain nuances and talking of the new mafias of the post-Cold War. Unlike Italy or the United States during the 1950s and 60s, no government held extensive public inquiries bent upon forensically documenting or proving the existence of mighty crime families. The presumed collective dangers posed by Nigerian, Jamaican, Colombian, Mexican, Russian, and Chechen criminals were enough to openly indict them as expressions of the era's emerging mafias. Virtually no one, for example, spoke of Turkish syndicates possessing rigid systems of rank or ritual. Albanian gangs may have been bound by blood, or giak, and organized by authoritative chiefs, or kriatar. Yet the identities of these chieftains, as well as who was among the first pioneers of Albanian or Turkish organized crime, remained completely unknown. Authorities asserted that Albanian gangs abided by a system of medieval law known as the Canon of Leke Dukajin. As a series of prescriptions governing family relations as well as blood feuds, many assumed that the Kanun functioned as an Albanian version of the mafia's omerta in Sicily. In truth, according to polls conducted in the mid-2000s, only 23% of Albanians living in the Balkans had ever read the code, let alone fully grasped its particulars. Arguably, for many journalists, officials, and readers, the full history of the supposed mafias of Nigeria, Turkey, and Kosovo was somewhat irrelevant. The threat they embodied was immediate and perhaps emblematic of far more daunting domestic issues, such as immigration, economic inequality, and generational discontent. Moreover, they were taken as examples of what seemed like an ever-growing list of mafias now inundating the Western world. In this sense, the notion of the mafia was becoming more diluted. The threshold for what constituted a mafia, at least outside the realm of academia or public policy, was minimized. More than ever, mafias were not perceived as entities solely brought to life by gangsters and professional criminals. The public everywhere grew more accustomed to seeing terrorists, bankers, lawyers, business leaders, and politicians as equal contributors to the inner workings of organized crime. As a new millennium progressed, talk of deep states or de facto mafia states became commonplace. Still, it is hard not to hear echoes of the past in accounts from the 1990s. For many, what made these mafia terrifying were the cultures and personages they represented. From the perspective of the West, gangsters still tended to be foreigners from lands so often deemed exotic and backward-looking. Or, at the very least, they came from ethnic or racial groups long perceived as troublesome or disposed towards crime. A new decorum generally prevented many journalists and officials from speaking explicitly of new racial or national perils. Yet the xenophobia that inspired earlier views of mafias, triads, and yakuza remained very much present. Conclusion. The Great Dilution. Making Sense of the 21st Century. When we first meet Tony Soprano, we find him reluctantly revealing his very private sense of foreboding. "It's good to be in something from the ground floor," he cryptically tells his therapist. "I came too late for that, I know. But lately I'm getting the feeling I might be in at the end, that the best is over." Many Americans, I think, feel that way, Dr. Melfi assures him. "I think about my father," he continues. "He never reached the heights like me, but in a lot of ways he had it better. He had his people. They had their standards. They had pride. Today, what do we got?" From the start, the viewer is to understand the duality of Tony's fears. When The Sopranos debuted in January 1999, it was touted as a mafia show with a twist. Viewers, however, likely knew that the American mafia had become a shadow of its former self. Subsequent scenes, be it with Tony's nephew Christopher or his Uncle Junior, appear to affirm this fact. Yet, as we watch Tony plodding down his driveway to pick up his newspaper, the greater context of his anxieties is displayed subtly on the screen. The front page headline of his local paper reads, "Clinton warns Medicare may be bust in year 2000. Scene notes on the original script of this premiere episode tells us that the headline's placement was deliberate. America, we are led to believe, is also on the wane. Both tropes, the parallel decline of the Mafia and the United States, wind their way through the full run of the show's 6 long seasons. In shaping the narrative arc of The Sopranos, David Chase, the show's creator, drew upon current events. "The shadow of doom," he told one interviewer, grew darker for Tony Soprano in the wake of September 11th. "I think it changed the whole show," he recalled of 9/11. "The series and its main character became a little more melancholy after that, abandoning much of its early lightheartedness and humor." Chase acknowledged that it may seem unrealistic to some that the Mafia would be so affected by the collapse of the Twin Towers. However, he had heard from FBI guys that actual mobsters were volunteering to finger Islamic radicals in the aftermath of the attacks. In the real world, American officials openly expressed doubts about the American Mafia's loyalty. "They will deal with anybody if they can make a buck," one senior FBI official declared in 2006. "They will sell to a terrorist just as easily as they would sell to an order of Franciscan monks. If the mob has explosives and a terrorist wants them, and they have the money, they could become instant friends." Indeed, the horror of 9/11 almost immediately begot greater examination of al-Qaeda's links to organized crime. With Washington poised to strike at Osama bin Laden's bases in Afghanistan in the fall of 2001, news outlets frequently highlighted the country's links to the global heroin trade. In truth, there was nothing new or novel about Afghanistan's relationship with narcotics trafficking. International concern over the extent of illicit opium production in Afghanistan dated back to at least the 1950s. As Turkey began to implement greater controls over its own crop in the mid-1970s, Afghani opium cultivators expanded production to meet foreign demand. Opium smuggling continued through to the end of the century, despite the 1979 Soviet invasion and the outbreak of civil war thereafter. As the United States laid the groundwork for its offensive against al-Qaeda in late 2001, some journalists noted, ironically, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban had effectively banned opium farming under UN supervision the year previously. Other reports from the region were more dubious. Days before the first U.S. warplanes began targeting al-Qaeda's camps, it was revealed that Osama bin Laden previously had attempted to concoct a higher potency variant of heroin in the hopes of producing greater addiction and havoc than drugs available in Western cities. His plans for a super heroin assault on the West failed, despite purportedly attempting to recruit chemists for the job. Narcotics remained at the forefront of the news as the war against terror progressed. Reporting from the Caucasus suggested that Chechen guerrillas with links to al-Qaeda relied heavily on heroin trafficking to fund their operations against Russia and the West. Meanwhile, NATO troops found themselves pitted against Afghani fighters who relied upon illicit opium sales to fund their insurgency. As time passed, international forces had to find ways to fight the resistance and wean farmers away from growing poppies. Both tasks proved difficult. One Washington think tank declared in 2010 that Afghanistan was in the grips of a narco-jihad that was succeeding despite the coalition's efforts. Other experts posed that the drug trade was only a marginal source of financing for the Taliban and other fighters. Supporters gleaned funds through robberies and kidnappings for ransoms in Pakistan. Other forms of contraband financing were no less important, including such things as the sale of stolen cars and illicit logging undertaken by the elusive timber mafias of Afghanistan and Pakistan. Each of these industries continued to thrive after the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Kabul in the summer of 2021. Meanwhile, opium production surged after the American departure, accounting for approximately 14% of Afghanistan's gross domestic product in 2022. A post-war ban on poppy cultivation by the Taliban did much to suppress the importance of Afghan opium, but little to hinder the growth and diversification of the country's narcotics industry. According to statistics gathered by the UN, nearly 30 tons worth of methamphetamine was seized in 2021, constituting a 12-fold increase over the previous 5 years. Afghanistan currently ranks second only to Myanmar for meth production globally. Afghanistan's transformation into a hothouse of illicit doings is symptomatic of trends in our age. Conventional or traditional mafias no longer appear to monopolize the business of organized crime. Official studies and journalistic investigations on various continents show ongoing patterns of terrorist involvement in drugs and other lucrative crimes, revealing that non-traditional actors have supplanted gangsters as the main purveyors of vice. Meanwhile, multiple governments today stand accused of promoting organized criminal activities within their borders and beyond them. The existence of such mafia states is worrying, as are the court cases levied against prominent corporations and banks that show business leaders and major industries act as extensions of the world of organized crime. Reports from Afghanistan and elsewhere have not necessarily denigrated or minimized the importance of so-called classic mafias. Far from it. The introduction of digital trading, internet commerce, and other contemporary industries have provided many historic crime groups with a second wind. Court cases and headlines from across the world confirm this. An even more dramatic transformation has gripped the drugs trade. The steady popularization of new synthetic drugs has reshaped the global consumer market and created new addiction epidemics and difficulties for law enforcement. Amid all of this, news stories and films set in Tokyo, New York, and Naples offer frequent reminders that the mafias of old are still very much with us. For much of their notional history, mafias were depicted as collectives and conspiracies born from without. Gangsters and mafiosi often appeared or were portrayed as foreigners, minorities, or the product of strange or exotic cultures. The gangs, societies, and families they formed were seen as alien, or better yet, parasitic, in relation to the nations, states, and economies that hosted them. More recent events undermine that supposition. 21st century mafias are not necessarily separate or distinguishable from the establishment or the mainstream. What, after all, do you call a state or corporation engaged in organized criminal activity? And what is so special about mafiosi when so many politicians, businessmen, and terrorists are seen as behaving no differently? The terror-mafia nexus in perspective. Precisely when Sami al-Khoury departed this world remains unknown. As Lebanon's foremost contributor to the French connection, it is likely he retired before his country's dissolution into anarchy. If he did live to see the start of the Lebanese Civil War, it was very likely he stood to make a profit. The outbreak of fighting in 1975 compelled multiple factions to engage in illicit commerce to finance their movements and secure territory. Smuggling operations thrived along the coast, creating lucrative markets for stolen cars, contraband cigarettes, and other illicit wares. Drug trafficking boomed as farmers expanded production and dabbled in new crops. Sami al-Khoury's birthplace, the rough Bekaa Valley, assumed greater importance as the beating heart of Lebanon's drug economy. In addition to hashish, long a staple of the region, locals planted opium poppies and opened small conversion laboratories for the purpose of exporting morphine and heroin. By 1978, Lebanon was exporting an estimated 10,000 tons of hash annually. Drugs not produced locally were often transshipped from abroad. Shipments of Afghan-sourced heroin, some estimated in the tons, passed through Lebanese ports between 1975 and 2000. Lebanon's immense global diaspora was integral to many of the crimes hatched during the Civil War. Conspirators of Lebanese descent were identified as complicit in shady deals and money laundering spanning Australia, West Africa, the Americas, and Europe. Meanwhile, leading political figures in Lebanon accrued shockingly large fortunes during the growth of organized crime. Members of the prominent Jamil family, which oversaw numerous Christian militias in the Civil War, netted annual income of $1 to $5 billion off the sale of hashish and other smuggled goods entering and exiting the ports they controlled. Hezbollah, the Shia Islamist group, was established amid the hashish industry's renaissance in the Bekaa Valley. From its origins in the early 1980s, many of its earliest members heralded from villages and towns where hemp and poppy fields dotted the landscape. Awakened and mobilized with the help of Syrian and Iranian agents, Hezbollah's fighters threw themselves into combat, attacking Israeli occupation forces and foreign peacekeepers. Their greatest coup came in 1983 with the detonation of a truck bomb that claimed the lives of over 300 American and French soldiers. With Ronald Reagan's war on drugs in full swing, American commentators keyed in on the connection between the group and the narcotics trade emanating from their main base in the Bekaa. Even though definitive links were not established during this early stage of Hezbollah's existence, the fact that an Islamic resistance group backed by the defiantly revolutionary government in Iran was associated with drugs was an irony few observers could pass up. Ayatollah Khomeini, one prominent critic, wrote in 1988, sanctioned the trade since it served the dual purpose of debilitating the great Satan and paying the bills on behalf of its fighters in Lebanon. Hezbollah emerged from the Lebanese civil war stronger than many of its rivals within the country. And forming a veritable state within a state in Lebanon's south, its leadership gradually oversaw the expansion of its criminal enterprises. Through the assistance of supporters and Confederates in various states throughout the world, Hezbollah developed an intricate web of companies and charities that helped it launder money and finance its activities. A critical source of these funds was narcotics. Connections forged through the Lebanese diaspora brought Hezbollah into contact with cocaine producers in Latin America. Its brokers brought it into contact with other militant groups, such as the FARC in Colombia, as well as newly established cartels, such as the Zetas of Mexico. Syria's own collapse into civil war led Hezbollah to branch out beyond more traditional narcotics. The rapidly growing field of synthetic drugs found a home in territories claimed by Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Among the new narcotics to hit the market was Captagon, an amphetamine admixture. Though Hezbollah's supreme leader Hassan Nasrallah denied any ties to the trade before his death, press reporting and expert analysis from the Levant suggests that Hezbollah engaged in the Captagon market as a regulator and exporter of the drug to various states in the region. Revelations that Hezbollah profited from drugs were fodder for those who have heralded the rise of narco-terrorism across the world. Lebanon's premier militant group, however, was only one of many to inspire this realization. The term was first used by the president of Peru, Belaúnde Terry, in 1983. For him, the brutal campaign waged by the Shining Path on counter-narcotics officers and the country's military was nothing short of narco-terrorismo. Evidence from other war zones and states under siege made the concept of narco-terrorism globally applicable. The FARC collaborated with Colombia's cartels. Chechen rebels and fighters loyal to the PKK taxed drug smugglers operating within their respective territories. There was also the case of the Kosovo Liberation Army, whose links to heroin trafficking prompted Serb officials to insist that they were fighting bandit terrorist activity in their country. Talk of a terror-crime nexus assumed new dimensions with the opening of the War on Terror. Western officials and journalists openly speculated that al-Qaeda stood poised to exploit local underworlds for their own potential gain. News editors and commentators mused over various nightmare scenarios, including joint plots that would see al-Qaeda acquire nuclear material. Meanwhile, clear patterns of evidence suggested that guerrillas in Afghanistan and Iraq were making the most of the aid provided by money launderers and illicit traffickers. It was estimated in 2006 that anti-coalition fighters in Iraq were generating anywhere between $70 and $200 million annually in financing through a variety of illicit trades, including kidnapping, counterfeiting, and oil smuggling. If such estimates were correct, one U.S. report declared, terrorist and insurgent groups in Iraq may have surplus funds with which to support other terrorist organizations outside of Iraq. Terrorists, in truth, have always drawn strength from what may generally be called organized crime. Radical groups plaguing the West in the 19th century relied heavily upon smuggling and other schemes to attain arms and money. The proliferation of resistance groups fighting Ottoman rule in the Balkans, for example, gave birth to a vibrant gun-running industry that endured beyond the First World War. In addition to smuggling second-hand and stolen arms, Balkan traffickers dabbled in illicit tobacco sales as a secondary source of income. The growth of the Palestine Liberation Organization was certainly indebted to financial donations offered by Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. Yet, after Yasser Arafat's organization settled in Beirut before the Lebanese Civil War, it too became engrossed in criminal activity. Alongside Turkish extremists like Abdullah Chatla and Mehmet Ali Arja, PLO agents found sanctuary in Bulgaria and partook in the country's thriving heroin trade. Despite these trends, terrorism's rise through the second half of the 20th century tended to be seen as distinct from the world of mafias. Nevertheless, the realization that terrorists behaved like gangsters provided a welcome pretext to attack and delegitimize the movements they represented. In the wake of the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland, official accusations that members of the Provisional Irish Republican Army had a controlling interest in Belfast's drug trade aroused the ire of news commentators in the United Kingdom. The tenor of this rage grew louder in 2002, when former IRA militants were arrested in Colombia for assisting the FARC in its campaign against the government in Bogotá. Even though the men were not charged with drug trafficking, one British commentator surmised that the IRA possessed an ambiguous attitude to hard drugs, as it does not want it to be condemned for corrupting young people. Former leaders of the IRA, as well as some scholars, have consistently cast doubt on the group's involvement in narcotics. There were still other cases where the line between terrorism and organized crime genuinely blurred to the absolute point of ambiguity. A particularly glaring example of the fuzzy divide between mafias and political extremism can be found in the life of Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar. Ibrahim, like so many gangsters before him, was a product of inauspicious beginnings. He was born in Mumbai in 1955 to a poor Muslim family from the north of India. From the outset of his life, little separated him from the millions who eked out a living in the city. Dawood's father, who attained a job as a policeman, was among the lucky ones. Mumbai's culture of gangs and kingpins pulled Ibrahim in the opposite direction. In his youth, he thrived among the networks of pickpockets and smugglers who organized themselves according to neighborhood or along regional, confessional, or ethnic lines. Success brought him into the orbit of a powerful syndicate led by Pathan migrants from the north. The Pathans introduced Dawood to far more lucrative trades such as money lending, gambling, and, above all, gold smuggling. In time, he and his own small gang of followers graduated from petty extortion and theft to bank robbery. At the age of 25, he muscled his way into the gold trade, an industry that brought him to markets beyond India. In the early 1970s, he developed contacts in Dubai, willing to buy gold and other wares. Business and real estate opportunities were rife in this burgeoning eastern metropolis of the newly independent United Arab Emirates, and Ibrahim seized them. With some 85% of its population made up of immigrants, many of whom hailed from South Asia, Dubai's historic and economic ties to India gave Dawood a base from which he continued to grow his interests and influence. He eventually expanded his operations into narcotics trafficking and sports fixing on a grand scale. To this day, a fully comprehensive accounting of Ibrahim's many business dealings, be it lawful or otherwise, remains elusive. Whatever the case may be, notoriety, as well as his purported support for India's film industry, brought Ibrahim into the most elite circles of South Asian life. As he entered middle age, Dawood Ibrahim's career assumed monstrous dimensions. In December 1992, communal tensions in Mumbai spiked with the demolition of a historic mosque by Hindu nationalists. Months later, a string of bombings exploded across the city, leaving 257 dead and hundreds more wounded. Mass arrests quickly prompted Indian authorities to assert that Dawood Ibrahim organized the attack as an act of vengeance. Indian officials further maintained the bombing succeeded with the aid of the Pakistani Intelligence Service, ISI. Demands for his extradition from Dubai purportedly compelled Ibrahim to relocate to Pakistan, where he may or may not continue to live. His disrepute grew by leaps and bounds a decade later when U.S. officials implicated him in assisting in the terror attacks of September 11th. The precise role he played in the 9/11 conspiracy is not clear. An American congressional report from 2003 simply stated that Ibrahim had found common cause with al-Qaeda and shared smuggling routes with the terror syndicate. Pakistan has consistently denied connections to the Mumbai bombings in 1993 and asserts it has not given Dawood Ibrahim sanctuary of any kind. Mumbai's most powerful gangster remains confoundingly understudied and underappreciated outside the subcontinent. His obscurity endures despite receiving the distinction of having been named one of the richest gangsters in history by Forbes. Pablo Escobar, according to the magazine, still retains the top spot. Western bias may have a lot to do with his anonymity in much of the world. After all, there is little direct evidence that Dawood's influence extends deeply into Europe and North America. His alleged involvement in illegal gambling and match-fixing, for example, has been confined to domestic and international cricket events concerning India and Pakistan. The extent to which Ibrahim's malfeasance does register beyond South Asia has largely concerned his supposed acts of terrorism. To this day, he shoulders the reputation of being India's version of Osama bin Laden. An uncomfortable truth may be at the heart of Dawood Ibrahim's lack of recognition. Mafias, by and large, are creatures of the Western imagination. Why the world came to care about Capone, Escobar, and other mafia luminaries is the collective fear and intrigue they once inspired among Western officials and everyday citizens. The case of Dawood Ibrahim may reveal something about the extent to which terrorism has usurped the place of mafias within modern Western consciousness. Mafias, at various points, represented imminent mortal dangers to the integrity of states, economies, and societies in the West. The 9/11 attacks abruptly displaced this anxiety as Washington and its allies went to war with violent political extremism in various parts of the world. As a smuggler, racketeer, and altogether thug, Dawood Ibrahim initially failed to register in the Atlantic world. It was instead as an ally of al-Qaeda and as an instrument of Muslim extremism in India that he made his presence felt within Washington and other Western capitals. Here, and in other cases, the extent to which a terrorist can be distinguished from a gangster may simply be a matter of perspective. That perspective tends to be from the vantage point of the West. The concept of the mafia, one must remember, first entered popular consciousness during a far earlier age of violent extremism. 19th century news reports of the political upheaval in Sicily introduced the term into Western parlance. Italy's original mafiosi were similarly treated as expressions of political terror, not just crime. Their resonance as a symptom of the times grew in scope in parallel with other examples from separate parts of the world. By the end of the First World War, commentators perceived mafia-like traits among militants from the Irish Republican Army, Armenia's Dashnak Chu-Sun, and other groups. What altered the notion of the mafia at first derived from the meteoric growth of the global contraband trade, be it in alcohol or narcotics. The United States, more than any other force at work, shifted popular attention away from the early comparisons many made between Sicily's honored society and political radicals. As the world collected itself in the aftermath of the Axis defeat, mafias became almost exclusively associated with discrete criminal enterprises devoid of any revolutionary goals. Syndicates like La Cosa Nostra on both sides of the Atlantic, the Camorra, Marseille's Milieu, and the Yakuza tended to favor the powers that be. Subsequent groups, such as the Cali Cartel, Jamaica's Shower Posse, or the ubiquitous Russian Mafia, also tended to favor political stability as opposed to revolutionary change. What then changed? Has the world simply regressed or returned to the notion that there is no difference between terrorism and gangsterism? There may be some truth to this rhetorical question. What clearly has changed is the political economy that now envelops many radical movements. The breadth of the illicit marketplace has grown since the 19th century. The narcotics trade, more than any form of commerce, has become a vital resource for would-be militants. Why terrorists involve themselves in illicit trades may not be a pure reflection of choice or utility. Hezbollah did not elect to become involved in drugs because of its attractive profit margins. It instead grew out of the illicit economic environment in which it was founded. The same may be said of the FARC, the PKK, and the Taliban. This fact is indicative of how mafias are changing, or at least how they are viewed. Involvement in organized crime does not require excessive effort. The global prevalence of illicit commerce makes it both enticing and accessible for peoples and interests of various walks of life. Mafia capitalism, reassessing the business of organized crime. In the late 20th century, Seagram's was a corporate colossus. From its earliest years as a Montreal-based distiller of spirits, it grew into a multinational conglomerate with holdings stretching across multiple sectors. Its portfolio at one time included stakes in household brands such as DuPont and Universal. Seagram's dramatic rise is inexorably linked to the fortune amassed by Sam Bronfman. He and the rest of his family first found prosperity as hotel owners on the Canadian prairies during the early decades of the 20th century. A young Sam, however, thought bigger, seeing still greater opportunity in alcohol distribution. With the advent of prohibition south of the border, he and his brother established themselves in mail-order alcohol shipments and the mixing of spirits for resale. This venture brought the family new revenue streams, but also unwanted attention. In 1922, bootleggers murdered Sam's brother-in-law in a Canadian border town just across from North Dakota. Unfazed, Sam relocated to Montreal and dedicated himself to the more lucrative distilling industry. Without a background in alcohol production, he relied on the expertise of others. He incorporated the Seagram's name after acquiring a family-run string of whiskey distillers in Quebec and Ontario. The location of his operations granted Sam Bronfman an advantage in supplying bootleggers across the American Northeast. Later in life, he steadfastly defended the origins of his extensive wealth. "Of course we knew where our alcohol went," he told one interviewer, "but we had no legal proof, and I never went on the other side of the border to count the empty Seagram's bottles." To this day, the Bronfmans enjoy a distinct place within contemporary Canadian life. As a family of philanthropists and magnates, the Bronfman name adorns university buildings and Jewish education centers across North America. Mafias likely contributed to the birth of the Seagram's empire, but this did not mean that Sam Bronfman was a mafioso. Seagram's early history, however, reveals something important about the nature of mafias. Organized crime, as it was originally conceived by reformers, was not simply an expression of human frailties. Gambling and vice were industries. Those who operated these industries, as American critics first saw them, were not simply low-brow toughs. They were saloon keepers, club owners, boarding house matrons, and the people of influence who protected them. Indeed, regimes of prohibition enabled the ascendancy of syndicates, gangs and mafias who shipped contraband wares or oversaw the distribution of illicit goods or services. There were also those like the Bronfmans who were just as essential to the evolution of this underground economy. In the case of the bootlegging trade, otherwise legitimate businesses followed Seagram's lead in knowingly selling to the American market. The Bronfmans were not alone in capitalizing on their ill-gotten gains. Legitimate businesses, be they manufacturers, distributors, shippers, or bankers, have long played a role in enabling the rise of mafias. More recent history serves as a reminder that the opposite may also be true. Mafias may serve as allies or enablers of otherwise legitimate businesses. News reports in the 1990s engendered an oft-used cliché that a kind of Wild West capitalism had replaced communism through much of the former Soviet Union. In the absence of honest lawmen, gangsters became the guarantors and protectors of aspiring entrepreneurs and conglomerates. Extreme circumstances have not always been necessary for alliances to form between mafias and industry. An honest account of Hollywood's ascendancy as a global force is not possible without considering the roles played by mafia-backed fixers and executives. It is a story that is almost singularly embodied in the silent career of one of the most powerful lawyers ever to ply his trade in the United States, Sidney Korshak. Korshak's first practice was in Chicago in the early 1930s. As a young defense lawyer, he distinguished himself in the service of racketeers and bootleggers linked to Al Capone. The legal aid he gave Chicago's outfit became a platform from which he expanded his list of clients. He became a deal-maker and advocate in labor disputes and real estate purchases, all the while deepening his ties to gangsters in Chicago, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. Among the friends he made along the way was Lou Wasserman, a talent agent who helped transform the MCA company into a multimedia powerhouse. By the end of the Second World War, Korshak was well ensconced among the Hollywood elite and associated leaders of industry. He calls himself a labor relations expert, but he's really a fixer, his friend Johnny Rosselli recalled. A union cooks up a strike and Sid arbitrates it. Instead of a payoff under the table, he gets a real big fee, pays taxes on it, and cuts it up, all nice and clean. In addition to Hollywood studios, his client list included several businesses with links to Chicago's outfit, including the Del Mar Racetrack, Madison Square Garden, and Las Vegas's Desert Inn. FBI agents in Los Angeles explicitly expressed apprehension in targeting Korshak despite what they knew about his relations with the American underworld. Senior administrators in Washington concurred that Korshak was a prominent lawyer and issued specific instructions to pursue an investigation only if it could be done in a circumspect manner. Korshak's closest brush with justice was an in-depth series of articles in the New York Times in 1976. In addition to detailing a lengthy list of his celebrity clients, such as Lou Wasserman and Godfather producer Robert Evans, the series told of his decades-long relationship with top Chicago mobsters, such as Tony Accardo and Sam Giancana. A federal investigator told the Times that he was the one individual who could blow organized crime wide open in Chicago, Las Vegas, New York, and California. If he were ever convicted and granted immunity, that day never came. Lou Wasserman's reign as one of the great mandarins of Tinseltown was similarly muddied by the Times scandal. Further embarrassment followed when it was discovered that MCA had hired a Gambino-connected heroin trafficker to run a portion of its music department, despite having no experience in the entertainment industry. An FBI agent who sought to dig deeper into potential wrongdoing at MCA was purportedly prevented from doing so by his superiors on account of the controversy it would cause. The radical expansion of the narcotics industry in the 1980s altered much of the landscape that shaped interactions between mafias and legitimate businesses. As mafias and cartels reaped enormous profits from cocaine sales, massive sums of money flowed into various legal enterprises. Even though tax-related crimes had brought down mafia dons since the time of Al Capone, money laundering as a concept and a crime was in its infancy at the start of the cocaine revolution. It was only in the context of the Watergate scandal in 1973 that the phrase first came into existence, and it was not until 1986 that the U.S. Congress passed its first legislation criminalizing financial transactions derived from unlawful activity. Nevertheless, other states and national legislatures followed suit. Washington furthered the internationalization of its fight against money laundering by helping to establish the Financial Action Task Force. As an institution formed with the consent of the G7 in 1989, the FATF was conceived as a monitoring body geared towards overseeing the implementation of money laundering legislation in countries around the world. The FATF's relevance has only grown since then. In the early 2000s, the International Monetary Fund estimated that between 2 and 5% of the world's gross domestic product was born out of illegal activity, a sum that was at least the equivalent of Spain's national economy. Major banks and corporations have since been ensnared in startling acts of financial malfeasance. In 2012, U.S. and Mexican investigators accused HSBC of gross complicity in laundering up to $881 million in narcotics proceeds on behalf of cartels in Mexico and Colombia. Traffickers grew so accustomed to dealing with HSBC branches that they manufactured their own specially shaped boxes that specifically fitted through the teller windows of banks in Mexico. The British financial giant settled with investigators after agreeing to pay what was then a record $1.92 billion fine. There is no evidence that Sidney Korshak was a made man, nor is there evidence that executives at HSBC were directly linked to any mafia of any kind. Yet there are other noted business leaders whose successes were at least partially indebted to their mafia ties. Allegations of mafia collusion dogged Silvio Berlusconi from his early days as a construction and media mogul. Fearing that he may fall victim to the 'Ndrangheta's kidnapping campaign in the 1970s, Berlusconi hired the services of a Sicilian gangster who purportedly guaranteed his safety on behalf of the Cosa Nostra. One state judge later found that the mobster's employment was part of a complex strategy destined to make an approach to the entrepreneur Berlusconi and link him more closely to the criminal organization. Berlusconi's entrance into Italian politics intensified public scrutiny of his business practices and his attitude towards organized crime. As Italy's three-time prime minister, he raised eyebrows when he watered down anti-mafia laws and declared magistrates who fought organized crime mentally disturbed. One 'Ndrangheta boss publicly stated in 1994 that he and others like him all vote for Berlusconi. In 2013, a judicial report definitively declared that his mafia-linked allies helped pour millions of Berlusconi's money into the mafia's coffers in exchange for protection and help with his business empire. Epic stories of Berlusconi's corruption and ties to organized crime became crucial elements of his political epitaph after his death in 2023. The controversies concerning Berlusconi have not necessarily tarred Italy's reputation as a place to do business. The Berlin-based NGO Transparency International rates Italy less corrupt than Poland, Greece, and Slovakia. Another international research group, the EU-backed Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, similarly characterizes Italy as among the more resilient of the globe's governments when it comes to their ability to counteract or blunt organized criminal activities. The same cannot be said for a great many other nations. Events since the end of the Cold War leave no doubt that there are countries where mafias thrive at the expense of lawful business enterprises. Paying bribes or the siphoning of capital and commerce is a reality confronting investors and companies in many parts of the world. So too is the prospect that unscrupulous actors exploit the weaknesses of local administrations in extracting natural resources or selling tainted products. Perhaps even more common is the general lack of state capacity or interest in overseeing financial transactions that may aid criminals hoping to launder their profits. Closing loopholes and overcoming administrative inertia is a worldwide challenge. It has long been suspected that international money launderers have found a ready sanctuary in the London housing market. According to one 2013 study, overseas investors purchased 90% of all luxury properties in the city. What fraction of these acquisitions were paid for with illicit funds is unclear. Nevertheless, official estimates for that year alone projected that property purchases helped wash £57 billion in dirty money. The Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 led to more concerted attempts at tightening the UK legal codes. As of yet, new restrictions only modestly hinder property buyers looking to spend their ill-gotten gains. Gaps in the law still allow most purchasers to remain anonymous. Globalization's ceaseless pace, coupled with new innovations, make it even more difficult to disentangle lawful commerce from organized criminal enterprises. The increased digitization and speed of financial transactions have particularly provided old mafias with a new lease on life. Investigations in the early 21st century suggest that groups like the Yakuza and the 14K Triad have utilized the cryptocurrency trade as an avenue to launder billions of dollars in illicit profits. Roberto Saviano's fearless investigation into many contemporary business interests of the Camorra underscores the multiplicity of ways clans in Campania have maintained their vibrancy. On both the page and on screen, the disturbing insights of his chilling book, Gomorrah, reveal the extent to which Camorristi have attained global influence through sweatshop work, capital investment, and more casual crime. The arrest and imprisonment of Mafia chieftains like Toto Riina, he contends, masked a Camorra that was perhaps 3 to 4 times larger than all the other criminal groups of Italy. As a decentralized collective of rival bosses and cliques, the Camorra's reach now stretches to all continents through interlinking weapons dealing, money laundering, construction fixing, and drug trafficking enterprises. One mighty clan, the Casalisi, forged a dizzying number of international connections as illicit waste dealers. From Latin America to Europe to Africa, Camorristi aided in disposing pollutants of various types with the aid or at the behest of multiple local governments. When a tsunami wiped out communities across the Indian Ocean in 2004, many in the Casalisi clan turned pale as if each of them had a wife, lover, or a child in danger. In truth, Saviano declared, something much more precious was at risk, their business. What the terrible waves revealed was hundreds of drums of hazardous or radioactive waste on the beaches of the East African coast. Among the lessons imparted by Gomorrah is the extent to which the Camorra remains embedded within Neapolitan society. Its enterprises abroad also affirm that its continued relevance is indebted to the complicity of elites elsewhere in the world. This, of course, should come as no surprise given the evolution of mafias through history. What has changed, perhaps, is the extent to which states are compromised by mafiosi of various sorts. Or, perhaps more worryingly, it is the degree to which states themselves outwardly behave as de facto organized criminal enterprises. Coming full circle, mafias and states in our time. Felipe Calderon assumed the presidency of Mexico in late 2006 under a shadow of doubt. His opponent, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, contested the results, claiming irregularities and vote rigging had tipped the contest in Calderon's favor. Mass protests and court challenges marred the transition of power in the months that followed the election. In his inaugural address, Calderon acknowledged this discontent and pleaded with the opposition to unite in the name of Mexico. Setting aside partisan differences was essential, he asserted, in tackling the most profound challenge confronting the nation, crime. His first act as president would be to direct his cabinet to come up with a plan to renew the mechanisms of prosecution and delivery of justice. The armed forces, Calderon ordered, were to redouble their efforts to guarantee national security above any other interest. Victory was assured, he said, yet he also asked for patience. I know that restoring security will not be easy or fast, that it will take time, that it will cost a lot of money, and even, and unfortunately, human lives. With that, Mexico went to war with its cartels. Much had changed in the country since Miguel Felix Gallardo presided over the country's narcotics industry in the late 1980s. By the time Calderon was elected president, all of the Guadalajara cartel's original leaders had passed on or were in prison. Other groups assumed power in areas previously considered to be liminal to the main axis of the Mexican drug trade. In the Northeast, northbound narcotics traffic fell under the Gulf Cartel. Its founder, Juan Guerra Cardenas, initially enjoyed less media exposure, despite having a smuggling career that dated back to the first half of the 20th century. One factor that added to the Gulf Cartel's power was the recruitment of soldiers and officers formerly trained as elite anti-narcotics agents. Conflicts with other cartels elevated the importance of these defectors, who renamed themselves Los Zetas in honor of the unit they previously served in the Mexican army. Their knack for brutality became their trademark in dealing with their opponents, a trait likely acquired under the influence of former military advisors deployed to Guatemala. As the new millennium progressed, beheadings and public mutilations became frequent sights in the Gulf states of Tamaulipas and Monterrey. The ranks of the Zetas swelled. With the group now numbering in the thousands, the Zetas broke away from the Gulf cartel and expanded nationally and abroad. Among their first international partners was Italy's 'Ndrangheta. Meanwhile, an even more extraordinary group emerged in the country's heartland. The state of Michoacan, north and west of Mexico City, had long possessed a reputation for its agricultural diversity and richness. In earlier times, local traffickers and drug producers went into business with Colombian cartels, trading in heroin and marijuana. The new century brought increased competition from cartels inside Mexico and introduced new sources of revenue, such as the production of methamphetamines. One local faction in Michoacan seized upon these expanding business opportunities and allied themselves with the Zetas, a relationship that brought with it paramilitary training and support from the Gulf cartel. Dubbing themselves La Familia Michoacana, they too showed a propensity towards cruelty. In one noted incident in 2006, Familia members entered a disco and hurled multiple decapitated heads on the dance floor. Distinguishing themselves further was their invocation of evangelical Christianity in their public statements and iconography. Taking their cues from the American bestseller Wild at Heart, a self-help tome preaching a hyper-masculine devotion to Christ, La Familia proclaimed it was divine justice whenever they killed who needed to be killed. Each of these groups complemented the terror invoked by the one man who loomed over Mexico at the start of the century. El Chapo, Joaquin Guzman Loera, possessed an upbringing that was commonplace among traffickers from the mountains of Sinaloa. When he was a boy, Guzman's family harvested marijuana and opium. Carting both commodities to market was his first taste of the trade. Legend has it that El Chapo's initial brush with good fortune came after he entered the ranks of the Sinaloa State Police. It was then that the young man met Miguel Felix Gallardo, a one-time officer himself, who coaxed Guzman into his nascent cartel of Sinaloan traffickers. El Chapo drew the Mexican public's attention after his arrest and the killing of a Catholic cardinal in 1993. He presented himself to prosecutors as a simple farmer and father of 4 who had never gone to school past the 3rd grade. Prison spared him some of the bloodletting that ensued after the breakdown of the old Guadalajara cartel. As he amassed power over other Confederates based in Sinaloa, he catapulted himself into Mafia superstardom when he miraculously escaped incarceration in 2001. By Calderon's inauguration, he had moved to consolidate control over much of the country's cross-border drug traffic. Clashes between El Chapo's men and those of his rivals were claiming thousands of lives as Mexico's president issued his declaration of war. The Mexican armed forces' intervention in this conflict resulted in an orgy of violence unlike anything the country had seen since the Revolution of 1910. Pitched gun battles between army detachments and heavily armed narcos broke out in major cities such as Tijuana, Culiacan, and Ciudad Juarez. The death toll left by the fighting was staggering. During Calderon's 6 years in office, anywhere between 50,000 to 120,000 people were killed. At least half of these estimated casualties were the result of narco executions. Calderon's successor, Enrique Peña Nieto, fared no better. Between 2012 and 2015, Mexico witnessed another 63,000 drug-related killings. Despite extensive financial and material backing from Washington, foreign observers could not help but conclude that the country was on the verge of collapse. It gives one the sense, Uruguay's president told one journalist in 2014, that Mexico is a kind of failed state in which public authorities have completely lost control. They have been devoured from the inside. Officials in Mexico City rejected such comparisons and took pride in killing or capturing a number of wanted kingpins during this bloody decade. In addition to the heads of the Zetas and Gulf cartels, Chapo himself was apprehended. His imprisonment again proved brief after he tunneled his way to freedom in 2015. Guzman's third and final capture a year later put an end to his reign but hardly dented the power of his Sinaloa cartel. In the fall of 2019, elements of the Mexican military and police raided a residence in Culiacan, seizing one of El Chapo's young sons. The cartel responded swiftly, surrounding the government detachment and holding them hostage. After a day of heavy fighting, authorities released Ovidio Guzman and withdrew from the city completely. The government remained silent throughout the Battle of Culiacan, leaving most Mexicans to learn the truth of the events through social media. The disaster, one reporter lamented, offered a terrifying vision of the power exercised by organized crime in Mexico, distilling in a single 8-hour stretch the extent to which the nation is captive by criminal networks. The government's surreal defeat was as if it was conjured up by a too enthusiastic screenwriter, pushing the limits of credibility. To look solely at Mexico's struggles is to ignore far more positive elements of its most recent history. Since the start of the new century, the country accrued gains in its economic development, despite the scale of the violence. In 2000, voters ended 70 years of one-party rule over Mexico under the institutional Revolutionary Party. 18 years later, they made history again in electing leftist candidate Andrés Manuel López Obrador to the presidency. On the other hand, the enduring strength of the cartels also suggests there is more continuity between these recent regimes and those of the past. After Felipe Calderon left office, his former Secretary of Public Security was arrested in Texas for accepting millions of dollars in bribes from the Sinaloa cartel. Subsequent criminal proceedings in the United States featured testimony from former government officials stating that Calderon had waged his war on drugs as an effort to support Joaquin Guzman's own campaign against the Gulf cartel and other adversaries. Such accusations lead many to wonder just how much political progress Mexico has made as a state in the last 100 years. Other countries in the Western Hemisphere evinced similar signs of instability. In 2010, authorities in Jamaica attempted to arrest Christopher Dudas Koch, heir to the founder of the country's notorious shower posse. Residents and gangsters in the heart of the capital defied the police, setting up barricades and shooting at police entering the Kingston neighborhood of Tivoli Gardens. International media coverage of the clashes dredged up revelations that Koch and his gang were longtime supporters of Edward Seaga, whose Liberal Party then held power. More striking was the apparent enthusiasm with which many in the capital appeared to champion Koch as a hero and true patron of the poor. Amid the fighting, protesters demanded the police end their assault on Tivoli Gardens, with one dissident holding a placard reading, "Jesus died for us, so we will for Judas." Coke's eventual surrender restored order in Jamaica's capital, but at the expense of some 76 civilian deaths. More scandalous still have been affairs in El Salvador, a country where gangs possess an even tighter grip on power. Central to this trend has been the exponential growth of La Mara Salvatrucha. MS-13, as it is also known, is not a purely native expression of Salvadorian life. Like the Bloods and Crips, La Mara was conceived on the meaner streets of Los Angeles. Its original members came of age in the turbulent 1980s on the city's east side, an area historically associated with deeply entrenched gangs of Chicano natives. Purportedly, many of the first Maras were young stoners who bonded over their love of drugs and heavy metal. At a time of increased gang activity throughout Southern California, MS-13 drew ever larger numbers of young Salvadorian men from families displaced by the Civil War in their home country. As with other L.A. gangs, their distinct look and culture spread quickly beyond Los Angeles. With close to 1 million Salvadorian refugees living in communities between California and Washington, D.C., cliques identifying with MS-13 were found in every state except West Virginia and South Dakota by 2008. Its deep ties with other Latino gangs were cemented when the gang adopted the number 13 in its name, a token reference to the letter M, the 13th letter of the alphabet, and a shorthand expression used by the prison gang, the Mexican Mafia. With many MS-13 members living in the U.S. as undocumented migrants, law enforcement officials enthusiastically began to deport large numbers of accused gangsters by the early 2000s. It was later estimated that American authorities had expelled 8,000 gang members a year before the end of the millennium's first decade. The deportations were a disaster for the weak states of Central America. Crime rates in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala soared as news outlets spread accounts of massacres, machete attacks, and wanton killings across the region. Like the Zetas in Mexico, MS-13 embraced inhuman acts of cruelty as integral to their identity and approach towards crime. Wherever the Mara Salvatrucha is, read one leaked letter between gang leaders, "We are going to kill, control, and rape again. We are super crazy." To combat the spread of gangs, successive governments in Central America have resorted to extreme measures. Most recently, El Salvador's young president, Nayib Bukele, endorsed a policy of roundups and mass incarceration to deal with the problem of gangs. As of 2023, it is estimated that 1% of the country's population is behind bars, many without any charge. It is tempting to interpret these trends in Latin America as reminiscent of the plight of much older states and empires. One could draw parallels between the threat of gangs and cartels in the present and the dangers posed by powerful bandits at various points in history. There is some value in making such comparisons. Banditry's historical prevalence often was indicative of a state's fragility. In looking at modern-day Mexico or El Salvador, institutional limitations cannot be ignored when it comes to their abilities to fight crime. Yet in all fairness, both San Salvador and Mexico City are combating forces that are significantly stronger than any bandit gang found in their collective histories. Incidents such as the so-called Battle of Culiacan testify to the relative parity between national militaries and criminal groups when it comes to arms, communications, and other logistical capabilities. It is difficult to imagine a bandit of the early modern age possessing the sort of financial clout enjoyed by the mafias and cartels of the present day. No amount of highway robbery or kidnapping could match the lucrative proceeds of the contemporary drugs trade. It is the ability to pay off or co-opt the highest-ranking members of a country's political elite that allows many modern kingpins to remain free from prosecution. Yet, as seen in the case of El Chapo, the force of arms or vast sums of bribe money does not keep the state at bay forever. Yet, as powerful as many mafias prove to be today, few desire the power to rule. Neither the Sinaloa cartel nor the Maras possess an ideology or political agenda. Nor have they sought to supplant the governments that oppose them. Pablo Escobar's brief populist political career aside, it is hard to imagine any contemporary godfather wanting to assume responsibility over such banal functions as supplying the public with schools, hospitals, or other services. By no means, however, are mafias typically divorced from politics, particularly powerful syndicates and kingpins often show a willingness to act in the interest of political leaders and state enterprises. At one extreme, one may point to the consolidation of Slobodan Milosevic's power in Belgrade in the early stages of his rule over Yugoslavia. More recent events have exposed the willingness of some gangsters to act as conspiratorial agents in the service of the government. Beijing's crackdown on democratic institutions in Hong Kong was greatly aided by triad thugs who beat protesting dissidents with total impunity. Numerous cases emanating from Putin's Russia appear to underscore an enduring spook-gangster nexus wherein elements of the underworld actively contribute to espionage and other covert Russian actions abroad. More common still is the extent to which criminal syndicates, both now and in the past, have participated in electoral politics. One striking contemporary case is that of Sedat Peker of Turkey. Peker is one of the country's most influential figures on the Turkish far right. As far back as the 1980s, he made a name for himself as an extortionist with close ties to right-wing militants and extremists. His notoriety grew in the 1990s when it was revealed he had intimidated players and fixed football matches on the behalf of prominent clubs such as Fenerbahce. Like other right-wing thugs, Peker cultivated close ties with state officials and allegedly served as a gun for hire by the Turkish clandestine service. Despite his imprisonment for his role in an alleged coup plot against Recep Tayyip Erdogan's government in the mid-2000s, Turkey's current president reconciled with Peker after the two were photographed warmly conversing with one another at a wedding. Erdogan's favor prompted Peker to lend his support to the government during a heated election campaign in 2015. Before one roaring crowd, he assured Erdogan's voters that blood will flow in streams with the impending defeat of the government's opponents. Formal efforts to prosecute Peker for incitement came to naught. Erdogan's tightening grip of the Turkish government ultimately left this political marriage of convenience high and dry. In 2020, Peker mysteriously fled into exile. He reemerged 1 year later, this time through a series of widely viewed videos posted to YouTube. Millions tuned into his broadcasts after he promised to reveal details of various illicit dealings involving Erdogan's government. He did not disappoint. Over the spring of 2021, he went on at length as to how one former prime minister helped import 5 tons of cocaine into the country from Venezuela. On other occasions, he expounded on crimes supposedly committed by another official, who he claimed covered up a variety of heinous acts, including incidents of murder and rape. Even though Pacher failed to fault Erdogan by name, Turkey's opposition press, not to mention tens of millions of anti-Erdogan voters, delighted in the revelations. States that are poorer, institutionally weaker, or more unstable surely are more typical settings for strong relations between mafiosi and their social or political betters. Yet even a cursory inspection of American history eliminates any suspicion that strong states are more immune to the influence of mafias. What euphemistically may be called Chicago-style politics, be it under Al Capone or after, was not abnormal nor unprecedented at various times and places in the United States. As vote-getters, personal fixers, police informers, and would-be secret agents, mafiosi in the United States cultivated relations with politicians and officials. Insights gleaned from present-day China add to this body of evidence. Western law enforcement officials maintain that traditional crime groups like the triads have played a role in promoting China's interests abroad. In addition to their own criminal enterprises, Chinese crime syndicates have aided Beijing in monitoring the activities of Chinese nationals abroad. This alliance, however, has come with certain costs. Despite the invasiveness of the state's governing institutions, China struggles to limit the administrative influence enjoyed by the triads and other crime groups. A culture of clientelism, often referred to as guanxi, provides a venue for gangsters to secure contracts and influence decisions on promotion in provincial government. Above all, ostensibly illegal activities often become joint ventures that bind state officials to members of local underworlds. All available evidence suggests that there is nothing organized or monolithic about this pattern of corruption. Nor do triads and other secret societies necessarily lie at the heart of these relationships. To the contrary, altogether new constellations of regional and national mafias continue to grow and diversify throughout China. What is generally known about the Chinese underworld, however, remains relatively obscure and underexplored. Trends in the new millennium have compelled many to ponder an even more profound phenomenon. States that overtly exploit illicit industries for political and economic gain. Beginning with the reign of Hugo Chavez, the government of Venezuela garnered exorbitant attention for allegedly condoning and perhaps promoting the outflow of cocaine from the country. American efforts to document the regime's activities continue to glean evidence of a systemic relationship between drug traffickers and the Venezuelan state. More shocking is the North Korean government's involvement in organized crime. Evidence of Pyongyang's complicity dates as far back as the 1970s, after several North Korean diplomats were apprehended abroad under suspicion of drug trafficking. In 1995, American officials estimated the Democratic People's Republic was producing 40 tons of opium a year, a sum analogous to Mexico's projected output of the drug. Officials and defectors later claimed that farmers, many of them often starving, were compelled to cultivate opium at the behest of the regime. North Korea's desperate need for foreign currency led the government to branch out into other illegal industries, such as methamphetamine production and illegal arms shipments. At least some of the proceeds, according to regime insiders, went directly to the country's long-serving dictator, Kim Jong-il. To help you understand, one defector explained, all the money in North Korea belongs to the North Korean leader, he says. With that money, he'd build villas, buy cars, buy food, get clothes, and enjoy luxuries. It is likely that the earliest advocates of prohibitionist laws governing narcotics never imagined the advent of durable mafia states such as Venezuela and North Korea. With the adoption of the Hague Convention in 1912, it was generally assumed that the emerging global consensus on drug use, coupled with international pressure, would force wayward governments into complying with the new order of things. More than a century on, the flaws of this logic are clear. Why it has failed cannot be attributed to the power or persuasion of individual gangsters or syndicates. Mafia states exist due to the undeniable allure of illicit industries. There is now no doubt that profit from organized crime is the engine that drives the perpetuation of gangster enterprises. The history of mafias is testament to the fact that punitive policing, no matter how robust, at best addresses the symptoms of the problem. A lasting solution to the challenge posed by mafia syndicates and regimes likely requires a complete reassessment of laws and norms that engender organized criminal industries. Arriving at a new global consensus on narcotics, let alone on other prescribed commodities or services, would be daunting to say the least. It appears far more likely that mafias, regardless of their contours, are here to stay. Neither a plaque, signpost, nor statue, dealing with mafias as history. Michael Corleone confronts Hyman Roth at a critical juncture before the climax of Godfather II's second act. Hyman knowingly stands at the threshold of making one final deal aimed at turning Havana into a mafia sanctuary. Michael and the viewer know the venture is doomed. Sensing his partner's hesitation, Lee Strasberg, playing the role of a very thinly veiled Meyer Lansky, waxes fondly about a man Michael had killed years previously. "There was this kid that I grew up with. He was a couple of years younger than me and sort of looked up to me, you know. We did our first work together, worked our way out of the street. Things were good and we made the most of it. During Prohibition, we ran molasses up to Canada and made a fortune. Your father, too. I guess as much as anyone I loved him and trusted him. Later on, he had an idea to make a city out of a desert stopover for GIs on the way to the West Coast. The kid's name was Mo Green, and the city he invented was Las Vegas. This was a great man, a man with vision and guts, and there isn't even a plaque or a signpost or a statue of him in that town." Coppola never allowed Mo Green the honor of getting a plaque. Yet, in the real world, Las Vegas made sure that Bugsy Siegel received his. His memorial sits in a park where his original Flamingo Hotel stood until 1993. What surrounds this monument today is a more contemporary version of his resort, one that frankly sits somewhat modestly across from the ultra-luxurious Bellagio Hotel and Casino. Departing the park northwards along Las Vegas Boulevard, the glitz of the Strip begins to dull after several blocks. The foot traffic thins and the businesses, hotels, and casinos become more down-market. As one enters the city center, the buildings and the landscape look increasingly nondescript. What constitutes the administrative core of Las Vegas resembles any number of major urban areas west of the Mississippi. It is in this less lively part of Las Vegas that one finds the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. The Mob Museum, as it is far more affectionately known, was a signature initiative of the administration of Mayor Oscar Goodman. Goodman's long career in politics was in no small part due to his earlier distinction as a defense lawyer for a variety of luminous mafia clients. Men such as Meyer Lansky and Anthony Spilatro. The museum is housed in the city's old courthouse, where Estes Kefauver once held a hearing in 1950 on the scourge of organized crime in Las Vegas. Exhibits include guns used by both gangsters and police, and a portion of the wall against which shooters massacred 7 of Al Capone's rivals on Valentine's Day in 1929. Visitors of age can finish their tour with a Prohibition-era drink in a mock speakeasy in the basement. The museum's proprietors champion their work as an attempt to educate the public on the dangers of organized crime and the accomplishments of American law enforcement. Critics, however, decried the city's decision to use public funds that otherwise could have been spent on revitalizing downtown Las Vegas. Oscar Goodman, who is featured prominently in the museum, rejected such calls. "I am annoyed at the people who are criticizing us for using redevelopment money for this," he told one Vegas newspaper. "What do they want me to use it for? A sewer?" The Mob Museum welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors a year, making it among the most popular tourist attractions in Las Vegas. It is not the only one of its kind. Hot Springs, Arkansas, a time-honored vacation destination located just west of the Mississippi, boasts its own Gangster Museum of America. Premised on the region's lively history as a playground for Prohibition-era gamblers and bootleggers, the museum offers a small collection of trinkets and memorabilia from the country's Mafia past. A far more earnest and somber attempt at distilling history can be found at the No Mafia Memorial in Palermo, Sicily. Unlike the Mob Museum, visitors who enter the memorial pay no admission fee. Located in a 19th century palazzo in the city's core, the museum displays no guns or evocative trappings of Mafia life. Its pictures and displays are intended to incite pathos and reflection rather than excitement. Here, the Mafia is rendered as the source of genuine grief and shame. Far across the world in Medellin, there was once a museum dedicated to the life of Pablo Escobar, owned by his brother Roberto. The former residence featured exhibits that paid far greater tribute to the gaudy materialism and outrageous exploits of the man and his cartel. Medellin's local government, citing zoning violations, ordered the home to be demolished in the summer of 2023. Supporters of the closure heralded the move as a blow against unwanted narco-tourism, which had flourished in the wake of the Netflix bio series featuring Escobar. It was better, as one proponent insisted, that Medellin be recognized as an example of innovation and social inclusion, not the one-time capital of the cocaine trade. Other locals were less sure. "The place raised so many doubts," one local journalist said, particularly since the museum twisted the history of the Medellin cartel and narco-terrorism for tourists. "And yet," he continued, "it's hard to believe that Medellin still doesn't have a place to share its complex story about our narco past." Increasingly, the city government appeared more likely to destroy the remnants of this history instead of creating collaborative public processes to help Medellin truly grasp its present, past, and future. The predicament facing Colombia is one shared by citizens in various parts of the world. Depending on where you are, mafias are deeply woven into the fabric of history, and yet so few governments or societies appear willing to deal with them publicly. Why this is the case is understandable. In many instances, be it Latin America, Asia, or Europe, mafias are not purely expressions of the past. They remain fixtures of present-day politics, economy, and society. There are also practical issues to consider. Honestly documenting a mafia's history or displaying its material remnants may be beset by the loss or inaccessibility of testimony, public records, or physical artifacts. Above all, it is easy to imagine the well-placed fears many would have in considering the opening of a museum, memorial, or archive dedicated to gangsters. While tourists may delight in mafia lore, others who live in the shadow of such a venture may see it as an unwanted tribute to the pain and disgrace of the past. Most people, of course, do not experience the history of mafias by way of a trip to Medellin, New York, or Palermo. On-screen adaptations provide the most common window into this element of the past. The ever-growing number of movies and television series featuring historic mobs and gangsters is testament to this global phenomenon. In this regard, the more conventional historian has an opportunity, or perhaps an obligation, to play a greater role. Fiction, as ironic as it sounds, has done the most to capture the historical relevance of mafias. Many cinematic depictions of the mafia are indeed crude in their glorification of the violence and wanton impulses of gangsters. Still, other screen adaptations of mafia life have given audiences accessible and, at times very thoughtful, lessons about the past. Here, The Godfather set the standard. Since 1971, the world has come to embrace the mafia as a lens through which they may see history in a newer, more genuine light. The development of a vibrant community of mafia historians may help augment this sense of discovery among students and audiences. There is a great deal more to be learned from archives and libraries in various parts of the world. There are still countries, cities, and regions whose mafias have yet to be documented. Understanding the past, to again paraphrase James Ellroy, should be an effort to recapture events and individuals ranging from the gutters to the stars. Bringing mafias into the light may be painful, but at a time in which more people find themselves persuaded to believe in the existence of deep states and other conspiracies, the good it may do would be its own reward. Mafia, A Global History was written by Ryan Gingeras and read by Nathan Osgood. Produced by 2020 Recordings. The text is copyright Ryan Gingeras 2026. The recording is copyright 2026 by Simon & Schuster, UK. The right for Ryan Gingeras to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by him in accordance with Sections 77 and 78 of the Copyright, Designs, and Patents Act, 1988. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.